When a stupid FPS player falls to another world of Volume 4. With the escort request completed, I headed to the mercenary guild nearby to claim my reward. I went to the receptionist counter and signed the form to officially wrap up the request. Then I submitted it together with a letter from Duke Barger pertaining to the additional reward. "Welcome. I'll take the documents, and your reward will be prepared shortly. Also, the guild card, please." I handed my card over at her request, which she then put into a crystal ball behind the counter. "Please wait a moment." The receptionist disappeared into the room behind the counter. "There's an additional reward as well, so I suppose it'll take more time to prepare? Thank you for waiting." The receptionist returned, this time carrying a lot of things in her hands. "Firstly, this is a reward for completing the request. Secondly, as an additional reward, the Lord of Fort Barger, His Excellency Duke Barger, has granted Shaft Sama's guild card with the qualification to become a labyrinth explorer. Please confirm the reward." That was what I'd asked for from the Duke as an additional reward. From the beginning, the qualifying system for the right to explore the labyrinth was meant to prevent unqualified people from entering. After all, anyone who was weak and without ability would easily die, regardless of who they are. To qualify as a labyrinth explorer, it was mandatory to be at least a D-ranked adventurer. However, I was exempted from that requirement because I had Duke Barger's recommendation. With this, I could explore normally as Schwartz, but credit Shaft with the conquest. That way, the fame wouldn't funnel onto Schwartz. I confirmed the reward, then waited for the receptionist to complete the paper before I left. "However, Shaft Sama, we have a lot of requests specifically asking for you. If possible, we'd like you to take one, perhaps taking the chance that I was around." The receptionist put an emphasis on "a lot," and specifically asking before forking a stack of papers that appeared to be request forms, although I had no intention to receive a new request so soon. The receptionist's gaze was too painful to ignore. So I looked. "Okay, let's see here. Escort mission, banquet escort, business escort, bandit subjugation, criminal transfer escort, executioner, oi. What's with the last few? Request for cooperating in the research of offensive magic practical usage, judge for night enrollment exam? Did they mix some weird requests in here as well? I accept none." That is, I could tell some of those requests were from nobles and rich merchants, but the latter parts were simply something that shouldn't be entrusted to a mercenary. "I mean, what's with that request to become an executioner?" "Understood. Then, please sign on the refusal field on the form." I picked up the pen the receptionist offered and started signing the refusal fields. It was an unexpectedly large number, but I managed to sign them all in one sitting. I hurriedly left the guild before they threw more my way. Upon leaving the guild, I noticed that the sky had already turned crimson. I guessed that meant I needed to find lodging, then head for the Wolf Labyrinth early in the morning. Whilst devising a plan, flashing dots appeared on my map as I walked along the streets of Barger. "What's this?" At first, I thought the thoughts were moving normally inside the house, but then they passed through the wall, moving parallel with me on both sides of the street. They're following me from the rooftops. The sky had gradually turned dark, but the street was still bustling with adventurers and workers. Most of them headed to their tavern to relieve their tiredness from working, and amidst the bustle, I could make out the footsteps on the rooftops. I confirmed the number of footsteps matched the blips on my map. I proceeded to turn into an alley to lure them in. Fort Barger was not a grid city, so once you moved away from the main street, the city turned into a maze. Regardless of which group these guys came from, I didn't think they were following for a peaceful chat. At the moment, I had 3 types of weapons: 4 tomahawks, the baton, and the Walrod. Shaft's basic armament. Slowly, I traversed the maze-like alley with one eye on my map. There were 8 light dots following, but taking into account those that could use stealth abilities, their numbers could be more. It was something to confirm later. Now that I checked, there were no additional blips. I looked for a place where it'll be hard to get surrounded. Soon, I found a dead end that seemed suitable on the map and headed for it. Soon, they will have to get down to the street, right? Or will they stay on the roof? Either way, I don't mind. I turned around as I reached the dead end. I looked at the figures on the rooftops. All of them were black shinobi-like costumes, complete with hoods and cloth face coverings. They looked like the assassins that attacked the rest area back then. You actually bothered to set up a place, Black Mask Shaft. Because of you, bastard, Cactus was fucking disbanded. I shall avenge our master. By the order of Cactus, we'll take your life. I get it now. So they accepted a mission to assassinate me in order to redeem themselves for their failure? 4 of the 8 jumped from the roof. On the roof, 2 held bows, while the others carried canes. The ground fighters took up daggers. I had my arms crossed, covertly placing my hands on the tomahawks inside my overcoat. Is your only target me? Why? Of course. It's way too late to kill the Duke's daughter now. You fool. Your death is essential to us, so die obediently. They really talk a lot. I turned on the Kevlar mask's flare, and checked for hidden enemies. There wasn't, though it was best to be alert. I reverted back to the regular view. While I was used to using a button, I could do it using thought now. It's been 4 months since I was dropped into this world. I felt like the power of VMB, its system, had assimilated with my body. I looked at the 4 assassins in front of me, aim assist displaying only one trajectory. So it probably wasn't suitable if I wanted to throw 2 at once. So, I aligned the trajectory to the leftmost enemy, who was already itching to charge at me. I threw with my left hand before turning on the right and threw the next one without checking my results. Immediately afterward, I turned around and did a wall run. Gwa. As I turned around, I could hear their screams along with the sound of tearing flesh. My wall run brought me away from the arrows that the archers fired. They drilled into the stone fairly easily, a good telling that they were enhanced by magic. Approaching the crest of my wall run, I somersaulted back, taking the chance to throw one tomahawk at one of the archers. Grasping my last tomahawk, I used my momentum to slash down the assassin as I landed next to him. He was quick enough to block it, but thanks to gravity along with the power increase from my suit, it broke through and cleaved through his head, down his belly, and out his crotch. Monster. The last ground assassin came slashing at me. At the same time, the sound sensor picked up the sound of an arrow being knocked along with chanting. I avoided the downward slash by moving sideways. Then, I hooked the assassin's wrist with the handle of the tomahawk, pulling and spinning his body so I stood behind him. I grabbed the nape of his neck with my left hand and used him as a shield. Flame lance. The arrow pierced through the assassin, striking the eyebrow area of my mask. Unfortunately for them, the mask had great ballistic resistance, let alone a 9mm, not even a .357 Magnum round could piece it. And naturally, a mere magic-reinforced arrow wouldn't do it either. Following the arrow, 2 flame spears came, but those didn't make it through my living shield. Even after hitting the assassin's body, the arrows didn't lose their shape, continuously burning their victim. Jia! My shield screamed. Before they could fire another volley, I jumped to the house where the archer was on top of. Wall ran to the roof, and jumped up. I found the archer's aim following me. Unfortunately for him, this momentary change of tactics was where FPS gamers were good at. He couldn't release the arrow before the tomahawk broke his bow, cutting him down by his head. The now headless archer fell off the roof. Flame line. The mage aimed his magic at me as I landed. A path of burning flame extended from his feet toward me. I couldn't slide jump on the roof. So instead, I crouched towards the incoming flame. Then, I raised my left arm and deployed my CBS. It couldn't block the heat, but the flame's destructive power was nullified. I pulled out the welded while the flame still tried to burn through the shield. aligned the reticle on the mage's head before firing twice. The fire disappeared, followed by the sound of my target falling on his back and sliding off the roof. Only one mage left. Wah, what in the world are you? Dunno, but if you meet the evil god after you die, why don't you ask him? Welded down-sighted, crossed hair aligned, and I fired. On my way back from the mercenary guild, I was followed by the remnants of Cactus, but I ended up luring them into a dead-end alley, where I eliminated them. I didn't feel sorry, as unless I dealt with them, they keep coming back to try and kill me. But the corpses. Phew. I took a deep breath, then decided I had to inform the city guard about it. I explained the situation, even accompanied the guards to the scene to retrieve them. It took a while, even though it felt like a waste. I ended up not having the time to search for lodging. So, I ended up staying the night in the guard station's lounge. The next morning, the verification was over, and my statement was acknowledged. I was allowed to leave without reproach. It really was a waste of time, but I was the victim here, not the assailant. I needed to make that clear. Upon leaving, the first thing I did was head west to the West Metropolis, an inn with luxurious accommodation for a place like Barga. I didn't want to go to the White Flower Inn, where Schwartz was supposed to be staying, to make a distinction. Some people may notice the similarity between the two of us. So, I had to cover all my bases as best as I could. I was just attacked last night, so I'd rather spend more money on a place with better security. I went inside and called out to the receptionist. Welcome. How may I help you? Are there any open rooms? There's an unreserved single room. All right, I'll rent it for the month. Thank you very much. I paid the fee, got my key, and headed straight for my room. The rented room had one bed, a desk, a chair, and a closet. The room size was similar to the one at the White Flower Inn, however, it was much more luxurious. However, I didn't come here to rest. I replenished my expended weapons and ammo from last night before I immediately left the room. First off, I headed to Marida Company to purchase more non-attribute stones to replenish the CP I spent during the escort request. Aside from that, I also wanted to tell them I was finally going to proceed with the labyrinth conquest. I was going to need sufficient supplies for that. When the company came into sight, I also saw a wagon stopping beside it, probably to load or unload. Several strong-looking fellows could be seen around it, maybe escorting it. Last time, the Fox Beastkin twins, Aram and Silvara, were the escorts. Were they still around? Perhaps, but I guess they weren't escorting this particular wagon. One of the escorts kept eyeing me. I guess it was only natural to be wary since it was still early morning. There was still some time until the city came to life, so I understand why he'd be cautious of seeing a masked individual approaching him. Hold it right there. You. What are your intentions of coming here? No need to get worked up. Is Chairman Marida here, or is the branch manager present? Tell them that Shaft came to visit, they'll know. Please wait here. The guard went inside the office after listening to me. This was the first time I saw the man, so he probably didn't know who I was. The other escorts were more familiar with me. They bowed and exchanged light greetings with me once I was noticed. I heard someone rushing from the inside. Marida-san didn't have such heavy steps, so it had to be Bill-san. Shafton. Pardon me for the wait. The chairman is currently in the royal capital, so I'll be serving your needs instead. Please do then. Bill-san took me to the usual room. Meanwhile, the guard came inside to report me. Looked puzzled after seeing how Bill-san reacted, but the other escorts were quick to explain to him who I was. That was the Black Mask. He is, and he's also an honored guest for the company. Certainly, I was pretty much a precious customer for the company. Even though they sold non-elemental magic stones on the cheap to me, I've always bought them in large quantities after all. Not to mention the acquisition of a large amount of magical water. Along with giving them the idea for the lunch boxes, among a few others that had garnered them a lot of profit. When did you return to Bugger? Yesterday. You've been hard at work then. Will it be magic stones today as well? Yeah, the non-elemental ones. Also, I need food, enough for 3 to 4 weeks. As you wish. The stones will be prepared soon. Thanks to you, the sales of the bentos have gone well. Recently, adventurers have also started to buy them regularly, so we plan to branch out in Bugger. Regarding the food, 3 to 4 weeks, eh? Please give me a day to prepare that. Okay, tomorrow morning then? Yes, it should be ready by then. Shall I arrange a variety of food? Yes. Please make it decently varied. Certainly. Regarding the content, is there anything, in particular, you'd like or don't like? No. Anyways, as soon as I get food, I'll be heading to the Wolf Labyrinth. Heading out again already after coming back? Very well then. I will refrain from sending a messenger to the royal capital. Afterward, while treated with a cup of good tea, the transaction for the stones was done. During the escort mission, I'd actually expended quite a lot, especially because I didn't manage to recover the tomahawk I tossed. My CP consumption turned out greater than I'd expected. In my mind, since I held back from using a lot of bullets, I shouldn't have consumed that much. But there's nothing else on the schedule today, so I spent the rest lounging about. I spent the rest of the day lazing about my room at the inn. I wasn't sure if I felt refreshed after that. The next day, I visited the Marida company in the morning to receive my food. In just 1 month, the labyrinth bento boxes had shown noticeable improvement. They went from a regular box to a beautifully woven bamboo box. For the time being, I asked them to bring the food to the reception room. When the room became less crowded, I deposited it all into a gift box. Conquering the Wolf's Labyrinth shouldn't take longer than 4 weeks. However, I ordered that much after taking into account the journey south. A whiff escaped the bento boxes. The delicious aroma led me to believe they took the effort to prepare freshly cooked food for me. I'm going to look forward to mealtime. They also prepared a variety of tea leaves, but since I couldn't start a fire in the labyrinth, candles and lanterns were readily available, though. Since the residents of this world could easily produce fire with magic, things like flitware. As for magic tools, they also saw no need to consume magic stones for cooking, so such a convenient magical tool was never invented. There was no way I'd use the flamethrower just to boil some water, right? In that case, perhaps I should just use the kitchen inside the Continental. Speaking of the Continental, I wanted to see what would happen if I took out the bed. I planned to use the Dorchester to camp inside the labyrinth, but unfortunately, it didn't have a bed. It was just in case that, if I couldn't take out the bed, I should still be able to take out the blankets, or maybe the pillows. If the bed inside the Continental restored on its own after I take it out, maybe I should consider opening a mattress business. Once the purchase was complete, I left for the labyrinth. With it mapped down to the 20th floor, I needed to go through the magic rain and defeat the guardian on the 25th floor. The officer at the labyrinth's administration building gave me a strange look. He saw that someone with a mercenary guild card had been granted qualification to enter the labyrinth. Since duplication or manipulation of the card seemed to be a very difficult thing to do, I only had to give a brief explanation of being granted it by Duke Barger. The officer immediately understood. When I checked if there was anyone else exploring the labyrinth, this was, after all, a rather unpopular labyrinth. I thought some would try to collect some of the magic rain for pocket money, but since a big seller had appeared, the small-timers seemed to be on the decline. That commodity was monopolized by none other than me and the Marida Company. While the magic quartz remained an important commodity for adventurers, it was still limited even with the presence of a big seller. I filled out the exploration form while I made small talk with the officer. When he read the form, his smiling face froze. "This Shaft-san? Are you really going to explore from the 1st floor to the 26th floor this time?" Is there something wrong? No, I mean, you aren't in a party. Don't tell me you're going to solo it. Are you sure? Yes, I am. No worries. If it gets dangerous, then I'll return. I don't want to die inside a labyrinth after all. Please do. Since the Duke himself gave you the recommendation, I don't doubt you have what it takes, but a slight mishap in the labyrinth can spell death. I'll keep that in mind. I got down to the first floor, then looked around in flow mode. After I confirmed that no one was around, I immediately changed my avatar's outfit from Shaft to Schwartz. I activated my TSS, and unconsciously grinned. It had been a while since I last saw all my munitions. I took out the FNP-90, stroking it lightly. It was a reliable weapon, one I've entrusted with my life for a long time. I didn't hate Shaft's tomahawk throwing battle style. In-game, getting continuous kill streaks with throwing weapons felt tremendously good. However, after being dropped into this world, everything fun in-game had turned into a life-threatening act. Thus, I didn't have the same exhilaration anymore. On the contrary, I felt my heart grow colder with each throw. The same thing also happened when I was Schwartz. Each pull of the trigger, bullets flew, and my target died. I didn't feel joy, just a coldness in my heart as I made sure I reaped the life of my enemies. All right, let's go. I was doing this for myself anyway. No one else. I continuously strafe jumped throughout the first floor down to the 5th, running through the tunnels, passing everything I could. The 6th to the 10th floor was the zombie zone. So, I switched my main weapon to the flamethrower type 1-1, burning any zombie or skeleton that came my way. It really felt dry and hot as I traveled through these floors. No, it was just that the 1-1's output was a bit too strong. I'd use it all the time if I could, but obviously, it couldn't be used once I reached the 21st floor due to the heavy rain. The 11th, 20th floor was the pseudo-open field, mimicking the eastern forest environment that surrounded the labyrinth. The magically made forest was dark and foggy. From there, I switched out the 1-1 for the AA-12 to deal with the larger monsters. Furthermore, with the special Frag 12 munitions, even the large monsters were reduced to chunks when hit. In addition to that, I activated the TSS and took out the Kawasaki KLR from the garage. I crossed the stretch of open field with it. Even with the fog hampering my view, I could still see the road and detect monsters with the map and goggles. I drove the motorcycle with one hand, using the shotgun in the other. The continuous explosions filled the field with thick and heavy bass, suppressing the engine of the bike as I drove full throttle. When I arrived at the Guardian's room on the 20th floor, it had been 3 days since I entered the labyrinth. I've been pushing through non-stop so far. Thus I took a break in the rest hall. After I got enough rest, I intended to break through the magic water-laden 21st floor. That said, I didn't mean to be stupid. But, I took out the Continental from the garage. The 12-meter-long supermotor home appeared. After inputting my code, the side expanded and the staircase was revealed. When we had rushed back to the capital, Lapit Hiroko-sama and Ashley both used the bedroom. I didn't have time to use the kitchen, thus I fully intended to do so now. Well, it was an all-electric kitchen, so even I, who couldn't even start a fire myself, could cook in it. I'd been worried about how much gas was left when I returned it to the garage back then, but I guess I couldn't afford to be stingy. For 3 days, I made my way through the Wolffang labyrinth before I arrived on the 20th floor. I decided to rest and took the Continental out of the garage. Sitting on the sofa inside it, I looked at my bento's contents. Perhaps Billy-san, the branch manager for the Marida Company's Baga branch, knew that I preferred rice over bread. Specifically packed onigiri along with fried chicken, stuffed intestines, and hot vegetables in my bentos. With all that, I prepared tea before I could finally relax. From here onward, it was uncharted territory. Only 5 floors remained, 21st to 25th floors, though I still had to traverse the endless magical rain on this floor. Speaking of which, once I defeated the Guardian on the 25th floor along with its master, will it continue to rain? Perhaps I should buy another Oshkosh M978 tank trailer and gather an extra 9,500 liters of the magical rain before I took the labyrinth's core. Thinking so, I opened the TSS and went to the shop to purchase it from the vehicle vendor. I had CP to spare, and I could recoup the losses from the water sale itself. Thus, I bought a second M978 with a light feeling until I realized I muttered when I checked the M978 spot in the garage. The M978 tank trailer was a heavy-duty vehicle that transported fuel for tanks and helicopters on the go. Therefore, the new one I bought actually came with its tank filled with fuel. Thus, I couldn't actually gather water immediately. I'd forgotten about that part. So, I decided to leave the new M978 in the garage for now. It would be a waste to just dump the fuel when it could possibly be useful later on. Treating the TSSUI like a tablet while I ate, I was reminded of how I used to do this same activity in my original world. Even if I missed those days, it's not like I actually wanted to go back. I just got a bit nostalgic, that's all. After I finished my meal, I moved on to the bedroom while I looked at the UI display. It was supposed to be a twin room with 2 single beds. The room's width is equal to the length of a bed, but one could make it wider with the press of a button to make them larger. Nothing less from the finest motorhome available in-game. To be able to sleep in a modern hotel-like room while inside the labyrinth, I may become addicted to it. However, this vehicle was a supersized bus without any defensive plating. I couldn't afford to summon this in a place where a monster attack was imminent. But if we were somewhere safe, say like the Guardian room, perhaps I'll use this vehicle again. I laid in bed, set an alarm, and took a nap. I slept for about 5 hours before returning the Continental back to the garage, then finally made my way down to the 21st floor. The floor was like the cavity inside a gigantic rock. Even from the outside, the never-ending rain inside the dark passage could still be seen. How should I proceed from here? Walking on foot is clearly unreasonable, so I pulled up the TSS and summoned a vehicle from the garage to go through the heavy rain. What I summoned was an LVTP-5, Landing Vehicle Personnel Model 5. It was a rectangular-shaped vehicle with the dimensions of 9 meters in length, 4 meters wide, and 3 tall. It moved via its caterpillar tracks instead of tires. Being an amphibious personnel carrier developed in the USA, it could transport up to 30 soldiers, and it was equipped with an M1919A4 Browning machine gun. I opened its front hatch and entered the vehicle. There wasn't a lot of space inside, only rows of small chairs where people sat with just enough space to stand and walk. It was, after all, an APC meant to transport soldiers, or in VMB's case, players. There was a dedicated space for the driver to the left, with the MG occupying the space beside the driver. In other words, you could not drive and shoot. It required 2 people. I pressed the key to start the engine while holding my TSS display like a tablet as the controller, and I moved the LVTP-5 forward. The roar of the engine was outshined by the racket the rain made. Currently, there was no information regarding the monsters that inhabited the 21st floor. A party had managed to make it to the 21st floor, but that had been 25 years ago. In any case, the map was displayed on my goggles. The forest road had become so muddy due to the rain that foot travel would be difficult. Even with the ACP's tracks, it could only go 13 to 15 kilometers per hour, the same speed as if it were in the water. Still, it was faster and far more comfortable to travel in rather than on foot. Although I am weary of my surroundings, I could only rely on the view provided via my goggles, as, between the engine and the rain, everything else was indistinguishable. I kept an eye on the train. Then I suddenly caught a suspicious noise. I immediately switched to the gun pod, which gave a 360-degree view. Several dots appeared on the map, quickly approaching my path. I controlled the machine gun and rotated it towards the approaching enemies. In my vision, several monsters appeared, each about 1 meter long with brown fur. What are those? It was easier to notice their glowing red eyes, them being monsters and all. The creatures looked a lot like otters, or maybe beavers. More of the otter monsters started to gather. Given that my focus had been solely on the gun, the APC stopped moving and it was quickly surrounded. It had fairly thick armor, so I was particularly worried about the monsters breaking through. I could see the otter-like monsters clearly now. Their fur stood up, and their bodies began to radiate a pale light. Magic. Looking at the display, I aligned the crosshair toward the otter to the front, then tapped the fire button, making the gun fire as the monsters let out a high-pitched scream. The Browning MG spat out .30 caliber rounds in a loud, continuous rattle. At the same time, each monster gathered a ball of water that quickly compressed into a needle shape before they shoot it into the LVTP. While rotating the gun pod, I tapped on the fire button whenever an otter fell into my crosshairs. The MG came with 250 bullets, and after the initial supply ran out, there'd be a 10-second cooldown. Afterward, the fuel would be subtracted automatically to refill the MG. As I created a ring of blood around me, the sound of water needles slamming into the APC echoed within the vehicle. Its armor gauge gradually began to fall as well as they were certainly doing a fair number on it. I continued to spin the gun, spilling more blood as the gauge dropped down to 30% by the time I finished them off. After I confirmed they were all dealt with, I switched back to driving, urging the APC to proceed as fast as it could. Stopping would do me no good. Having more situations like that would only lead to the vehicle being destroyed. Against the siege of magic from all directions without solid protection, I would have little chance of survival. Consulting my map, I continued to progress through the forested road. Currently, I am inside the Wolffang Labyrinth, traveling down a forested road on the 24th floor. While it rained heavily, I used the LVTP, an armored personnel carrier, APC, while relying on my map display. Throughout the ride, otter-like monsters had surrounded and attacked me during different points. It reminded me of the monster manual I'd read in the General Guild's library back in Baga, where I'd screenshotted every page, and so I pulled it up as I drove. Those monsters seemed to be a monster called Aquatura, often encountered within the surrounding areas in Baga. It used its small but sharp claws, as well as water magic, to attack, oftentimes in large groups. Certainly, they've attacked me en masse every time I've encountered them, and once they'd run out of magic, they'd resort to their claws. Their claws weren't strong enough to penetrate the APC's armor, a scratching blow at most. Once they ran out of steam, I'd just crush them with the tank tracks. Aquaturas weren't the only monster I encountered once I got past the 21st floor. I also encountered a giant salamander-like beast, known as an Aquadorius. It was 2 meters long with a black glossy body covered in red spots. It moved as though it was swimming across the muddy terrain. They never actually attempted to attack me, preferring to down their own thing. However, sometimes, they'd stop in my path and leave me with no choice but to run them over. Finally, when I looked at the map, the stairs leading to the 25th finally appeared on my map. From the 21st to 25th floor, the heavy magical rain had been the only major obstacle, it being an environmental hazard, and despite how often the Aquaturas attacked me, they weren't that strong individually. Aquadorias didn't fight, and considering that I could easily run them over, firearms would have dispatched them easily enough. I drove the APC over the stone staircase before I switched to the machine gun controls. I turned toward the flock of Aquaturas that had been following close behind, then tapped the fire button. The LVTP-5's mounted Browning machine gun was chambered in 7.62 by 63 and with an effective range around 1,300 meters, but of course, it was difficult to accurately hit a target beyond the 1,000-meter mark without a scope. In any case, it would easily take down any target since its stopping power only dropped slightly at range. Since I was using the TSSUI like a tablet, it made me feel like I was playing an old game. That being said, I moved the crosshairs quickly, only stopping for a moment on target before moving on to the next one. The turret moved left and right with precision, taking down the monsters as fire burst out the barrel with a roar. After cleaning up the monsters, I opened up the hatch and exited the vehicle before returning it to the garage. While I waited for it to recover its fuel and armor, I let myself get drenched in the rain as I collected the dropped stones. It had been only 4 floors, but I'd consumed quite a lot of CP to arrive here, most of it being spent on fuel and armor. If it was mostly just fuel, then the maintenance cost wouldn't be so high. VMB provided a wide range of vehicles, but the CP required to buy and maintain each vehicle was no laughing matter. It was to prevent players from treating the vehicles as disposable items, like using them for suicide car bombs. Although I had plenty of CP left, it was only because of a one-time event. If I didn't find a regular source of income soon, I'd really need to worry about my future. Maybe I should talk to Mr. Malta-san about it. No, I'm an adventurer. Surely there was some exploration or other requests I could undertake to make a living. Map making, for instance. I could sell the labyrinth map to Rami-san, the guild worker from the General Guild. But wait, if I sold a map that depicted the entirety of the Wolffang Labyrinth, people would find out that I managed to reach the final floor. Though if I were to try and sell it after some time before the Harvest Festival, it'll be too late. What should I do then? Fumu, maybe sell a map up to the 20th floor then take my leave? I'll be going south to assist Ashley after I'm done with the labyrinth anyway. I won't be around for the Harvest Festival. I should just sell the map as soon as possible, and take what I can get. While thinking so, I walked down the stairs towards the 25th floor, the Guardian room. Beyond this, there should only be the Labyrinth Master's room. Even on the 25th floor, the heavy rain was unending. I summoned the LVTP-5 and set out to end this. I traveled down another forested road for about an hour, crushing flocks of aquachas along the way. It would have been quite the battle if I weren't inside an armored vehicle. Now that I thought about it, even if I removed the labyrinth core to stop the monsters from spawning, it'll take a considerable amount of time to subjugate the remaining monsters in order to have a harvest festival. There, I could see it now. The map showed an unnaturally looking square section and beyond it, a large gate supported by white stone pillars. It was the gate that led into the Guardian's room. I stopped the APC before the gates and checked my equipment. Unfortunately, there was no information on this floor Guardian in the library. It seemed to me that the guild was hiding information, perhaps as a measure so that no random explorer could get past the Guardian easily, or maybe that the guild planned to conquer the labyrinth itself one day. But seeing that the labyrinth has existed for the past 25 years, I doubted there was such a plan. Since this was my first time soloing a Guardian, my main weapon was an MPSA 812 with Frag 12 shells. The Scar H was my backup along with 2 of each of the 3 different special grenades. The 5.7 was my secondary, along with a ballistic shield to complete it. Now I was ready to go. According to the information I had, it was apparently possible to retreat from the Guardian room. My plan was to retreat and rearrange my loadout if it was found lacking. I stored the APC in the garage, then looked to the gate before me. The white pillars, and the gate itself, was decorated with carvings. Upon close inspection, I noticed the carvings depicted a battle between humans and monsters, giving a Hellgate vibe to it. On the top of the gate, there was a throne-shaped ornament, on which a monster sat on while it looked down over me. The monster's head was a wolf, its eyes gave off the feeling that it was watching with intent. I tried to ignore it as I pushed the gate open. For this is, the room beyond the gate, was flooded with water. To be exact, the entire room was a pond. Huh? Judging from this, could it be that the Guardian was some sort of monster that lived near water like the rest of the monsters I encountered so far? I thought so as I observed all the water inside the Guardian room. The map displayed showed the walkable parts of the pond, and I walked the obscured path covered in water, water splashing with each step. As if attracted by the racket, a large black spot emerged from the pond. The Guardian was here. I was currently inside the Guardian room on the 25th floor of the Wolffang Labyrinth, and it was a particularly large room. It gave off a boss room vibe, with it being entirely flooded, and judging from the map, 3/4 of the room was lakes, with the last remaining having transversal submerged land, and from the lake area, I spotted a dot on my radar. The water was not so deep as the dark silhouette could be seen underneath the surface from where I stood. A large creature then emerged from the water, but I was already prepared with the AA-12, with the intent to shoot it once it broke the surface. The first parts of the monster that appeared were its eyes and nose. From this distance, about 1 meter, it seemed weird. The eyes had vertical pupils that gazed straight at me. Was this a crocodile? Most of its body was still underwater. I knew that for a fact, as the distance between us was only 10 meters. He who strikes first will be the winner. Lining up the crosshairs to the space between the monster's eyes and nose, I fired. While the AA-12 was a shotgun, it was an automatic shotgun, so I held down the trigger as it kept firing. Despite it having a drum mag, it had a capacity of 32 shells, of which I expended in all of a few seconds. Thanks to the speed, the shells landed one after another on the Guardian's face without a noticeable gap. Frag 12 rounds caused a small explosion on impact. However, I noticed that, on the first shot, it hit some sort of white film-like membrane, and due to the amount of explosions, its head was veiled in smoke. I pulled out another magazine from my waist pouch after I emptied the drum and reloaded. The Guardian retreated back into the water with a low roar. There was no doubt that this wasn't over yet, its dot still present on my radar. Did it think that it was safe to run underwater? I took out 2 M67 frag grenades from my jacket, pulled their pins, and tossed them around where the dot was on my map. Even if it was submerged underwater, the frags, tossed with the help of the power suit, landed and exploded next to the Guardian. 2 explosions echoed underneath the water, followed by 2 geysers of water jettisoning up. They then fell down and the Guardian broke through the surface. The crocodile jumped. I saw a similar movement during a show in the Wetland Preservation Park when I went on a tour in Australia. A person would hang a piece of meat from a road and over the river. Attracted by the meat, the crocodiles living in the river would jump to catch it. Just like that, the Guardian's upper half rushed towards me, threatening to fall on top of me. I quickly did a backward quick slide to evade the hulking giant. Its body was 6 meters long after all. Its scales on its face were roughed up, but the rounds didn't do much damage after all. The black keratin scales seemed to possess a considerable level of protection. I thought that the damage from the grenades would have been enough to damage it, but I saw blood dripping from its sides. Could it be that its underside wasn't as thickly armored? The monster in question gazed at me, and I gazed back. Its emerald vertical pupils were filled with anger as it opened its maw, showing off its massive fangs. The low-pitched roar of the monster reverberated through the room, while at the same time, it charged at me with a speed I never expected such a large monster to possess. That's fast. While I evaded being bit, I started firing from the hip from its face to its side as I slid away. The son of gunfire followed by the slug's explosions filled the room. But even if all my slugs landed on target, after the first few, The explosions sounded like it was landing in water. Aqua wall. The Guardian's belly was covered by a wall of water, blocking my rounds from landing a direct hit. The monster might have not been able to speak, but the wall formed almost instantly. It would have been easy after all. The Guardian opened its mouth, and directed it at me. This was a movement I often saw during a monster subjugation, which meant a magic projectile was coming. I raised the ballistic shield, fixing it on the terrain before crouching behind it to use it as cover. At the same time, the projectile landed on the shield, and it wasn't just a simple water ball, it was a freaking water tornado. Its momentum was great as it pushed the shield backward even after I fixed it into the ground. The durability value displayed in my goggles depleted quickly, only stopping at 20%. This was no good. Discarding the shield, I raised my shotgun and took aim, using the opening when it stopped moving to use its magic, and aimed for its eye, perhaps noticing where I was aiming. The Guardian quickly covered its eye with a nictitating membrane. I still fired anyways. 3 rounds later, probably after it felt like it couldn't bear any more, the monster turns its face away and raised another wall of water to protect its head. I was already running after firing those rounds, trying to protect itself, and raising a water wall was well within my prediction. It was, after all, my real goal. I dashed forward with a slide jump to the front, then chained it with a strafe jump along the water wall. From there, I arrived right in front of the disoriented Guardian. My real aim was its nostrils. Moving with such quickness, the monster couldn't react in time. Its slit pupils widened underneath the membrane, startled by the movement. At that point, I'd already fired 3 rounds into each nostril. Following the sound of the explosions, the Guardian roared in pain, then thrashed about, waving its keratin-reinforced tail around as it tried to retreat back into the water. But there was no way I'd let it do that so easily. I opened up the TSS and took out a special weapon from my inventory. Particles of light appeared and converged into the shape of a box in front of me. The supple box opened on its to reveal green disc-shaped items. I took out 5 of them and tossed them into the water after turning the knobs on their tops. After scattering the discs about, I opened up my inventory and took out a dozen Th3 incendiary grenades. The monster's blip stayed in the underwater area, seemingly to bide time, probably to heal itself underwater, maybe. But did it really think I'd let that happen? Lastly, while distancing myself, I took out a gift box as I ran. Now it was time to finish this. I tossed the incendiary grenades into the water where the blip was. They were thermite grenades and didn't need oxygen to combust. Thus they could be used underwater. Even with their narrow area of effect, they could produce heat up to 2000 C. The grenades exploded underwater in a bright red light. The surrounding water boiled violently and vapor rose to the surface. The Guardian tried to flee, but the thermite grenades impeded its escape. I didn't know how good the power suit's heat resistance was, so I prepared this gift box, and climbed up onto it in order to keep myself from being in the hot water too long. If the Guardian refused to come out, I'd just chuck more thermite in. The dot on the map began to move towards me now. Its body, redding in what seemed like boiling burn wounds, jumped towards me again. Gurry-ewa? Was that an angry roar, or a pained scream? Either way, it moved on to the transversible train, but I was trying to lure it towards the areas where I tossed the green discs, and then it was on. The green discs I tossed, M15 anti-tank mines, were triggered as the monster's belly pressed into them. A chain explosion erupted with enough force to propel its massive body upward. The M15 anti-tank mine, a pressure-sensitive mine used by the U.S. military, was a disc-shaped item with a 30 cm round diameter. In VMB, the top knob was a safety device meant to make it easier to install by turning it. A normal human's weight wouldn't trigger it, as it required something over 150 kilograms to land on top of it to trigger. For game balance purposes, The explosion radius was suppressed down to 3 meters, but as a result, the sensing range was improved slightly to make it detonate even if the object fell near the mine. The Guardian, which was launched into the air by the explosion, sunk back into the boiling water. I held my shotgun at the ready, preparing for the monster to emerge once more from the water, but the dot on the map stopped moving before it disappeared. I killed it, didn't I? The body still remained underwater, so I wasn't sure about it. Then, from the other side of the room, I heard a loud clicking sound that meant the lock had been undone. As it turned out, I succeeded in slaying the Guardian. In the Wolffang Labyrinth, I succeeded in slaying the 25th floor's Guardian. Looking back, its magic attack was quite powerful and its keratin scales were quite tough. I don't know why the previous party that managed to reach this cloud couldn't kill the Guardian. If I had to guess, it was probably that they had no way to stop it from recovering underwater. Compared to the other labyrinths that had more than 100 floors, the Wolffang Labyrinth made up for its small amount of floors with an overwhelmingly high difficulty level. The magical rain made for a complicated environmental hazard. It forced people to fight while trying to avoid it. It was probably the biggest reason why the labyrinth hadn't been conquered over the years. While thinking so, I sat on top of the gift box and looked around the Guardian room. The floating steam suggested that the water's temperature hadn't gone down after I'd boiled it with thermite. The Guardian had already disappeared and the door leading to the 26th floor had been unlocked. However, it'd take a while for the water's temperature to go down, so I looked around idly, though it felt like the walls were closing in towards me. Was it some sort of optical illusion? Or was it actually happening? Not only the walls. Before I knew it, the previously hidden underwater floors were becoming visible now. Was the water level going down? After confirming that there wasn't anything suspicious, I watched the change happen. The Guardian's room was a large booze room and now it had shrunk down to the same size as the other Guardian room I've encountered before. The water that flooded the room disappeared completely, as if the floor had sucked it away like a sponge. Even the deep submerged parts became dry, and soon enough, the room became the familiar square room. One had to scour through 10 floors to encounter a Guardian room, but perhaps since this one was right before the Master's room, the Guardian room was made into a unique battlefield that befitted the monster that inhabited it. I remember that the Guardian room in the Emerald Demon Labyrinth, where we fought the Ogre Fighter, was just a simple square room like it was now. Then again, did the ogre need a specialized room to improve its capabilities? I'd say a square room should be enough. Once the Guardian room was finished changing and the hot water had disappeared, I got off the box and immediately opened up the TSS. I restocked my munitions, replacing the shield. Then went to the shop to replace my inventory. With my equipment and inventory stocked back up, I headed to the door that led down to the 26th floor. Passing the game, which was similar to the entrance, I went down the staircase. This was the final floor of the Wolf Labyrinth, a straight underpass instead of a room. The passage had no sources of light, so I had to rely on the tactical light on the Scar H and activated my NV mode as I proceeded. My map showed that the floor was a single straight path, with no blips appearing on it even as I went deeper. There were no enemies spawning. I guessed this floor was an exception. After walking for about 15 minutes, a rectangular room, narrower than the Guardian room, appeared on the map. A white object that was similar to the gate could be seen by the light. I approached and realized that the design and the engravings were very similar to the normal labyrinth gate I'd seen before, the difference only being the absence of the throne at the top. Perhaps the throne was beyond this gate. I pushed the gates open and entered the deepest part of the labyrinth. Where the Labyrinth Master's room was located, was a 20 meters long rectangular room with a red carpet laid over the floor starting from the door. At the end of the carpet, was 3 steps and a missing master. The throne was there, but no one was sitting on it. Was there still more to the labyrinth? There were chandeliers installed all around the stone room, but there were no candles on them. Just floating fireballs that served as lighting. Seeing no need for the NV mode, I turned off the NV mode. I saw another door just behind the throne, further back. It is probably the door that led to the labyrinth core. Would it really be there? I readied the AA-12 and moved for the room's center. 1 step, 2 steps dash 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 dash. This smell, a terribly strong odor, drifted past my nose. I instantly jumped backward towards the entrance. The strange odor was a pungent, greasy and beastly smell. I think it came from near the room's center, implying that there was something there. But how come I couldn't see the smell's source anywhere? I promptly activated my flow mode and looked around. There, on the center right of the room's center, stood a heat signature that resembled a 2 meters tall human with the head of a wolf. Its tail emitted a greater heat signature compared to its head. A werewolf. Probably reacting to my muttering, the werewolf turned its head to me. Along with the roar, the beast's stealth was undone before it began to speak. So, it's finally here. What? VMB's auto-translating feature actually had the ability to decipher the werewolf's roar. I'll kill you. I'll drink your blood. I'll feast on your flesh. What's with this fellow blabbering like that while I was standing here? I set the AA-12 on top of the shield, aimed at it and placed the crosshairs over its face. Are you the master of this labyrinth? Can this guy even understand me? The werewolf replied to my question by rushing towards me. Its strike aimed centimeters of my body, though it was protected by the shield, preventing a direct hit. Even with it punching with its bare hands, I felt a good amount of force from their attack. It was quite a powerful creature. While I was being pushed back, I fired my weapon into its head. 3 consecutive shots and 3 explosions later. The slugs punched straight through and the werewolf jumped away while holding its left flank. A good hit, although the slug didn't do well against the crocodile's scale. It worked wonders against this one. Let me eat. Let it go. Let me savor it. Hand over your soul. The werewolf still blabbered on mindlessly. Was its intelligence too low, or perhaps it had gone mad? While it growled, the hand holding its flank started to glow. So it was capable of healing itself? Immediately, I placed my crosshairs over the beast, opting to fire from the hip this time. But the wolf was too fast. It jumped from wall to wall, avoiding every round fired. Did it realize what kind of projectiles were attacking him that fast? Our eyes met. Whether it had reasoning or intelligence, I didn't know. It didn't matter though. All that mattered was that it was the labyrinth master and I was here to subjugate it. That was all to it. The werewolf kept its distance whilst being wary of my FPS 11 to 12. The pale light emanating off its left hand that was being held over its wound seemed to be healing magic. Readying my ballistic shield on my left hand, I turned off flow mode and my vision returned to normal so I could clearly see the werewolf now that it wasn't invisible. The werewolf's upper body was mostly naked, if not for the fur covering its body. The fur itself was probably a white silver. Yet no matter how I looked at it, it looked like a dirty lab mouse. Its lower body was covered by a pair of dirty, shredded jean-like pants. Muscles swelled to the point where the pants themselves seemed ready to give. At its rear, a large dirty tail with the same fur color as the rest of its body. The head of the humanoid was just a wolf, with no human features, other than it was attached to a humanoid body. Its eyes stained red with madness and its fangs visible as it growled. This fellow. Why was he so dirty? Did it not have a habit of bathing like the others? Is it because it lives here? No. Why am I comparing it with an actual living creature? But then again, I didn't know just what manner of creature the labyrinth master was. A closer look at the map revealed that there were more rooms beyond this throne. I didn't want to assume things, but could those rooms be its living quarters? The werewolf roared as it charged forward, saliva sprinkling as its body was nearly touching the floor. Once again, I blocked its claw swipe with my shield, lined up the crosshairs for a counterattack, but the werewolf had already jumped to my left, disappearing from my line of sight. It's fast, but its attacks were too linear, and it was clearly wary of my gun. Was the damage on its flank that bad, or did it simply acknowledge it as something dangerous? The shield's durability also went down by 10% with just that one swipe. I couldn't afford to prolong this fight. Placing the AA-12 on top of the shield, I chased the wolf with my crosshairs. In an attempt to predict its movement, I deviated from the target and shot a little further forward. Then, I fired off 2 3-shot stream. However, the werewolf didn't stop and instead, raised 2 of its fingers almost at the same time I fired. The next moment, a stone wall rose up in front of me. It was a stone wall spell. So, it was smart enough to use magic to defend itself against my shots. I pushed away the urge to curse and opted to close the distance by slide jumping into the wall immediately after losing my line of sight. If the other side kept moving, I needed to be just as mobile. In FPS games, players needed to take advantage of high mobility moves aside from just shooting from fixed positions. Catching your opponents off guard was an important ability for any FPS player. I vaulted over the stone wall immediately, promptly aiming down the sights where I expected the boss to be, and it's not there? No. It might have gone invisible again, either with Shadow Run or Shadow Walk. Turning on flame mode, I quickly searched for its heat signature. I quickly found the werewolf still behind the stone wall. How naive. Without hesitation, I lined up my sight and pulled the trigger, showering the wolf in a hail of frag 12 from above. I could see the round's detonation on its head and leg. I jumped down, sandwiching the werewolf between me and the vul. Immediately afterward, I raised my shield and rushed ahead, smashing the monster against the wall. Its face was distorted in pain. Meanwhile, I brought the crosshairs to its face, but the stone wall disappeared before the slugs could explode in its face, allowing its body to fall backward. TSK. I clicked my tongue after the beast's body disappeared again. Before I could find it again, a strong kick pushed my shield back. Although that much force wasn't enough to phase me, I was still pushed back until I hit the wall behind me. Come on, I'll definitely kill you. The auto-translation feature deciphered the werewolf's growl as it got back up. Stone spear. As it finished chanting and cried its name, 2 sharp conical objects jutted from the stone floor and pinned me to the wall. What the? The 2 sharp stalagmites prevented me from any lateral movements. Meanwhile, the werewolf stood before me. Only a few meters away, I tried to line up the crosshairs, but it swiped my right arm before I could shoot. Not only did it mess up my aim, it also wounded the arm. Wolf Spear. It was a different attack that the wolf hadn't used before, but it managed to pierce through the ballistic shield and deep into my abdomen. Intense pain ran through my whole body like lightning, and my grip on the shield loosened. Looking at me as my face distorted in pain, the werewolf's expression, who had been filled with anger, gradually changed into a look of excitement. The werewolf stabbed its hand into my abdomen, then pulled out something before it jumped away. So this body still had internal organs? Which organ was it that it took? The liver? Down on one knee, I held the gaping hole in my stomach. I held my breath, chanting calm down in my mind. Meanwhile, the werewolf hung my organ over its mouth, as it seemed to be enjoying itself. How many years has it been since I last ate something I'm digging in? The werewolf then dropped my organ into its open mouth, then chomped messily with a bloodied, blissful expression. The werewolf's blissful expression suddenly turned into disgust. It then vomited the organ back out. Really now? What's with this? There's no magic power at all. This was an opportunity. Thinking so, I searched the pocket of my field jacket, and took out a 10 cm long cylinder. This was the only health recovery item in VMB. The medkit. It was shaped similarly to a needleless syringe. I pressed it against my upright arm and pushed the button, letting the solution inside course into my body. I could see the solution inside decrease along with a quietus. In VMB, using the medkit would cause the health recovery to trigger immediately. It also had a cooldown time of 5 minutes, during which the use of another one would have no effect. I didn't know if that function would work in this world though. The only thing I knew was that the hole in my abdomen quickly closed itself and I no longer felt dizzy. This was indeed the effect of the automatic health recovery. Now, there was one last thing to do. I took out an M84 flashbang from a pouch on my waist, then tossed it at the still vomiting monster. A loud explosion rang out, followed by a blinding flash of light. The werewolf covered its eyes with both hands as its head was facing up in pain. I jumped from my kneeling position to a dash. Since it was looking up, the neck was wide open. Using the momentum of my dash, with the strength of the power suit, I launched a kick. The werewolf was knocked back into the only piece of furniture in the room, the throne. It landed smack dab into it as if it were sitting on it. I switched to my Scar H, aimed, and connected the crosshair with its head. I fired one 3-round burst after another while making sure that everything was hitting, blowing off the wolf's eyes, snout, mouth, and ears. After 9 shots, I watched for any movement, keeping my vigilance up while approaching it slowly. When I saw the body twitch slightly, I fired 2 more shots into its heart. The body finally loosened, losing the ability to support its own weight. It slipped from the throne with its mangled head. The werewolf's upper body was mostly naked if not for the fur covering its body. The fur itself was probably a white silver. Yet no matter how I looked at it, it looked like a dirty lab mouse. Its lower body was covered by a pair of dirty, shredded jean-like pants. Muscles swelled to the point where the pants themselves seemed ready to give. At its rear, a large dirty tail with the same fur color as the rest of its body. The head of the humanoid was just a wolf, with no human features, other than it was attached to a humanoid body. Its eyes stained red with madness and its fangs visible as it growled. This fellow. Why was he so dirty? Did it not have a habit of bathing like the others? Is it because it lives here? No. Why am I comparing it with an actual living creature? But then again, I didn't know just what manner of creature the Labyrinth Master was. A closer look at the map revealed that there were more rooms beyond this throne. I didn't want to assume things, but could those rooms be its living quarters? The werewolf roared as it charged forward, saliva sprinkling as its body was nearly touching the floor. Once again, I blocked its claw swipe with my shield, lined up the crosshairs for a counterattack, but the werewolf had already jumped to my left, disappearing from my line of sight. It's fast, but its attacks were too linear, and it was clearly wary of my gun. Was the damage on its flank that bad, or did it simply acknowledge it as something dangerous? The shield's durability also went down by 10% with just that one swipe. I couldn't afford to prolong this fight. Placing the AA-12 on top of the shield, I chased the wolf with my crosshairs. In an attempt to predict its movement, I deviated from the target and shot a little further forward. Then, I fired off 2 3-shot stream. However, the werewolf didn't stop and instead, raised 2 of its fingers almost at the same time I fired. The next moment, a stone wall rose up in front of me. It was a stone wall spell. So, it was smart enough to use magic to defend itself against my shots. I pushed away the urge to curse and opted to close the distance by slide jumping into the wall immediately after losing my line of sight. If the other side kept moving, I needed to be just as mobile. In FPS games, players needed to take advantage of high mobility moves aside from just shooting from fixed positions. Catching your opponents off guard was an important ability for any FPS player. I vaulted over the stone wall immediately, promptly aiming down the sights where I expected the boss to be, and it's not there? No. It might have gone invisible again, either with Shadow Run or Shadow Walk. Turning on flow mode, I quickly searched for its heat signature. I quickly found the werewolf still behind the stone wall. How naive! Without hesitation, I lined up my sight and pulled the trigger, showering the wolf in a hail of frag 12 from above. I could see the round's detonation on its head and leg. I jumped down, sandwiching the werewolf between me and the vul. Immediately afterward, I raised my shield and rushed ahead, smashing the monster against the wall. Its face was distorted in pain. Meanwhile, I brought the crosshairs to its face, but the stone wall disappeared before the slugs could explode in its face, allowing its body to fall backward. TSK. I clicked my tongue after the beast's body disappeared again. Before I could find it again, a strong kick pushed my shield back. Although that much force wasn't enough to phase me, I was still pushed back until I hit the wall behind me. Come on, I'll definitely kill you. The auto-translation feature deciphered the werewolf's growl as it got back up. Stone spear. As it finished chanting and cried its name, two sharp conical objects jutted from the stone floor and pinned me to the wall. What the? The two sharp stalagmites prevented me from any lateral movements. Meanwhile, the werewolf stood before me. Only a few meters away, I tried to line up the crosshairs, but it swiped my right arm before I could shoot. Not only did it mess up my aim, it also wounded the arm. Wolf Spear. It was a different attack that the wolf hadn't used before, but it managed to pierce through the ballistic shield and deep into my abdomen. Intense pain ran through my whole body like lightning, and my grip on the shield loosened. Looking at me as my face distorted in pain, the werewolf's expression, who had been filled with anger, gradually changed into a look of excitement. The werewolf stabbed its hand into my abdomen, then pulled out something before it jumped away. Ha. So this body still had internal organs? Which organ was it that it took? The liver? Down on one knee, I held the gaping hole in my stomach. I held my breath, chanting calm down in my mind. Meanwhile, the werewolf hung my organ over its mouth, as it seemed to be enjoying itself. How many years has it been since I last ate something? I'm digging in. The werewolf then dropped my organ into its open mouth, then chomped messily with a bloodied, blissful expression. The werewolf's blissful expression suddenly turned into disgust. It then vomited the organ back out. Really now? What's with this? There's no magic power at all. This was an opportunity. Thinking so, I searched the pocket of my field jacket, and took out a 10 centimeters long cylinder. This was the only health recovery item in VMB. The medkit. It was shaped similarly to a needleless syringe. I pressed it against my upright arm and pushed the button, letting the solution inside course into my body. I could see the solution inside decrease along with the quietus. In VMB, using the medkit would cause the health recovery to trigger immediately. It also had a cooldown time of 5 minutes, during which the use of another one would have no effect. I didn't know if that function would work in this world though. The only thing I knew was that the hole in my abdomen quickly closed itself and I no longer felt dizzy. This was indeed the effect of the automatic health recovery. Now, there was one last thing to do. I took out an M84 flashbang from a pouch on my waist, then tossed it at the still vomiting monster. A loud explosion rang out, followed by a blinding flash of light. The werewolf covered its eyes with both hands as its head was facing up in pain. I jumped from my kneeling position to a dash. Since it was looking up, the neck was wide open. Using the momentum of my dash, with the strength of the power suit, I launched a kick. The werewolf was knocked back into the only piece of furniture in the room, the throne. It landed smack dab into it as if it was sitting on it. I switched to my Scar H, aimed, and connected the crosshair with its head. I fired one 3-round burst after another while making sure that everything was hitting, blowing off the wolf's eyes, snout, mouth, and ears. After 9 shots, I watched for any movement, keeping my vigilance up while approaching it slowly. When I saw the body twitch slightly, I fired 2 more shots into its heart. The body finally loosened, losing the ability to support its own weight. It slipped from the throne with its mangled head on the deepest level of the Wolf-Fang labyrinth. The werewolf labyrinth master was slain. All that remained was to extract the huge magic stone that was the labyrinth's core. If I did, the labyrinth would begin to die. However, once I calmed myself down, I realized there were a few things to consider. As the boss's body began to sink into the slow, wrapped in a shadowy mist, the genes that covered its lower body caught my attention. I've never seen those type of genes before in this world. Of course, that included the beastman. So, why did I care about it? Because I had a suspicion that the werewolf had originally been an otherworlder like me. The werewolf finally disappeared into the floor completely, leaving a large magical stone behind. I pocketed it. The fact that it had a magic stone meant it wasn't human, but that it was born in the labyrinth. I thought this as I went past the throne and headed to the black door behind it. I couldn't find any keyhole, however. The door simply gave in once I pushed on it. Did this mean that it was possible to ignore the werewolf and just head straight in? Beyond the door was another tunnel that led into the room similar to the previous one. The only difference being that there were more floating fireballs that served as the room's lighting. According to the map displayed on my goggles, there were 2 more rooms to the left and right of the passage and a room at the end. The back room should be where the core was. Then, what about the extra ones? While walking, I noticed that there weren't any doors leading to the other rooms. Was there some sort of hidden switch? I gave a few bricks by nudging them and I found nothing. Maybe I should force my way in. I went into my inventory and pulled out several C4 charges. Once they appeared in the supply box, I took them out, pasted them to the wall on the right where the doorways should have been, and then backtracked a little ways back. 4 explosions rang out as a cloud of dust filled the passage. I heard the rattling of falling stones. I guess that did the job. I peeked into the rooms one by one and found that they were living quarters. Of the 4 rooms, one was a dining room, a bathroom with a toilet, a living room, and a bedroom, all of which were in a rough way. The dining room held furniture such as a refrigerator and necessities, though they were severely damaged. In the bathroom, the bathtub was destroyed and the full-length mirror had been shattered. The living room was the same. If I were to guess how they got that way, it would be only despair. What was the exact purpose of a labyrinth master? Here, it showed it was like being a prisoner, not to mention that it seemed unnecessary for the labyrinth, as the Green Demon Labyrinth had no master but it still operated. So, why create one, and also be confined to living in the deepest bowels of it? No matter how hard I thought about it, there was no answer, for the time being. Let's head to the innermost room to extract the magic stone. The room was small, no bigger than the living quarters with a single object inside. The core was inside tree-like roots, probably black tentacles, that extended from the floor to the ceiling. It floated in the air as it emitted a bright light. Were the tentacles that developed it eating the light? On a closer look, the tip of each tentacle seemed to be a dark vortex that continuously drained the light. It was a bit creepy, so I tried not to touch them as I grabbed the rugby ball-sized Marquis-cut magic stone. The moment I touched it, the light grew brighter, triggering the goggles' shade function. The brilliance quickly subsided, reverting back to the previous brightness. I slowly pulled the stone away from its place. I could feel the tentacles pulling at the light as I did, and once it cleared, the labyrinth quaked as a roar came out of thin air. When the roar subsided, which sounded both far and near. I felt the labyrinth change slightly. The dark vortexes at the tips of the tentacles disappeared, leaving them look like horrid black roots, which means the labyrinth's death had begun. Victory. The moment I tried to leave the quorum, I felt my entire body go numb as an electrical shock run from the tip of my tips to the tip of my hair. A mail received icon appeared in the corner of my UI. I activated the TSS and opened the mailbox with a trembling finger. Unreadable characters. It was what was shown on the display of the unread mail. I looked at the subject, which was written in hieroglyphic-like characters. The auto-translation function kicked in immediately. Fortunately. Subject: strange sender, error. I then tapped on the mail. The lost child from a different world. My name is Error. This me now speaks to you, who has lived in this world the way you wanted. This me is but an overseer. However, is this really how you wish to deal with the labyrinth? Do you wish to release the negativity trapped within the labyrinth? In that case, this me shall lend you a hand. The lost child from a different world with no magic. This me hereby grants you this. The translation function deciphered the unknown text. But this, what in the world is this? The mysterious sender seems to be watching me. After the subjugation of the Emerald Demon Labyrinth, this mysterious figure also sent me a similar message, telling me to live the way I wanted to in this world. That's why I had set the labyrinth subjugation as one of my goals while living in this world. I wanted to rebel against those who'd sent me here. But the negativity within the labyrinth, release it? No it isn't even hidden. The person was referring to the labyrinth master. I'm not sure about the connection to the labyrinth, but the master, seems like the higher-ups want them to be mercy killed. Can't you save them instead? Can you not save these labyrinth masters instead? I shouted at the empty room. Are you not watching me? Are you not listening to me? However, there was no new mail. Was there really no way to save them instead? I'm not an ally of justice, nor am I a hero. I'm just a mere explorer. However, when I go diving again, if it is still in my capability, let's try to liberate the labyrinth master. A gift box was attached to the mail. Apparently, it was the gift mentioned in the mail. After I received it, I summoned it. The box appeared before me as the gathering light particles looked more guard than usual. It was actually wrapped in pink paper wrap. I pressed on the open, close button on the box's lid and it opened automatically. What was inside was an item the system identified as a magic identification tag. I took it out and looked at it. The so-called magic identification tag was two pieces of oval plates connected to a silver chain. This looked like a military ID tag from my previous world. It was also called a dog tag and it was one of the avatar accessories available in VMB. The plate was engraved with my first and last name, Schwarzpowder, and a string of numbers. This was my VMB nickname and affiliated group as I belonged to a FPS team called P0, and the numbers were probably my account number in VMB. But why did that person even bother to send me this? Activating the TSS, I looked for the magic dog tag in the avatar menu. Opening the accessory list, I scrolled through the items, and magic identification tag. Even those without magic power will be able to register their biometric information that is required to use the transfer circle if they're wearing this. However, this effect will only work when the tag is equipped. Wow, I was lost for words. The inability to use transfer circles had been a great disadvantage to me. However, this item would fix that and allow me to quickly leave and enter the transfer circle, and all the copies brought out from a dead labyrinth were usually one-way due to the lack of magic. But if it's used outside or inside the labyrinth, where it's teeming with magic, even the copies could be used as two-way circles. Selecting the tag, I placed it in my necklace slot via the avatar customization. The dog tag in my hand turned into particles before forming around my neck. I sent the sender my thanks in my heart as I headed back to the upper floor. The 25th floor to be exact, since that was where the circle was. After I got my hands on the labyrinth core, I suddenly got mail in my VMB mailbox, even though it has been pretty much unused the majority of the time I'd been here. It was the same as when I subjugated the Emerald Demon Labyrinth. This time, the mail was some sort of congratulatory message for conquering the labyrinth. I'd gotten a magic identification tag along with it, and if I wore it, it should allow me to use the transfer circle even though I'm a Manuk. To confirm this, I backtracked to the 25th floor. At the center of the Guardian's room was the circle. It was round with a 4 meters diameter and engraved with a series of multi-layered runes. Looking closely, the symbols also resembled the symbols that I'd received in that mail. But no matter how much I looked, the auto-translation refused to work this time. Was it because the system couldn't recognize the characters? Or was it because it was magic? I stood in the circle's center before I drew my combat knife from its sheath on my leg. I intended to cut myself to drip some blood for the biometric information. But after I register it, do I really want to instantly transfer to the first floor? All the guards outside should have heard that roar. So where should I make my escape? To the administration building, or should I aim to go outside? I never thought I'd use the circle. Thus I hadn't thought about it. Just in case, I activated the TSS and went to the ACM, Avatar Customization menu. Then I switched my appearance to Shafts E/N. I don't want to keep typing out Avatar Customization menu, so I'm just going to shorten it to ACM. I summoned the Supplely box and rearranged my equipment. I also made sure that all my special grenades were replenished. I set the baton and the Welrod on my waist. Next, I took out the Asval and slung it over my shoulder, making sure it was hidden on my back. Then I put my German overcoat over it and stashed 4 tomahawks in it. Finally, some spare magazines, and I was ready to go. I carried the bag containing the labyrinth's core on my back before I used a knife from my inner pocket to make a small cut on my finger. I let 3 drops of blood drip onto the circle. My chest felt warm. Perhaps it was the magical identification tag giving off the heat. I could see the circle emit light and the blood absorbed and spread throughout the circle. Now the circle was dyed red for a moment before it sank into the floor. Will it really work? For the time being, it seemed to react to my blood was different from the time I tried without it. But nothing happened. I only read the simple instructions on the circle, so I wasn't exactly familiar with how it operated. Should I infuse some power into it? No way I could do that. Is there a special chant? I don't know. What to do now? Escape, operate, transfer. Perhaps it responded to the last word I shouted. The circle glowed again and spun clockwise, once, twice, and then thrice before a curtain of light appeared and blocked my view for a few seconds. But when it dissipated, I found myself outside the labyrinth in the forest. Someone came out. In here. While I was still perplexed by the sudden change in scenery, I heard a man shouting from behind. Looking back to the entrance of the labyrinth, I could see numerous guards and administrators. Apparently, I had transferred a little bit away from the entrance. Ooh, Shaft. It's Shaft-san, right? Did you manage to conquer the labyrinth? Apparently, they saw me from the entrance, so they immediately bombarded me with questions as they came at me. The guy who had called out to me was the same clerk who handled my registration a few days ago. Is it really conquered? How about the labyrinth core? While I was still processing the first question, they had already surrounded me. The labyrinth was conquered. Didn't you hear the roar earlier? The guards and administrators instantly screamed in response to my reply. I had no idea if it was screams of joy or what. I was caught off guard by their praises as a guard urged me to the admin building, so I decided to go there first. Before I knew it, 2 guards had already mounted their horses and rode off towards Fort Barga. In the admin building, I was basically interrogated. Like, how was I able to transverse through the 21st floor and beyond? What creatures spawned there? About the Guardian and the Labyrinth Master, and how was I able to extract the core? Of course, I was under no obligation to answer, but I politely answered what I could talk about. I only got to leave the building after 3 hours. Along the end, a gentleman who claimed himself as the director of the Wolffang Labyrinth invited me for a short meal, during which he requested me to participate in the Harvest Festival. He also offered to buy the core from me and asked me to come along when he reported the matter to Duke Barger. He treated me differently compared to the other administrators. Unfortunately, I had to decline almost everything. After this, I would be following Ashley to the southern region of Kurtmaga Kingdom. I didn't believe I'd make it back in time for the festival, and I specifically asked Duke Barger for permission to explore the labyrinth. As a member of the Mercenary Guild, so I think he'd have expected I would have raided the labyrinth soon. I don't want to stop by his office just to say I've done it. I wanted to show off the labyrinth core to the people at Marida Company, so I said that I couldn't sell it right away. After giving an appropriate excuse and telling him I had to leave, I left the admin building. The sun had almost set. Would I make it before the gate closed? Thinking about the labyrinth, as I walked along the forest path, I couldn't help but feel accomplished. I still had questions about the Guardian and Master. Next time, if I reached the end of a labyrinth again, I might encounter a similar situation. With that in mind, I moved on quickly. Something is coming. I could hear it through my sound sensors. A galloping horse coming towards me. However, it sounded heavy. Unlike those belonging to messengers, it was as if the rider and their horse was outfitted with heavy equipment. I stopped and watched my surroundings. My radar also hadn't displayed any blips, but I could already see it to the end of the road. A black knight. Not one of those Barger knights. Something more terrifying. It seemed to have noticed me and increased its speed. The black horse was also fully armored. One hand on the rein, the knight reached for something at its side. The next moment, it held a massive halberd in both hands and the horse sped up. This had to be a skill. With unnatural speed, the horse and its rider approached. As I was walking down the forest path in the evening, a fully armored horse with a black knight appeared. He held an enormous jet black halberd as he charged at me. Their speed only grew faster as the knight shifted into his charge. I tried to move out of the knight's way, but he followed accordingly, so it was obvious now that he was aiming for me. Its big The galloping horse looked larger than regular horses. Its head was actually taller than me. The black knight that rode on top of it was also huge. He was completely encased in armor from head to toe. To evade the black knight, I waited for the moment when changing the direction of his charge would have been impossible before doing a slide jump. During the moment we crossed, my eyes met the knight's glowing eyes that were visible through the opening of the visor. The black knight's plate armor was decorated with protruding spikes, almost as if the design had been based on a monster. Was that a magic stone in its chest? I could have sworn I saw a large jewel glowing with an earthen color. While maintaining eye contact with the black knight, I took out 2 tomahawks from my undercoat. Without charging off too far, the knight turned its horse around and faced me again. First of all, let me ask, are you not mistaking your target? Black Mask Shaft, you are but a pebble in our path of supremacy. Our master has ordered for your elimination. So, it is Castus again. To think that you'd bothered to wait for me to leave the labyrinth first. Very well, I'll become a roadblock in your so-called path of supremacy. Facing off on the forest path, I tightened my grip on my weapons. I had resolved myself to kill. I honestly did not want to imagine what'll happen if that halberd skewered my body. Was my mind playing tricks on my? Not only the black knight, but the horse also exhaled roughly, as if they both were excited for battle. The knight kicked the sides of the horse. It responded by taking a stride, then suddenly disappeared from sight. Wah! The black knight actually urged its mount to jump into the air. Its front hives were already over my head by the time I realized. I was caught off guard for a moment by their agility. I barely managed to avoid being trampled underfoot. The landing caused the ground to crack and a heavy thud echoed throughout the forest. I couldn't afford to be distracted by it as the night swing quickly followed. I crossed the two tomahawks over my head, catching the halberd. I was able to stop the one-hand swing, but I sunk into the ground up to my ankles as the impact was stronger and heavier than expected. "You can block that? Then how about this?" The Black Knight pulled its left fist back and then punched towards me, even though it would have reached. Heavy shock wave. The fist that swung from afar actually landed on my chest. To be exact, the shock wave that emitted from that skill did. Having all the air in my lungs pushed out left me unable to speak. Since my feet were buried in the ground, I hadn't been able to evade, and had to take the attack head-on. And the impact from that attack had been strong enough to uproot my feet, and I fell on my back, leaving me in a disadvantageous position. I was only able to see the front hives of the horse as it raised them. I rolled to the side and avoided it before getting to my feet and slid jumping to create distance. I still felt numb all over. Focusing on my hands as I still held my weapons, I waited for the numbness to go away. The Black Knight wasn't going to give me the chance, however. With some distance between us, they got into a charging posture. I quickly looked around, realized I was standing in the middle of the road while the knight was facing the forest. At the very least, if I could pull them into the forest and hinder the horse's mobility. "If you won't let me lure you into the forest, then..." The Black Knight prepared its next charge, apparently gaining that unnatural acceleration via the use of dash. Confirming that, I did a slide jump further back and tossed an M84 flashbang into their path. The knight knew I had thrown something and still charged nonetheless. A roar sounded, followed by a flash. Mew! The Black Knight lost its balance, then fell off his still galloping horse. Although he landed on his feet, he was still off balance. My two tomahawks flew at its head. They both landed, but only the high-pitched screech of metal sounded out. I turned from the knight and tossed an M67 frag grenade towards the stunned horse. I needed to get rid of his source of mobility. I put my hands in my overcoat, intending to groom my two remaining tomahawks. Then, I recalled the sound they made on the knight's head, which probably meant a glancing blow. A suit of armor couldn't be penetrated by the throwing force of my enhanced throw. The 9mm per ABM rounds might not be enough. Then, how about the 9x39 from the Asval on my back? That may be the key to this battle. I tossed an M67 grenade at the stunned knight as he was leaning over. Right as I pulled the pin and threw it, the knight finally rose up, its hidden eyes staring straight at me, the earth-colored gem on its chest. No, the magic stone began to glow. The suit of armor started to emit black particles that quickly converged together. The grenade exploded right before him, engulfing in fire and shrapnel. The sound of clanging metal followed. Not working, huh? Neither the tomahawks, nor a point-blank grenade managed to scratch that suit of armor. While I watched the groggy knight, I weighed my options. This might be too difficult for what I had on my right now. I could change my armaments, but the process was not instant. The Black Knight wouldn't allow me such an opening. The knight approached me warily, step by step. Along the way, noticing the horse was still alive despite the grenade mangling one of its leg, the knight stopped next to it. The knight then cut the horse's head off with the halberd. "Somehow, you are truly more than meets the eye, Black Mask Shaft. And you are still not dead yet. That armor seems quite sturdy. Shame you didn't make one for your horse." Unfortunately, I've never heard of anyone willing to make magic armor for horses. Magic armor, huh? But Black Mask Shaft, can you break through the protection of this Terra Chaos magic armor? I robbed the knight of its mobility. However, the magic armor gave me another level of difficulty. Under the burning red sky, The second round against the cactus assassin would begin. The assassin from the Dark Guild cactus attacked me once again. This time, without its huge horse. Initially, I'd been caught off guard by the horse's high mobility. But what was more surprising was the sturdiness of the knight's magical armor Terra Chaos. A direct hit from my tomahawk, along with a point-blank explosion from a M67 fragmentation grenade hadn't nicked it. So, how could I penetrate the defense? The knight was decked out in full plate armor. If I chose to, I think I could escape if I tried. However, that probably would not be a great option. This time, they fielded a heavy knight like this one. If I escaped, they would still be after me. But if I killed the Black Knight here and now, they might consider the task impossible and give up on killing me. Counteroffensive. Counteroffensive, huh? The knight approached step by step, halberd in hand. Black mask shaft, let's go. His words echoed under the red sky. The halberd was posed to strike and the knight slid in with unnatural speed. This must have been due to dash. I also in turn tossed the tomahawk I had in my hands and followed up with a forward slide jump. The knight decided to rely on the sturdiness of the armor instead of attempting to evade or block. The sound of metal colliding violently sounded out, followed by the sound of air being cut as the halberd was thrusted forward. I evaded without a second though, slide jumping before jumping over the knight. All while pulling out the Walrod. I fired the pistol, aiming for his head, neck, back, and hips while still airborne. The 9x19 Parabem raced through the air with little sound, but that proved not to be enough to pierce the armor. An expected result, and it seemed the knight had expected it as well as he swung his halberd round, then aimed to hit me with the axe head as I landed. Before my feet had touched the ground, I had already pressed the button at the base of my left index finger, instantly deploying the CBS. The attack had been blocked but I was still sent flying by the impact. Black mask shaft. What manner of being at you? I previously thought you were a warrior who fought with light weapons, but your attack just now and the defensive capability. Are you a magic warrior? We faced each other in the open road once again, but I didn't immediately reply to the knight's question, letting the misunderstanding float about as it may end up being to my benefit. No, it was not magic. I could not sense any magical vibrations. A magic tool then? I held the Walrod like a tonga and a tomahawk on the other hand. The armor's defense was so high that regular shots wouldn't do anything regardless of how accurate they were. I needed to try and specifically hit the less armored parts with pinpoint accuracy. 9x19 didn't work, and while the knight had a fairly wide reach, I needed to make some distance, but the knight had already dashed in, closing what little distance at once. I managed to evade the stabbing thrust but the axe head still nicked my side. Once my feet were on the ground, I moved in, hitting the left side of the knight's helmet with the blunt side of the tomahawk. At the same time, also hitting the right side with the Walrod. Metal clang, stunning the Black Knight, while I lowered myself and kicked his from behind. Go. From his perspective, my movements must have felt weird. The fighting method in this world consisted of magical skills and developing power and range over time. As a result, I felt that the CQC quality was left behind. Furthermore, the existence of melee magic meant that most wounds could be healed, regardless of body structure. This probably diluted people's inclinations to exploit the structural weaknesses of the human body, like shaking the brain, targeting the joints, the body's center of gravity. They lacked the awareness of all that in CQC. Despite the full plate armor and helmet, the knight still fell onto his back. Taking that chance, I swung the tomahawk down on his neck. However, my attack had been hindered by the chainmail underneath the plate, which I hadn't accounted for until now. While laying on his back, the knight was able to swing his halberd at me. I avoided that attack with the back. So even the parts that aren't covered by the armor are protected as well? I made a blunder. However, this Terra Chaos is a full set of everything, including the helmet and the chainmail. Therefore, its protection is solid, invincible even. The only way to undo its protection is to hit it with an immense amount of magic. Certainly, it's meaningless if you could target an opening in the armor if there was protection sturdy under the armor. However, the hits to his head still seemed to have transmitted to his head. The knight still appeared to be groggy and wary about his head as he stood back up. That was a move I've never seen before. But do not, it will work a second time. Phew. I wonder about that. I tossed another flashbang in front of the Black Knight. This time, it was closer than before and the armor couldn't protect him from flashes and loud noises. But contrary to my expectation, the Black Knight actually dashed forward, approaching it mid-flight. I said the same trick would not work a second time. The halberd was swung and the knight knocked the flashbang away with the flat of the head. Wah! The M84 exploded harmlessly in the distance and the knight continued forward, rotating in a flowing manner. That must have been a skill. Revolving style slash. The motion looked like a normal rotating slash, but there was something peculiar with the axe's edge. I didn't know the effect of the skill, but I'd already activated the CPS to block it. It took the brunt of the hit and flung me sideways. The knight followed with a thrust of his halberd. I managed to block the first thrust with the tomahawk, but their second thrust knocked it away when the welded on the third thrust. No, to be precise, I deliberately let the welded go without going against the halberd's momentum. I grabbed the knight's outstretched wrist, put my foot into his pelvis and then rolled along the elbow with my body. Normally, hand-to-hand combat moves like this wouldn't have been effective against heavily armored opponents, but it was okay if done at point blank when the opponent couldn't retaliate. Riding along with the flow of my movements, I pulled out a combat knife from my pocket with my left hand, switched the grip midway, then stabbed into the opening of the knight's visor. Beyond the opening, of course, was his eye. Gwah! The Black Knight released the halberd due to the pain. I quickly picked up the weapon and threw it away. I then pulled out the electromagnetic baton hanging at my hip. It was about time to finish up. I pressed the tip of the baton into the collapsed knight's throat and switched it on. The high voltage current that the baton released obviously affected the knight. I kept applying it over and over until the knight barely moved anymore. Goo, you bastard, what did you? The knight was still somehow conscious. Perhaps the armor provided some lightning resistance. I'll finish it with the next one. Phew, her. Do not underestimate the terror chaos. Unless this armor is broken apart, the magic imbued into it will heal me back in no time. Whilst saying that, the knight actually pulled the knight from his eye on his own. Then, with a dull but strong flick of his wrist, the knight flew at me. I backed off to avoid the knife, once again creating distance between us. I had to show off a bit. Bypassing the defense by aiming for openings won't work. I needed to show them that I had enough firepower to pierce through even the terror chaos. The sun had completely set and the sky was now filled with stars that illuminated us. Right. A single blow that will dye the sky red once more. After walking 30 ms away, I found that the Black Knight still couldn't move yet. I activated the TSS, then got ready to run as fast as I could back towards the knight. The next moment, I jumped as high as I could with the aid of the powersuit. 10, 20. I quickly gained altitude before ending up above him. A large amount of light particles started to gather around me midair. The tank trailer, Oshkosh M978, emerged. The vehicle fell faster than me due to its weight by far, as the trailer's center of gravity tipped midair, casing it to fall vertically towards the knight. Yes, it was the full tank of fuel I'd accidentally bought. Eat that. Using the front side of the M978 as a springboard, I kicked away from it, creating distance as I went backwards. The knight raised his hands as if to catch the massive trailer, the earth-colored magic stone on his chest glowing, and dark particles once again appeared to converge around the armor. Noting this midair, I took out the Asval and aimed. The trailer crashed into the night with a loud roaring sound. I fired on it, causing its armor to hit zero and fuel began to leak. One of the runs sparked and the fuel ignited, triggering a chain reaction that caused it all to erupt into a fiery inferno. A massive pillar of flames erupted and the sky lit up red once again. I felt the need through the Terror Chaos Armor's defenses in order to put the Dark Guild cactus in their place. So, I had to finish the night in the most flashy way, and thus, I chose to drop that fuel trailer by using it like a free firebomb. The result was a massive explosion followed by a massive pillar of fire. The explosion had set the eastern part of the forest road ablaze. The knight should have been underneath it, but there was no way to confirm the kill until the flames subsided. The wreckage of the M978 still burned at the center of the crater. The armor gauge read 0 and the system judged it to be destroyed. The wreckage would soon turn into light particles and disperse. The scattered fuel still burned as well. Motes of light floated up into the sky along with the fire. It was a fantastic scene, so to speak, but with nothing left to burn. The fire died off. Smoke and the smell of burning earth filled the air. I doubted the knight could survive that. The heat permeating from the ground penetrated the soles of my shoes as I walked to the crater to check. Lying in the crater was the magic armor, intact and partially buried in dirt. On its back. I didn't think the Isval would work against the armor, but I still held it at the ready as I approached carefully. The magic armor was intact, so did that mean the person inside also survived? When I got to the knight, I finally lowered my weapon. The knight's head looked lifelessly to the sky. I couldn't see his face nor his eyes through the slits in the visor. Looking closely, only the earth-colored gem seemed to have been damaged. It was cracked and its color had been lost. With my foot, I lightly nudged the head only to hear something crunch and the smell of heavily charred meat. That convinced me that the Black Knight had truly, but as a precaution, I lined the crosshair on his chest and shot twice. With a dull sound, the bullets easily penetrated the armor. I see. Losing the gem will cause its sturdiness to be lost. This had not crossed my mind earlier, so I hadn't tried attacking it. Turns out, the magic stone was its weak point. After I confirmed the battle was over, I started to walk away from the crater and back into the main road while activating the TSS. I resupplied the ammo I spent and the tomahawks as well as checking out the M987 that had been destroyed. The vehicle that had been destroyed was in the garage as a garbage item. Players had the option to either perform a full repair, which costs slightly less than buying a new one, or dispose of the vehicle. Of course, I chose to repair it. Let us also refuel everything while I was at it. I took out the resupply box while I kept an eye on the surroundings. I did so because I was worried about more attackers, but it seemed he had come alone. My sound sensors had suddenly picked up the sound of horse hooves in the distance of Fort Barga. I immediately hid myself behind a tree and watched the situation. Although the radar hadn't shown anything, the path was wide enough to see what was coming from afar. A few hundred meters away, a large group of mounted knights were escorting several carriages. Weren't those Western Barga knights? The armor worn by the lead riders was that of those knights. Several carriages could be seen following after them, with even more knights behind, and they were heading towards my position. Apparently, I was a bit late in hiding myself behind the tree. I went out of my hiding spot to greet the group. They traveled at a moderate speed as they only had the starlight as a source of lighting. My radar had already pinged 50 of them already. The cavalrymen swerved around and surrounded me, while the carriage stopped a few meters before me. The carriage door opened and I wondered who'd come out. I was wondering who dared to rampage around here. Turns out it's the Black Mask Shaft. 3 people came out. Oldman. I did not expect that it would happen in a place like this. Deputy Chief Cayman. The first to disembark from the carriage was Viscount Butler Cayman, the Western Barga Knight's deputy chief, followed by the head of the Magician Guild, Count Valissimo Themis. The last one to disembark. I think it was a beastman, but I hadn't seen someone with a huge body, brown hair, and yellow eyes before. Shaft, it's been a while. Count Themis, it's been a while. Shaft? Are you that Shaft from the mercenary guild who conquered the Wolf-Fang labyrinth? Yes, my name is Shaft, and I belong to the mercenary guild. I didn't know who this beastman was, but since he was riding inside the carriage with the other two, and from his outfit, he must have been some sort of aristocrat. So I showed some courtesy and gave a light bow. Shaft, this person is from the General Guild of Barga, Count Garvas Blitz. Deputy Chief introduced the person as the top brass of the General Guild. No, just in Fort Barga, right? By the way, Shaft, was that erupting flame that reached into the sky earlier your work? Yes, I briefly explained what happened earlier to the three. Count Themis promptly went to see the armor upon the mention of its name. Since Count Blitz mentioned not to mind him, I continued my recount of the events. In any case, the city gate had been closed while I had been busy with the night. So, I decided to stay the night in the labyrinth's administration building. Furthermore, the three men were curious how I managed to get past the 21st floor. I actually wanted to return to Barga as soon as possible, then head south, but it couldn't be helped. Many tents had been set around the building even though it was dark outside. A frontline base not unlike that I saw around the Emerald Demon Labyrinth once it had been conquered. Originally, after hearing the news about the labyrinth being conquered, Deputy Chief Kamen had immediately dispatched a group of knights. They included fielding some of the General Guild's staff and investigators. I recounted my experience inside the labyrinth, as per their request, sure not to mention what should not be mentioned. But the General Guild leader Count Blitz was quite thorough with his questions. As it turned out, he was a former member of that soul party that managed to reach their 25th floor many years ago. Sparking of which, Marta-san did mention something about that. The party had disbanded after withdrawing from there, and that one member ended up joining the General Guild. The Guardian? How did you defeat it exactly? No. How did you stop it from retreating back into the water to recover? Count Blitz was the only one listening to me. Viscount Kamen was busy preparing the labyrinth's operation, which would start tomorrow. Count Themis was engrossed with the magic armor Terra Chaos and was surrounded by several of his disciples. That crocodile? So your party had trouble fighting against it? Indeed we did. Once wounded, it would retreat back into the water and heal itself. After repeated attempts being stumped by it, it became obvious that it was impossible for us to continue fighting. We planned to defeat the Guardian so we could return back using the transfer magic circle, but we couldn't. The journey back was like a war of attrition and our party started to collapse. Count Blitz, who stood beside me as he recounted his experience, sent a distant look at the labyrinth's entrance through the window. So, did you pull through? I wounded it, then used fire magic on the water when it retreated back into the pool. Your Excellency has seen what my magic is capable of. It's not great magic or anything, but it's enough to boil the water. With the water's temperature being so high, the Guardian couldn't stay submerged for too long and was forced to surface. So, there was that kind of method. I didn't use any magic, but it was not like I was lying. It should be okay to provide this much information. Shaft. Yes? Why don't you join the General Guild? Count Blitz, still looking out the window, turned to me and asked, "It is an honor to receive a direct invitation from Your Excellency, but pardon me as I have to refuse." I see, but Shaft, I'm sorry to say, you can't go on like this. This country isn't such a free country that it will let a talent who could conquer a labyrinth bound to roam free for too long. And most importantly, we can't afford to let that talent fall into another country's hands. That means, if I intended to leave this country to take root in another, Kurtmaga Kingdom would attempt to eliminate me before I could do this. But I have a lot of acquaintances in this kingdom. I have no intention of leaving anytime soon. In that case, you should put yourself under someone's wing. If not the General Guild, then a duke or even a simple lord will do, as long as it's an aristocrat under this country. Thank you for the consideration. I'll keep that in mind. Fun. You conquered the long-standing Wolf-Fang labyrinth. This level of advice is not enough to show how grateful I am. The Count left with a laugh after saying so. I should rest as well. Tomorrow I would head back to the city once the gate opened. The next day, I left the administration building during the early morning hours. The knights and the General Guild's staff had also started the day's activities, heading inside the labyrinth to clean up the monsters. Count Blitz, the leader of the Bargers branch of the General Guild, as well as Count Themis, the leader of the Magician Guild, had been studying the Terror Chaos armor the entire night. They had been resting when I left. Count Themis asked me a lot about the magic I used to kill the Black Knight, but since there was no such thing, I escaped by saying that it had been a secret technique that happened to be a forbidden curse. As for the magic armor itself, with its stone broken, it had lost all its characteristics as a magic armor and thus was impossible to repair. I had been asked about whether or not I would keep my loot, but when I heard Count Themis mentioning I want to study it and it will greatly contribute to the future of magic toolcraft, I didn't have the heart to say yes. So, I decided to sell the armor to the guild on the spot. I greeted Viscount Cayman, who was overseeing the procession outside, then headed off toward Fort Barger. But that had just been a fluke. I originally planned to leave immediately after killing the Black Knight, but I ended up spending the night in the admin building instead. There was a possibility that Cactus was watching me, so I needed to be this careful. Once I reached the point where people could no longer see me clearly, I immediately turned the floor mode on and hastened my pace. After confirming there was no one watching, I activated my TSS and took out the Kawasaki KLR from my garage. Then, I sped off northward. The area I was heading towards was populated with hills. Even if they could somehow trace where I was heading, it'd be pointless if they couldn't physically catch up with me. From there, I switched my avatar setting to Schwartz, then headed to the Fort Barger through the hills. When I finally arrived at the city gate, it was just before they closed. Leisurely, I walked beneath the magic-powered streetlights that had been on for a few more hours. My destination was Schwartz's permanent residence, the labyrinth's white flower. I was welcomed by the smiling face of Marina-san, the landlady. As usual, I returned to my room and checked if I made it in time for dinner. As it turned out, there was still some time left until last order. I promptly headed to the dining room. "You finally returned," I heard a familiar voice as I entered the dining room. It was filled with people enjoying their supper, but there was a single table occupied by one person. With some nearby vacant tables nearby, Rumi tapped on her table to signal me to sit with her. It couldn't be helped. I'd already thought about meeting her anyway. The timing was a bit unexpected, but there shouldn't be anything wrong with it, right? "It's been a while, Rumi-san. It's been a while. Schwartz-kun, I haven't seen you for a month or two." "Were you out on an expedition?" Sitting across from Rumi-san, I ordered something to eat from the waiter before I replied to her. I told her I'd been exploring the labyrinth, as usual, then was in the Northern Hills area for a while. "I see. Come visit the General Guild to take requests from time to time. It'll be good on your resume after all." "I'll think about it." I took the chance to observe Rumi-san while I dug into the food the waiter brought. Tonight, Rumi-san wore a white shirt similar to the clerk's instead of her usual armor. What's more, she left some buttons undone, showing a fair amount of skin. "You seem dressed differently tonight." It's because Ashley's tenure as an instructor has ended. I haven't been taking to the field lately, just coordinating investigations and other office work every day. Then what's Ashley doing now? She already quit the guild. Originally, she didn't plan to stay in Barger too long. She only aimed to get the investigator qualification and get some experience. Afterward, she'd return to the territory where her parents lived. It's a bit earlier than expected, but I think she should be leaving the capital by now. I see. Fun. Do you want to see her? Yes. Of course. Oh yeah, you make it very clear there. But do you know what it means to be a Zephanel? The meaning? What about it? Although I do know that it's a family name. Who? Schwartz-Kun. Do you still remember what I said to you before? Which one? In response to my reply, Rumi-san chugged the entirety of her glass before looking me straight in the eye and asked once more, Schwartz-Powder, you appeared all of a sudden here in the fort city of Baga, in the kingdom of Kurtmaga. A mysterious man with your peculiar set of skills and surname. From the time I gave you a task until now, I've been digging around for any trace of your background to no avail. What is your goal? Why are you here? This question, it was similar to the one Rumi-san asked me when I was still new to this world, back at the Marl village inn. You're still troubled by my peculiar name and skills up until now? Are you disappointed? I'm not. It's just that it's not something I kept secret to begin with. As for my purpose, well, in a nutshell, living day by day I guess. Living? Yes, nothing special. Eat meals, drink delicious tea, interacting with someone of their opposite sex, hanging out with friends, and sleep peacefully. Get myself a job, make money, and get myself a place to live. That's all. Is that really all? Then why did you appear in Baga of all places? It's a coincidence, or let us just say, because of something beyond human control. By the way, I heard the wolf labyrinth has finally been conquered. Yes. I will be busy again starting tomorrow. I don't know how convincing my answer was, but it's not like I was lying either. I just didn't say the entire truth, although even if I did, I doubt anyone would believe it. In any case, I'm already a resident of this world. Do you want to buy a map? Unfortunately, it's only up until the 20th floor. You already gone that far? Thanks. I will be sure to buy it tomorrow. If possible, I'd like you to draw the map for the floors beyond that as well. I'm afraid I'll have to decline. I'll be heading on a trip soon, and I don't know when I'll visit Baga again. I see. That's a shame. I have a feeling like you have more to offer, but it's too bad if the time isn't right. I'm grateful that I got to meet you though. Thanks to the map assignment, I finally found my goal in this world. You're such a charmer. But I must warn you that women are creatures of jealousy, so you should only say that kind of thing to one person. I'll keep that in mind. All right then, I'll return to my room now. I'll deliver the map at noon tomorrow. All right, thank you. Thank you for buying. The next morning, I decided to head to the Marida Company. When I left the inn this morning, I saw adventurers already heading towards the General Guild. News of the labyrinth's conquest had already spread when I returned to Baga. Looking at how quickly the guild responded, it showed how much power Count Blitz commanded in the guild. The entertainment district to the south had also heard this news and began preparations for a harvest festival. Spirits were already flaring as the residents worked hard to put on the festival, making the occasion give off a refreshing feel. When the Marida Company's office came into view, there were also many carts and wagons parked out front. As I approached, one of the escorts noticed me. Good morning, Schwartz-san. Good morning. Is Bill-san or Malta-san available? Yes, both the chairman and manager are in the office. Let me inform them, so stay put. The escort was someone who saw me often visit. Thus, the process was quickened. I didn't want to barge into someone's office without permission, so I decided to wait in the reception area. Sorry for the wait, Schwartz-san. I was sitting on the sofa when I heard Malta-san and Bill-san's footsteps as I reclined. They came immediately once they heard I was here. It's been a while, Malta-san. Yes, it's been a while, Schwartz-san. I thought you'd visit later today or tomorrow. But first of all, congratulations on conquering the Wolf-Fang Labyrinth. Thank you, but it was Shaft that conquered it. I'd like to keep it that way. Yes, I'll keep that in mind. Bill, can you please tell everyone to stay away from the room for a while? And prepare some tea. Certainly. I'll have Arm and Silvara stand guard in the hallway. While we waited for Bill-san to return with the tea, we exchanged stories to keep each other up to date. Apparently, there hadn't been any major changes to the company since the attack in the capital. Rather, as the days go by, rumor had it that the company was the only merchant company that could contact Black Mask Shaft. There was some trouble because some aristocrats insisted on becoming partners, as well as the Great Ravensburg Trading Society whom worked in the same industry. By the way, in regards to the rumor, the company would just state it was a misunderstanding or false information. Malta-san's only daughter, Minya, was currently attending the academy as normal. I was worried there'd be some sort of retaliation from the remnants of the Yagok company, or omnibus bandits. So far however, there had been no sign of such, probably because they were too scared of Shaft's shadow. According to Bill-san, the bento sales were growing steadily. By manufacturing the boxes, technology of such boxes continued to improve. Currently, they were working with the Blacksmith Guild to manufacture metal lunch boxes. Perhaps in the future, there would be Inamayu bentos made of aluminum. Although I hadn't found umeboshi in this world yet, the wholesale of magic quartz remained strong. Of course, I got my share of the sales. The magic weapon I'd forgotten existed until now, Rot Poison Dagger, was finally sold. The buyer was the Duke of Baga. With the Wolffang Labyrinth conquered, the magic quarter in the 21st floor would be drawn more often. I exited the labyrinth without confirming what happened to the heavy rain, but even if it stopped, there should have been enough pooled water. Malta-san joyously said that it'd be easy to pump it all out. At this rate, there'd be a temporary decline in the sales. We agreed to stop selling the magic water until the boom subsided and the prices normalized. I then showed them the labyrinth's core and asked them to sell it in my stead. When it came to large stones like this, I couldn't just bring it to the guild or any noble I founded along the way to sell it. Basically, we'll look for buyers via an auction held in a large city. According to Malta-san, this kind of magic stone would always be featured as a final item in an auction. The winning bid would likely skyrocket and they promised to place it in the most prestigious auction. Acknowledging that, I borrowed a magnifying glass for the appraisal from Malta-san. Both of us proceeded to enjoy the core's brilliance together. Bill-san came back with a pushcart with a tea set on top. This time, he was not serving black tea but green tea. Pardon me for the wait. I posted Arm and Silvara to guard the border of the sales floor. That way no one will be able to hear us. I told them we would be having an important talk, so they are not to let anyone in. Thank you. Those girls, what about them and the two others with them? The Fox Beastkin twin sister Arm and Silvara, as well as the other two girls Priscilla and Amy, were rescued from Yagok Company. They've been working with the Marida Company ever since then to repay the borrowed money. Arm and Silvara have officially joined the company's escort team. Rather than continuing as adventurers, they said it would be safer and more profitable to work under the company that is part of the Great Ravensburg Trading Society. Amy and Priscilla have also joined as a maid and seller for Marida Company. Now that you mention it, I did see the two during the Harvest Festival at the Emerald Demon Labyrinth. Yes, those two have good memories. I'm actually planning to recommend them to work as maids for someone's mansion. Is Schwartz-san interested in buying a mansion? A mansion? I don't think I would anytime soon. I'm not going to settle in Baga for long. I'm leaving tomorrow morning. Are you changing your base of operation? Bill looked very disappointed. Regardless of anything else, I decided to follow Ashley to the south. But when I looked to Bill-san's side, I realized that Malta-san was stunned by what I said. Where are you going to? To the southern area of Kurtmaga Kingdom. What was it? Marine City Amma. I'm heading there. Amma? Could it be for the pirate extermination? Do you know about it, Malta-san? Why of course. I'm a merchant doing business all over this country after all. Marida Company has a merchant ship in Amma. And then, I heard of the situation in Amar from Malta-san. Originally, Amar's main maritime trade partners were the Union of Islands scattered in the south. However, the pirates started to settle on the uninhabited islands between Amar and the Union. Then, 4 years ago, some noble families in Amar took up arms and set sail to subjugate the pirates. A naval erupted and both to severe damage. The subjugation fleet lost their flagship while many of the pirates were sunk. However, the pirates have become active recently half a year ago and began to attack Amar's fishing and merchant ships again. The city's response had been much slower this time, mostly due to the higher-ups. The city was part of Count Valira's territory, but he'd been more concerned with his inland territories. He had been ignorant on the seaside affairs. Losing their powerful nobles during the naval battle 4 years prior, the Amar escort fleet lacked proper guidance and command. Thus, they continued to fall behind. It was said they were having a hard time. I see. Thank you for this valuable piece of information. No, it's nothing much. If you are still going to Amar, please drop by our merchant ship. I will write a letter so they will provide you with some assistance. Thank you for the continued support. Afterward, Bill-san and Malta-san continued our conversation over lunch. After chatting with Malta-san and the others, I received the letter promised by Malta-san to show to their merchant ship in Amar before I left for the General Guild's museum. I asked the librarian there whether they'd gotten any word from Rumi-san. They confirmed that they were instructed to purchase my map in secret. I managed to sell the labyrinth map and I now had my travel money. I could have come as Shaft and received a larger reward, but I didn't want to leave any trace that Shaft had been here. So, I decided to claim the reward another time. On the way out, I took a peek at the guild's main building. Many adventurers had gathered around the board, peeling requests off and heading towards the receptionist area. A quick look there, and I exited the building. The requests seemed to be piling up. Probably just quests to exterminate the labyrinth's monsters. The remaining being inside needed to be vanquished quickly so the non-combatants could enter safely. There was, of course, 1 month until it would die. Even if it was only 25 floors, mining it would take considerable time. Using human wave tactics, the cleaning would probably be over by January. Then, the labyrinth would begin to crumble after that month-long grace period, starting from the bottom. It was also imperative that they cleaned up the 20 and below levels, as that was where the magic water was. Not only was Baga's workers becoming busy, but even people would come from the capital. Following last year's festival, the Emerald Demon, the boom still continued. Thinking about how bright the future would be for the city, I went to the carriage post near the main gate. I was ready to leave now. First, I would leave Baga and head toward the royal capital in 3 days. From there I would go on my own, either by walking or driving one of my vehicles. It's not possible to travel the entire journey via carriage from Baga. That was because, in order to go south, there were a few mountains I had to cross. One could cross them by hiring a dedicated carriage or by simply walking. But, you'd need another carriage once on the other side. It was said that if you started traveling to the south right now, you'll only arrive there by February. This was because of the mountains, compounded by the need to change carriages several times. But I wanted to cut this time down to only a month. Though I'd have to check the terrain first, as I only planned to use vehicles at night on flat roads. I boarded the carriage and left Baga in the afternoon. I wondered when I would visit again. By the way, Malta-san said that he would also head over to Amar to see the situation once the harvest festival was over. I guess I'd meet that person once again then. Duke Baga, the General Guild's staff, and the landlady of the White Flower passed through my mind as I looked at the retreating fortress walls. I'd be back again one day. See you all until then. Midnight had fallen as I drove my lav down a dark road. This lav was similar to the ones used by the JDF and many other military forces. It had an extra seat where a machine gun could be mounted. so it could fit up to 5 people. Unfortunately, this version did not come with a built-in weapon. I had thought about using the KLR 250, then reconsidered after remembering that traveling long distances on harsh terrain would only make it hard on me. Therefore, I used this instead. But because the engine was a bit loud, I had to make a detour every time I came across any rest area. When dawn approached, I returned the lav back into the garage before continuing my journey on foot. Moving through the night in the lav had cut down my travel time by a considerable amount. I was nearing the town at the foot of the mountain as I planned to stop there before crossing the mountains. After walking up down the highway from dawn to noon, the town had finally entered my sight. Surrounding it was a 1.5 meter tall. At the gate, 2 guards stood watch in a similar fashion to the capital. Halt! Are you an adventurer? If you are, can I please have a look at your card? When I reached the gate, one of the guards asked for my ID. While I presented it for inspection, I told them that it was just a visit and entered town. By the way, I'd been taking short naps inside the lav during the journey here, so I planned to stay overnight here to have a proper rest. The town had an atmosphere about it that said this was a quiet worker town. Houses were lined along the road and I asked a passerby about an inn and food. I also took a look at whichever shop caught my interest as I headed towards the inn. It felt like I was sightseeing. Veneer and the capital, with their large stone buildings, were interesting. But this town provided a different kind of enjoyment. A little ways more, I saw the inn I'd been directed to. It was still high noon, so I'd be able to sleep before the tavern got too noisy. Pushing open the doors, which reminded me of a Wild West movie, I went inside. So expensive. Why is it so expensive? Is it because I'm a lone woman? I already told you, miss, many times already. Even the singles are fully booked. Only the twin rooms are left now. I told you, too. I'm going to stay there on my own. But why did you charge me for 2? And I already told you that the problem is not the number of people but the size of the room. If you want to complain, feel free to go to another inn. Here is the only one with an available room. Well then, if you can't pay then there's nothing I can do for you. When I entered the tavern, I saw a woman arguing with the man across the bar counter. The proprietor here was probably the man she was arguing with. He looked like the typical bartending uncle whose muscled body strained the shirt and vest he wore. The one yelling was a female human with knitted red long hair and faced away from me so I couldn't see her face. But from her voice, I would guess that she was at least in her mid-teens. The proprietor seemed to have noticed when I entered. Welcome, the tavern isn't open yet, or are you here to book a room? Yes, is there any left? Perhaps noticing my arrival finally, the girl turned around. She was indeed young, around 6 or 17. She had a fair countenance with acorn-like eyes. Perhaps an adventurer as she wore light armor and easy-to-move-in clothes. Only a twin room if you're okay with that. It's our last room by the way. Yes, for one night please. With pleasure. Wait a minute here Tilda. Our talk was interrupted as we both turned to the girl. Hey, you. I was planning on staying in that room. How come you just waltzed in and stole it like that? Well, miss, another person booked that room now. So you better go to another establishment instead. I already told you that the other rooms are already booked. At this rate. Hey you, it's a twin room, so there should be an extra bed, right? I'll pay half the expense, so let me stay in that room. Swish. I heard the sound of whistling air and turned to see that it was the girl's finger pointing right at my face. I don't mind, but are you okay with that? Does this inn still guarantee your safety if you spend a night with a stranger here? It's alright. I'm a C-ranked adventurer, Charles. If you try to attack me while I'm asleep, I'll kill you. D-ranked adventurer, Schwartz. No need to bother trying to kill me. I'm here to get some sleep. Customer, are you sure? It's only for one night. I'll be off very early in the morning. The tavern also provides food. Yes? Yes. Orders start at 6 p.m. It'll be a bit noisy by then. But please excuse us for that. Very well. Until then, I'll just rest in my room. Shall. I'm going to get some sleep, so don't you go attacking me, okay? Who is going to attack you? Charles became red-faced as she threw a tantrum while pointing at me as I teased her. I paid the fee and received a key from the proprietor. I simply ignore the noise coming from the girl beside me. We were just sleeping for the night, so there shouldn't be a problem. For now, I'll sleep until dinner time. Leaving the cursing redhead, I headed to my room. Along the way to the southern port city of Amar, I stopped by a small town at the foot of the mountain. I decided to share a room with a girl named Shal, though it didn't really matter since it's only for a night. Once I entered the room I booked, I immediately activated the TSS and went to the avatar menu to change into something lighter. It was a bit inconvenient how I couldn't take off the power suit without the TSS, but without it, I would be more or less a regular person. I replaced my goggles with a Bluetooth earpiece. While I wore this, the amount of information that could be displayed, such as ammunition count or map information, would be decreased compared to just wearing the goggles. Even though I wasn't wearing the goggles, the map display still floated right there just like usual. In VMB, any headgear without goggles tended to have some sort of downside, though. There were some players who liked the extra challenge in combat. This kind of headgear was usually worn in non-combat areas. Normally, the only way to see the UI in-game without goggles or similar gear was by activating the TSS. I've noticed this a while ago, but due to parts of the game assimilating with my body, I was now able to switch my different Google views, such as NV and IR, with a mental command instead of switching it normally. And now, I could see the map without even wearing goggles. I'm becoming more and more like a monster, aren't I? Compared to when I first arrived in this world, I no longer felt as much disgust in regard to what I was becoming. The feeling would surface a little when I noticed the inhuman changes such as these. Could it be? I thought to myself, and after removing my power suit, tried to exercise a little. It seemed that the power suit's strengthening effect could not activate unless I'm wearing it. I wondered if it was impossible to begin with, or if it needed a little bit of time to unlock. I didn't know. What are you doing in your underwear like that? My whole body trembled upon hearing that voice. Glancing at the map, there was indeed a dot in the room. When I looked toward the direction of Charles-san, who was sharing the room with me, a light exercise before going to bed. I see. But, people only do that kind of thing when they're staying in a single room, right? You're right. Are you going to take a nap as well? No, I'm not. I just came to check the interior of the room. I'm going to go shopping in the town, so keep the door locked, Charles-san said before she disappeared back into the hallway. Time to sleep. I locked the door as Charles-san advised and laid down on one of the beds that were separated by a small table with a lamp. For the first time in a while, I slept in a bed until it was time for dinner. I awoke when I felt hungry. When I checked the time, it was already 2000 hours. My room was on the second floor, but the noise coming from downstairs still reached here. It was about time. I put my power suit back on and changed into an acceptable suit of clothes before heading downstairs. There were many round tables in the tavern, of which most were occupied by men who had just finished their daily work. I looked for a vacant table and found one occupied by just one person. Sitting at that table was a red-haired girl, Charles-san. Since there weren't any other vacant tables, let's just join her. Charles-san, do you mind if I sit here at this table as well? Charles-san didn't appear to have eaten yet. She was just drinking what seemed to be a fruit wine when I called out to her. She responded by looking left and right. There seems to be no other empty seats, so go ahead. I sat across from her and asked the waitress for dinner as she moved about. There was only beer and water to drink. Normally, I wouldn't want to drink alcohol when I had to operate firearms, so I rarely drank liquor. But considering I was at the tavern, It'd be boring if I ordered plain water. I ended up ordering beer, then asked Charles-san if she wanted to add anything. We then waited for our food. It was nice and all to wait for the meal. Although the silence between Charles-san and I felt a tad bit awkward. It's not that I expected that we would have a friendly conversation right away, but she didn't seem to have any intention of talking. Instead, she stared at me while sipping her drink. "What is it?" "Nothing." And once again, seemingly isolated from those around us, the silence between us continued. "Customers. Thank you for waiting patiently." The waitress finally came with trays with food in each hand and served us. The beer also appeared before me, ready to be drunk. "Thank you, Ara. This brother. It's nice to have people thank me like this." "You're so kind." "Is that so? Then please give me a bottle of this. I feel like drinking a little after so long." "You can keep this for yourself." I handed the waitress 2 silver coins. "Really, Tilda? Thank you, kind brother Tilda." The waitress put her arms around my neck and gave me a light hug as I sat. She then proceeded to Eve after saying, "I'll be right back with the order, Tilda." "All right, let's enjoy dinner now." A bowl of vegetable soup with black bread and a plate of roasted thigh of some sort of bird. It must have been sprinkled with some spices, as I could tell by the simulating fragrances. "Gu. NN." "Charles-san." "What?" I heard a muffled response. "That glass is already empty." "So what?" "Ah, so that's how it is. Brother, sorry for the wait." The waitress returned with the bottle of beer and a stand. She placed the stand on one corner of the table and laid the bottle on top of it. On top of the bottle was a wax with a sign on it instead of a stopper. "Thank you. Enjoy your meal and drink slowly." The waitress left with a small wave and on to the next order. "This bottle is actually bigger than I thought. I don't think I could finish it alone." "Ah, that's right. How about Charles-san join me? Also, order some food for yourself in there. Meantime, it'll be on my tab, unless you've already eaten dinner." I made a blatant attempt to cover her. Charles squinted at me as she pretended to sip on her glass, probably to guess what my real intention was. "Are you by chance trying to get me drunk?" "No way. I'm a C-ranked adventurer. And I'm a D-ranked adventurer. Even if I'm drunk, I'll still kill you if you attack me." "Rather than you, I'd prefer to attack that sister earlier." "Am I not attractive in your eyes?" "I'm not attractive in your eyes? I'm not interested in young girls. You prefer mature women?" "At least the same age at minimum." "Do you really not want to attack me?" "I won't." "Are you going to eat or not?" "Gu." Instead of Charles-san, it was her stomach that replied, "Big CS, I'm ordering another serving of dinner here!" Tilde a large one. "Okay." While I watched Charles stand and shout her order with vigor while swinging her empty glass, I dug into my meat after taking a sip of my beer. The bottle was pretty big, maybe 2 to 3 liters worth of beer. With the size of the glass, there was no way I could finish it in 2 or 3 chugs. But thanks to the delicious food, drinking it couldn't have been easier. It was the same for Charles-san as she ate what I ate and chugged her drink. "Patilda, at first, I thought you were one of those ill-behaved young noblemen, but it turns out you aren't." "Ah, pour more beer." Yes, sure, here you go." What is your name again?" "It's Schwartz." "Ah, so that's your name." "You said D rank, which means you're allowed to explore labyrinths already." "Where have you been exploring so far?" "I was based in the fort city of Baga." "Baga?" "I heard in passing that the Wolf Labyrinth has been conquered." "And you left without trying to earn more money during the Harvest Festival?" "Yeah. There is another place I need to be. I'm on my way to Amar." "Eh? I'm also heading to Amar." I received an empty glass from her, filled it, and handed it back. "Here you go." "Thank you." "What? This girl can actually say thank you?" "So, our destination is the same." "Tilda, I see. Then, I will escort Schwartz there." "Of course. There will be a charge." "Crossing the mountain will be tough for the D-ranked Schwartz after all. There's a magic mine over in the mountain, and monsters tend to appear frequently there. But it's going to be fine, 'cause you have the C-rank me to escort you. No more worries. Eh? You don't have to. No no no. You're probably overconfident in your strength, but that's normal for a new adventurer. You probably feel strangely confident after surviving a few battles. Compared to me, you don't even know how many dead or alive situations I've gone through. Ha! But thank goodness, you'll have me to teach you the fundamentals for being an adventurer. But of course, it won't be for free. At that point, I realized that there was no use in rebuking her. Before I knew it, an escort contract from this town to Amar that included adventurer and survival training, such as handling prey, had been made. All I wanted was just to head toward Amar as soon as possible. But I bet she'll just say, "Me too. I can certainly make the journey faster." If I tried to reject her offer, "Come on now, you alright? We arrived at our room now. It's gonna be alright. We'll depart in the morning." "For sure, okay. Yeah. I'll wake you up properly in the morning." "Charles-san, please sleep in your own bed." While I stayed at the inn at the foot of the mountain, I had pleasant dinner with Charles-san. However, for some odd reasons, we ended up agreeing to travel to Amar together. And it turned out she was more vulnerable to alcohol than I thought. Thinking back, the threshold to be considered an adult was 15 in this world. Even then, it was not recommended to drink casually while under 20. I laid the inebriated Charles-san on the other bed before covering her body with a sheet. I intended to leave town first thing in the morning, since I wanted to get to Amar as soon as possible. The faster the pirates were dealt with, the less chance Ashley was in danger. I agreed to travel with Charles-san out of compassion. It was not like I needed her protection, but she could still teach me how to process animals. The last time I tried doing it myself, it became a bloody mess. I took a good look at the sleeping girl then sighed. The TSS activated soon after. I didn't know the details yet, but it seemed that monsters often appeared around the mountain. With that in mind, I decided to adjust my equipment with that in mind should we need to fight. The first aspect to think about was my main weapon. I had kept a P90 strapped to my back on the way here, but I couldn't exactly let her see it. Of course, I'll still use it if the situation called for it, but I still needed to think about the less dire situations. Should I resort to CQC? No. Having a projectile weapon was my biggest advantage. In other words, I needed something that could help me in CQC while still being able to fire. I needed to consider all my options, especially not to create a similarity to Shaft. Taking a seat on one of the two chairs in the room, I picked my companion for this trip. From my inventory, the glow came from the converging particles of light. I was worried the girl would see it, though she was sleeping peacefully on her bed. I opened the supplely box and brought out a pair of guns. A CZ-75 SP-01, one of the CZ-75 variants developed by Czechoslovakia. In addition to the 18-round magazine, it was modified to be fitted with an 18 cm long bayonet. I attached the blade to them. It disabled some of the other attachment points, such as the one for the silencer. Sadly, if I fired it, I could just pass it off as a magic tool with the form of a pair of daggers. It would be less worrisome for other people if they thought it was some sort of magical tool, rather than an actual projectile weapon. And why do you ask? 'Cause it's stylish. Sometimes, even FPS players tended to go for style over form. In addition, I also replaced my usual leg holster with special holsters that specifically accommodate the bayonets. Normal soldiers wouldn't travel with a bayonet attached to their gun. Rather, they'd keep it somewhere else and attach it before use. In VMB, however, that kind of action was bound to be omitted in the name of game flow. That is why, in addition to the normal holster, they also provided a holster for when the bayonet was attached. I also took out some spare magazines and the silenced P90, in case I fought a larger enemy. By the time I'd finished preparing my loadout, night had arrived with its boundless stars. The lower level had quieted and silence hung over the town. Big sis. As I stared out the window, I heard Charles-san mumble in her sleep. I turned my gaze to her bed just as she kicked off her sheet. Wouldn't she feel cold this way? I went to sleep after covering Charles-san with her sheet. The next morning, as expected, Charles-san didn't wake on time. She could not even get out of bed. I walked down to the tavern on the first floor and asked the owner for a wash basin. I returned to the room, placed the heated water in the basin and a clean cloth from the table. Charles-san, I'll leave the wash basin and cloth on the table. I'll wait for 15 minutes. If you don't come down by then, I will be leaving on my own. You just hold on a second. I'll get up soon, so please wait. 14 minutes. After saying so, I left the building and waited outside. Many workers filled the street. Stalls were opening and they were selling their meals to the passerbyers. 11 minutes left. Perhaps I should just depart now. I was only interested since she said she'd teach me how to process animals, not as her caretaker. No. Isn't she already an adult in the first place? Personally, I felt that a 15-year-old couldn't be considered an adult yet, but I didn't grow in this world. 17. That's as old as the daughter of my relative's daughter and my sister. 8 minutes left. I guessed she finally managed to get out of bed as I heard the rustling sound in my sensors. By the way, I stopped wearing the goggles since I could access the UI without it. Although it's just an accessory you put over her eyes, it wasn't a common thing here. Why didn't I notice this faster? The next 4 minutes, I waited for Charles-san, who I wasn't sure would make it out in time. I experimented with how much I could manipulate the UI with my thoughts. At that time, I was already used to switching between NV and flow modes, so this time I tried to magnify the map. I shrunk it, then made it disappear and reappear. The numbers displayed my remaining bullets in both my main and sub-weapon, as well as the number of throwables left. It made me feel like a cyborg. Fortunately, I could disable it. During the last few minutes, I heard someone running down the stairs and then towards me. It looked like she made it on time. Sorry for making you wait. Okay, let's go, Zwarfs. It's Schwartz. I turned and inspected her to see if she was truly ready to go. There is still some bed hair sticking out there. Eh? Where? Slightly behind. On the right. Ah. It's right from my view. Following my words, she tried to comb her hair with her hand, but it still remained. Excuse me. After saying that, I went in to fix her hair by stroking her head. She was half a head shorter than me. Probably a bit over 160 centimeters tall. Done. Okay, let's go. Having fixed her hair, I urged us to depart. Before us was the sight of the looming mountain. We didn't actually have to go to the top, but crossing the mountain would still require some climbing. So, I started walking down the street towards the town's mountain gate. N, is she not coming? Looking back, I saw Charles-san standing there in front of the tavern, her face bright red. Charles-san, I'm leaving now. Your face is red. Are you still drunk from yesterday? It's dangerous to cross the mountain under that condition, you know. All of it is your fault, Tilda. About that, I guess I was indeed the one who offered her beer. But is there any need to be angry with a reddened face like that? Departing from the small town, I proceeded up the mountain road with Charlotte-san. According to her, we shouldn't encounter any monsters until we've crossed the first mountain. Though wild animals are still around, the wilderness wasn't full of monsters, and that could be said to be because of adventurers constantly hunting them. As a result, monsters tended to move their nests frequently. Though they constantly gather in areas with magic ore veins, so one still has to be careful. Magic ore carried magic power like magic stones, but attributes within the stones found within labyrinths weren't always the same. Magic ore, when it came from the same vein, would all be the same attribute. It was still unknown how the veins were created, only that they tended to be found near where monsters concentrated and where labyrinths could appear. And again, all the more reason to conquer the labyrinths. There was a saying regarding natural magic springs. If a labyrinth died near a body of water, it is said that all the nearby water sources would produce magic water instead of regular water. Charles San lectured me this world as we walked. Schwartz, it's about time to shorten the travel time. I don't mind. So, are we going to start running? Charles San's expression implied something else. We are not running. It's through here. Swish. In the direction where she swung her arm so splendidly that I could hear it, was a small path next to a cut tree, and the grass was somehow shorter. Zooming out, the map floating in my sight. There was indeed a small path there. Was this some sort of animal trail? Is that an animal trail? Yes, it is. There are spots on the mountain road where the trails connect. We can shorten the travel time if we take this shortcut. Certainly, the zigzagging road would naturally increase the distance needed to cross the mountain. If there was a shortcut that didn't stray from the direction we were heading, then it was possible to shorten the time. Let's go, follow me. I followed Charles San from behind as we stepped onto the animal trail. It seemed to be a fairly straight path, if a bit steeper than the main road. I don't know how long until I actually tired myself out, but I adjusted accordingly. You got good stamina for a D ranker. What's your weapon? My weapon? Just a pair of daggers. Daggers? That's a surprisingly modest weapon. Are you a speed type fighter? True. I do use my speed a lot when I fight. What about Charles San? It seems you don't even carry a weapon. Charles San, who walked ahead of me, only what looked like tool bags on her hips and a bag on her back. There was no indication that she was carrying any weapons. Could she be a mage? Me? Right, take a look over there. Wild animal? Today's dinner. Charles San put down the slightly larger tools bag off her waist and took out a curved bow that looked like a yumi. The shape looked similar to a Japanese bow, but the top part had a metal plate with a transparent jewel placed embedded in it. Even though she took out the bow, she didn't take out any arrows. She stood still in an upright shooting stance. When she drew the bowstring, her right hand, which held the string, began to glow. That's a magic weapon. As soon as I identified this, she released the string. At the same time, a faint light leapt from her hand and the bow in the form of an arrow. It flew true and struck the deer in its torso. What do you think? This is my weapon. A magic weapon? Yep, a magic weapon called the attribute bow. I see. Instead of arrows, the bow shot mana. I suppose that's not the only ability the bow has, but that's enough to know for now. Schwartz, you said that despite being a D rank, you didn't know how to properly process an animal's carcass. No, I don't. Then allow me to show you how to do it properly. Dragging the deer's body off the trail, and Charles San took out a dagger from her tool bag. She then cut its carotid artery and showed me how to drain the blood. While we waited, she prepared to store the dismantled skin and meat. In addition to what we were eating tonight, she'd apparently planned to sell the remainder to the mining village we'd pass later on. When the blood had been drained, she stabbed the dagger into the deer's throat, then cut downward carefully so not to damage the innards. She showed me how to remove the bone and split the pelvis, take out the organs and separate them into edible and inedible portions. She proceeded to clean the edible portions with water magic, while I dug a hole in the ground where the inedible portions would be thrown into. After being washed, the edible portions were left in the air to dry for a while before storing. Charles San then used water magic to clean the deer's stomach cavity now that its innards were out. Magic was really convenient, isn't it? Not only was it suitable for battle, people also seem to have simplified it to be used in daily activities. Once the washing was done, it was time to skin it. She first ran her dagger in a circle around the neck and limbs, then peeled the skin a little along the opening across its stomach. At that point, she hung the body by tying it on the neck of a sturdy tree. Finally, she started to peel the skin off by hand, smoothly, just like that. Anyways, she made it look so easy. Now that the skin was off completely, the deer looked grotesque with its red flesh. It was covered only by a thin film-like layer of white fat. Now that I thought about it, to some extent, not much of the body was wasted when properly dismantled. It'll take too long to completely dismantle it. So she cut some sirloin parts for our dinner tonight. Charles-san then chilled the body with magic before dropping it from the tree and storing it inside her tool bag. What we didn't eat would be sold to the butcher in the mining village. The hide could be sold in the next town. And with whatever we didn't take buried in the ground, we returned to the animal tail and resumed our journey. Perhaps due to the anticipation of today's dinner, both Charles-san and I actually walked a bit faster. Speaking of sirloin, I knew that it was the most delicious portion of both beef and pork. Though I never had deer sirloin before, I had a feeling it'd be delicious. Both of us intended to reach the rest area on the mountaintop without heart as one. We rushed through the path, taking every shortcut we could along the way. Schwartz. Wait a moment. What's wrong, Charles-san? Why, don't you even feel tired at all? I'm not tired yet. But we've been running for almost an hour though. You said you were a D rank. But why do you have the fitness level of an A rank? My rank? It's just because I haven't completed any requests at all, so my guild points haven't gone up. Setting aside from the so-called comparable to A rank, you should be able to tell that I'm far from a newbie adventurer from the way I move. Like someone who couldn't even process a hunted animal could talk about that. People have their own strengths and weaknesses. In other words, you're saying that you're a muscle brain. Seeing that you haven't used any magic so far, I bet you aren't good at magic at all. There are a lot of skill-oriented principles that eschew the use of magic for heavy warriors. For a light warrior to do the same, you must be very confident in your physical prowess. By the way, thanks to all that running, the rest area is already in sight. Looking up to the end of the mountain path, several wooden houses and huts came into sight. That should be the rest area. Just a little more. Schwartz, you can cook, right? I can't. I leave the cooking to. Don't tell me Charles-san can't cook as well? The resting area was just ahead. Both of us couldn't help but stare at each other as we stood in the middle of the path. My heart was filled with anxiety. Will we be able to eat the delicious meat tonight? After traveling through the mountains, we took a shortcut and hunted a deer. Charles-san then taught me how to dismantle it, but we learned that neither of us could cook. Thus, we stood there dejectedly near the rest area where we'd spend the night. Anyway, let's just head into the rest area for now. At worst, there should be something we can eat within the mining village. Right. Let's secure a place to sleep first. It was just delaying the inevitable. This problem wasn't a one-off thing, and it'd be an issue until we get to Amar. I did have a solution. I stashed a lot of bento boxes I'd bought from the Marida company in my inventory. Originally, I intended to eat them sparingly when I camped, but I had to reconsider when I heard from Charles-san that she only packed the minimum amount of food she needed. Probably food that could last for a while, like black bean or dried meat. There was no way I could enjoy the bento by myself while she had to subsist on only dried meat. No other choice. I'll just share the bento with her in exchange for subtracting her escort wage. When I presented my idea to her, she had no choice but to nod in agreement. I guessed she didn't want to spend the rest of the journey eating dried meat alone. There was no one else in the rest area. The place had an outdoor kitchen, a patio that served as a dining hall, and 3 huts as sleeping quarters. Even though there was no one else than us two, it would be against etiquette if we used a separate hut. So, we decided on which hut we'd use, unloaded out loads, and then I proceeded to prepare the meal outside while Charles-san cleaned the hut. Schwartz, don't enter the hut until I tell you. Does that really matter? Absolutely. You mustn't peek or enter at all costs. Wouldn't it be impolite if I still peeked after not being told to peek? Well, maybe she wants to clean herself. Charles-san had worked up a sweat since we ran almost non-stop to the rest area. In comparison, I barely felt tired. I hadn't even broken a sweat. I didn't know whether to be creeped out or thankful, but this might be a chance in a way. I really wanted to eat that sirloin tonight, and I wanted to cook and eat the meat. I had dismantled myself all the more. So I moved to a spot where I wouldn't be seen from the hut, activated the TSS, and went into the garage menu. I summoned the Continental, the best motorhome. I had never really intended to cook in this world, so I never bought any seasonings. I guess that was the case with Charles-san, seeing as she only packed a small vial of salt with her. Inside the shelves in the kitchen, I found all the utensils as well as several small bottles and containers. Opening all of them, there turned out to be things like sugar, salt, vinegar, soy sauce, pepper, rayu, olive oil, and various other seasonings. I checked the fridge and found mayonnaise, butter, wasabi, mustard, and other sauces. Now that I thought about it, there were only seasonings here, no ingredients. I saved the best for last, which was the wine storage that sat in the corner of the kitchen. I never opened the storage before this because I'd been too preoccupied with Ashley and Lapitiraka being poisoned and needed to be transported back to the capital, or being busy with the labyrinth conquest. Then again, there was no guarantee that the liquors inside were actually drinkable. I opened the storage and took out a bottle. I took a look at the label. The brand name turned out to be written in random letters, but on the other hand, the alcoholic content had been written normally. Regarding the characters used, there was no sign of VMB's translation activating, so apparently, the lettering was meant to be that way and was an in-game item. I opened the seal using the corkscrew among the kitchen utensils. A mellow aroma spread out in the kitchen. This seemed to be a wine of sorts. I poured the content into a wine glass and took a sip. Delicious. This was certainly a red wine, and judging from how delicious it was probably the finest quality of wine. So, the finest motorhome actually came with the finest wine. I guess. Honestly, I'm not familiar with wine. Next time I have the chance, I should try to have Malta-san taste test it. By the way, I brought along my position of the deer sirloin with me. I took it out of Charles-san's stuff before leaving the hut. I didn't know how to cook, but I recalled the cooking programs and videos I used to watch. There were some that showed how to cook meat dishes, and if that failed, I suppose the easiest of the bunch was to just sprinkle some salt and pepper over it, then bake it. I heard that meat can become even more delicious if soaked in wine, but that'd need a lot of time. At best, I only had until Charles-san finished wiping her body after cleaning the hut. I started up the electric stove and heated a frying pan. Placing the deer meat on the counter, I cut the sirloin into thin slices, about a centimeter thick, with a knife. I wanted thicker slices, but seeing as I was an amateur, I was afraid that the inside would not cook properly. The sirloin was softer than I expected. I had no trouble cutting it despite being a novice. Next, I dropped some olive oil in the pan and shook it around to let it spread evenly around the surface. Then I started cooking the meat and occasionally turning them over so I didn't overcook one side. It smelled absolutely delicious. There wasn't much juice coming out as the bright red meat turned a beautiful brown. I didn't forget to lightly sprinkle some salt and pepper before turning it around and repeating. After making sure that I didn't overcook the meat, I turned off the stove and transferred the cooked sirloin to a platter. The scent of the freshly cooked meat filled the interior of the motorhome, making my stomach churn even more. I had to make sure that it was at least edible before serving this to Charles-san. That was a cook's duty at a minimum. I grabbed a slice with my chopsticks and gave it a taste. Oh, it was soft. The texture was such that it was easy to chew, and there was a waft of aroma that remained even after I swallowed the meat. Is this how venison tasted like? The amount of salt and pepper seemed to be good as well. I guessed one could even say that it was the best an amateur could achieve. No, I still didn't know how Charles-san would react. So, just in case, Let's check if I accidentally overcooked one or two. It smells like meat. The door to the hut swung wide open vigorously, and a refreshed Charles-san emerged from within, immediately heading to the outdoor dining space where the dishes were lined up. The Continental was no longer around, and tonight's dinner was spread out over a large table. The Marida Company's bento had been transferred to plates prior. A bottle of wine and wine glasses from the Continental and the roasted deer meat was present. I also prepared smaller places along with a small bottle of yakiniku sauce from within the fridge. I had to remove the wine label to prevent unnecessary scrutiny. Not that I imagined Charles-san could read the alphabet, but I supposed it'd be more suspicious if the label was filled with unreadable characters. What's this? You can do it after all. I can only do simple dishes that are at least edible. Anyway, there are still some ingredients left. We can only wait until we arrive at the mining village to enjoy authentic deer sirloin dishes. Once Charles-san took a seat, I placed a wine glass in front of her and filled it with wine, then poured myself some. Now, let's eat before it gets cold. Sure. I lifted my glass slightly to exchange a toast with her before enjoying dinner. I really wanted to taste the venison we dismantled ourselves, although it was just an amateur dish. We had a delicious dinner that I never imagined I would ever enjoy in a rest area on top of a mountain. Charles-san looked with interest at the labelless wine bottle I'd brought out from the cooler inside the Continental. She was also fascinated with the glasses as well. From my perspective, it was just a regular wine glass, but I recalled that most of the world used wooden cups. There were also places with glass windows, but overall, the glassworking in this world was underdeveloped. This clear wine glass might be a little out of place, I guess. I'd have to confirm later with Malta-san, along with the wine's quality. Since this wasn't a bar in a safe town but an outdoor resting area, Charles-san and I didn't drink too much this time. When the sun finally set and it was dark out, we moved into the hut. Charles-san also didn't forget to say once we arrive at the mining village, "Let me drink that wine again before we went." The interior of the hut was properly clean. Although a young girl, Charles-san was still a C-ranked adventurer after all. She knew what she needed to do and did it. Within the hut, there was just a fireplace. Charles-san ignited a small branch with magic and tossed it into the fireplace. There wasn't much to do since the sun set, and all that was left to do was decide the night watch order, as well as keep the fireplace lit and sleep away the journey's fatigue. The next morning, we left the mountaintop and headed to that mining village at the mountain's basin, with Charles-san once again acting as the guide. We proceeded smoothly through the road, with an occasional shortcut here and there using animal trails. We passed by a caravan heading the opposite direction during lunch. Then, the two of us finally reached the Blitora mining village 2 hours before sunset. Blitora was at the center of a mining site. Several ores were mined here, including a fire ore vein. Crossing the village gate, we proceeded along the main street. Charles-san said that the inhabitants were mostly miners with a few blacksmiths who had set up shops. Looking around, countless chimneys stuck out from houses, huffing white smoke and putting out heat. From the back of one, I could hear the hammering of metal, probably because it doubled as a smithy. The street was filled with strong-looking people, most of them being dwarves. It wasn't the first time I'd seen a dwarf, it was just the first of seeing so many. All the dwarves were short in stature, around 150 centimeters, but despite this, they were muscled, especially in their pectoral and upper arm area. Their faces were wide and wrinkly, and most, if not all, had long beards. Some were even styled. Whether it was braided, or left flowing, all of them gave off the sense they prided themselves in their beards. "Schwartz, I'm going to the General Guild branch office to get some information. What'll you do?" "I'll tag along. I want to see if there is any information regarding Amar." Then Commande. Following Charles-san, we entered a white wood building that felt out of place among the townscape. As I entered, I felt that it reminded me of a law enforcement office from my own world. Welcome to Blatora's General Guild office. What can I help? Why, if it isn't Charles-san, you finally returned? It's been a while, Thor. And you're still around too. Taking into consideration that this is the nearest guild office to my hometown. Anyways, what brings you here today? At that point, the many's attention fell on me. I'm on my way back to Amar, so I wondered if there was any information about that, and about the monster movements nearby. The port city of Amar, huh? Do you already know that pirates are active once again? That's why I was called back. Of course. Amar's escort squad has been reorganized for some time now. I think the first team will set sail to subjugate the pirates soon. That was the only piece of information to reach Blitora. The other branch may have more information. Then we won't be there in time to join the first team. No matter, they're just a recon team anyway. Then what about the area around Blitora? That's a problem for me. Some orcs were encountered inside one of the tunnels. The miners managed to defeat these orcs, but we felt that some vigilance is required. Orcs. Yet another monster I've never seen before. Listening to the story, it was extremely vicious, and likes to particularly target women. They would kidnap and rape them to conceive their offsprings. Their characteristics were similar to that of a goblin, but they were bigger and stronger. I also heard that the mining district was troubled by their appearance, but I was more concerned with the news on Amar. Certainly, there hasn't been a huge battle yet, but I still had no idea what Ashley's position was in all of this. Though, it seemed that I'll make it there just in time. Thor, are you there? Having learned all we could, we decided to leave the office when a dwarf badged. He pushed his way through Charles-san and I to see Thor-san. Thor, those pigs have routed one of the defense posts. Orcs? How many and where? I saw up to 6. The place is the 8th mining shaft. I'll alert all the adventurers currently in Blitora. You tell the miners to not go in recklessly. Gotcha. The dwarf ran back out and left the office. I watched him leave before I turned to Charles-san. There was a look of determination, one that was enough to tell me of her intentions. Thor, I'm going. Tell me where this mining shaft is. Much appreciated. I'll post the appropriate request soon, and, what about that guy over there? Schwartz. He's a D rank. He's not qualified to take this request. Schwartz, you should stay here and rest. I was expecting her to force me to participate, but it turned out that Charles-san had no intention to do that. However, I didn't feel right to just ignore the attack when it was happening right in front of me. I'll take along, Charles-san. But didn't you not want to take requests? I don't want to be tied with a formal request if it'd take a while to complete. However, I can't ignore it when an urgent issue such as this occurs right before my eyes. I'm not that indifferent of a person. Follow me then. We'll finish it before sunset, and have more deer for dinner afterward. After Thor-san told us where to go, we immediately headed towards it. He also told us that he'd alert the adventurers in town, but he said that they'd probably come later. They also needed to keep a vigil around the town's perimeter. So, although taking the defense post was a high priority, they still had to find someone to keep up the guard. While we stopped at Blitora, a mining town, we were informed that the town's mine had been invaded by orcs as we were looking for information regarding Amar at the General Guild branch office. Having confirmed the location of the 8th mining shaft from Thor-san. But for now, there was only me and Charles-san helping. Charles-san, are we going to wait for the others first? No need to wait. There are only 6 of them. We'll be fighting them inside the mine shaft, so there's no way they will be able to evade my magic arrows. Understood. Let's go reinforce the mine. You're a dagger user. The orc's body is big and tough. Neither piercing nor slashing it with a short blade weapon will work, so aim for the joints. Once they've stopped moving, it'll be easier to dispatch them. Got it. Orcs often wield wooden clubs, so please be careful. A large number of dwarves had gathered at the entrance of the 8th tunnel, all of them holding large pickaxes. I've brought some adventurers with me. The dwarf who led us here joined the others. I started to hear whispers. Things like just the two of them, or isn't she just a little girl? C-rank adventurer Charles-san here. What's going on inside at the moment? 6 pigs suddenly appeared inside the shaft. No one was injured thus far, but none of us wanted those pigs to make a nest inside. So, please get rid of them immediately. Leave it to us. Let's go, Schwartz. The mine shaft was wider than I thought, about the same size as a labyrinth's tunnel. There was also magic lighting installed on the walls at regular intervals. I took the lead as the melee fighter while Charles-san took the rear. She already had her bow, which resembled a Japanese yumi, drawn. Also pulled out the CZ-75 SP-01S from their holsters on my thigh. Those are strange-looking daggers, and you can dual-wield them? My daggers are actually magic weapons too. Just be prepared to hear some loud noises. Fun, for a D rank to carry magic weapons. That was muttered by her, but I could still pick it up loud and clear thanks to my sound sensor. Was she trying to figure me up, or perhaps she had doubts about me? While her apprehensive gaze was directed to my back, I pressed deeper into the mine shaft. My radar system mapped the tunnel, and it was basically a straight tunnel. Some smaller tunnels turned up occasionally on the side of the main shaft with mining tools were left unattended. It's pretty deep. Yes, but it seems we're getting close to their nest. I could see several blips on my radar up ahead. In addition to that, my sensor also picked up slow and heavy footsteps. It was different from a human's footsteps, so it must have been them. I started running toward the nearest blip on my radar. At the other end of the curving tunnel, I saw a figure that looked like a large barrel. It was mostly naked, with only dirty pants to cover their short legs. Its skin was pinkish, and its huge body seemed mostly fatty rather than muscle. Its face was also pig-like. Indeed, it held a large pickaxe in its hand. The size of the pickaxe was a bit too small for its body, so it seemed it had just picked up anything it could use as a weapon. The orc seemed to notice me approaching. Normally, I would have stopped here and started shooting. However, that would have beat the decision to use this particular version of the CZ-75. To master this type of firearm, I needed to also be capable in CQC, so I charged in without hesitation. The orc swung its pickaxe horizontally as if to ward off my approach. I parried that attack with the bayonet in my right, dove in, and then struck with the one in my left hand. It stuck into the orc's right armpit before I pulled the trigger. The dull gunshot was drowned out by the orc's pain cry. It dropped the pickaxe as I pulled out the bayonet, spun around to its rear. I then slashed at the back of both its knees. The orc began to fall to its knees as it was no longer able to support itself. By the time it did, I'd stabbed it 8 times in its back with both hands alternatively. Move away. When the orc finally fell, I heard Charles-san's call out. I moved away from the orc. Once I was clear, the orc's head was developed in an explosive bright light. Your rank is seriously a fraud. The orc fell backward as I turned toward Charles-san, who'd knocked another arrow dash this time, aiming at me. The orc is already dead, you know? I can see that, Schwartz. Now that I think about it, there is something I haven't asked you yet. What is it? What are you going to do once you get to Amar? Is it related to why you are pointing your arrow at me right now? Yes. If you're the kind of thug that'd harm Amar, then I swear on my name that I will end you right now. Answer me, Schwartz. Are you an assassin sent by the Branch family? Or are you an assassin hired by the pirates? Being interrogated like this by Charles-san, I considered telling her the truth. However, I didn't have proof that I was going to help Ashley. No matter what I said, it wouldn't help if there wasn't any evidence to back it up. Whilst I kept my eyes on Charles-san, I put the pistols back in their holsters, and reached for the inner pocket of my field jacket. I took out a letter. I'm visiting a merchant ship that belongs to the Merida Company. This is the letter, from the chairman, Malta, for the captain of that ship. I'm heading to Amar to deliver this letter. Show me the back of that letter. There should be a magic seal. Magic seal? When I saw Malta-san write the letter, something like a magic circle-like wax that emitted a dull light. Was that it? That is indeed the Merida Company's magic seal. I'm sorry I got ahead of myself. That said, the light of her bow disappeared. At the same time, the tense atmosphere that surrounded her also fell away. This girl, she wasn't just a mere C-rank adventurer, was she? I've noticed how taut she was since we left the town at the foot of the mountain, but now she was like a stretched thread that been loosened. She truly looked like someone her age should look. Schwartz, I'm very sorry. No, I'm aware that my adventurer rank looks like a scam, but let's put that aside for now. We still have 5 left. We need to get this over with quickly so that we can enjoy the venison for dinner. Yeah, true. Let's go. We resumed the subjugation and I started to wonder, did she make that orc's head explode on purpose like that? We went through the orc-infested tunnel number 8 and managed to eliminate 1 orc, but Charles Sand's suspicion finally exploded due to the discrepancy between my rank, my weapons, and my abilities, along with my belongings I've displayed so far. The thing was, she had it all wrong. To clear her suspicion, I showed her the letter written by Malta-san of Merida Company. As I looked at her back as she took the lead, we proceeded further down the tunnel. Finally, my map showed a circular-shaped room at the end. That was probably the innermost part of the mine. In addition to that, there were also 5 dots within the room, most likely the last remaining 5 orcs. It's just up ahead, isn't it? Yes. It seems they came all the way back here. Looks like the remaining 5 are grouped up. What do we do? This time I'll take the front. What I'll do will temporarily paralyze them, so aim for that moment. Got it. Lining myself up next to her, I saw her fish out something from her tool bag. It was a magic stone. I could tell from its color that it was one of the rare Thunder attribute stones. She brought it closer to the jewel attached to her bow. I watched as the stone seemed to melt into the stone. Charles-san, what's that? Fun. By absorbing a magic stone with a certain element, my attribute bow can imbue its arrow with the same element. I see. By feeding it a thunderstone, that magic arrow will also gain the paralyzing effect of that element. Yup. It's a bit expensive this way, so I can't use it often. Here I go. With the stone absorbed, I could see electricity running through the boat string. Just when I wondered if she'd be electrocuted, she easily drew the string back without a sign of discomfort. With the innermost chamber finally visible, the map showed the orcs hugging the walls, but it was not clear what they were doing. I took a peek from the chamber's entrance and saw the orcs eating the magic stones. That's bad. They're trying to force themselves to evolve into a stronger species by ingesting the magic stones directly. We have to strike now. Roger that. I'm ready to go anytime. Charles-san jumped into the chamber and knocked her magic arrow. Meanwhile, I dashed in after her and along the wall toward the preoccupied orcs. I made sure to also not hinder Charles-san's line of sight. Voo-hi-yi. Noticing my presence, the orcs stopped their actions and raised whatever mining tools within their reach, brandishing them at me with mighty roars. I could see the madness in their eyes as I tried to flank one. This certainly was a roundabout way to approach them. However, I was deliberately trying to funnel their focus away from Charles-san. Here I go, lighting chain. Bujaya. Once hit, the orc screamed in pain as its body stiffened. It was electrocuted before finally falling on its back. At the same time, it jumped over and hit the other 4 as if guided by a mysterious force. Believing them to be paralyzed, I attacked directly. With both the pistols in my hand, the right one had a full 18 rounds while the left has 17 rounds left. First of all, I needed to kill the down orcs quick. The dots on the radar indicated that they were still alive. I did a slide jump forward. Then, with the help of the power suit, I soared into the air over the orcs. I aimed downward as I twisted my body in midair. The Czech weapons spewed fire one after another. The 9x19 Parabem rounds rained from above and wrecked an orc's eyes, nose and mouth. I landed right behind the first orc. Having somewhat overcome its state, it managed to stand while using the pickaxe as a crutch. But before it could get up completely, I'd already slashed the back of its knees, forcing it down a kneeling position. I thought I could end it by stabbing the back of its neck, but seeing that the area was covered in a thick layer of fat, I refrained from doing so. Instead, I aimed at its left ear, and stabbed through the ear canal with the attached bayonet. The blade's length was 17 cms, and not all of it managed to pierce through. Once I felt a hindrance, I pulled the trigger twice and the pistol rounds punched through the skull, allowing me to push the blade into its brain. 2 dots disappeared off my radar, confirming their deaths. Now that I found another way to deal with them myself, the 3 remaining orcs were just waiting for their imminent deaths. Are you really an ordinary adventurer? After I dispatched the remaining orcs and was currently in the middle of reloading, Charles-san approached me. I might be wrong, but did I see a hint of fear in her eyes? Yes, just an ordinary D-rank adventurer, but your rank is clearly a fraud. There's no way a mere D-rank could execute those orcs with the same calmness you showed just now. All right. It seems we're done here. Let us head back. If we go now, we should have time to properly enjoy our dinner in Blatora. Leaving the orcs behind, we headed back to the town. It'd be up the other adventurers and the miners to clean up the mess. Orc skin seemed to be a useful material, but skiing them would require a lot of time. So, I decided to put returning to the town as a higher priority and have the reward negotiated later. Wait a minute, you still have the stomach to eat meat after all that? Well, whatever. With this, I should have earned enough money to cover the rest of the trip to Amar. Is that so? In that case, tonight's dinner will be on me. Although, I've been wondering why you seem to be lacking in traveling expenses. I asked but received no answer from Charles-san. Curiously, when I looked at her, I found her face reddening up to her ears. Perhaps noticing my gaze, she turned and met it. I kinda forgot to ask for traveling expenses back in the capital. And then, a large stock of Thunder Element stones arrived in the town below. I bought them up without thinking. You saw how the bow works. It consumes the stone to imbue itself with the element. So it's quite the expensive weapon. I see. So that's why she returned to the tavern but didn't order any dinner. Honestly, I was going to try earning some spare change by teaching you the basics on adventuring, but the way I see it, you don't need it. And I even pointed my weapon at you. If only that old man didn't call me back, I wouldn't have been making so many blunders. But I did find the dismantling lesson to be useful, cause I don't really know how to do it myself. After I replied, I noticed Charles-san's shoulders were quivering ever so slightly. And she was stealing glances at me. Thanks. As I picked up on the muttering, my attention was caught by the light at the end of the tunnel. Apparently, the miners were waiting at the entrance with torches in hand. Oh, you've returned. Did you kill them all? Told you. Didn't I? The 2 will shack 'em and return in no time at all. Surrounded by the dwarven miners, we tried to answer their questions while informing them of the bodies inside. Charles-san and I rushed back to the guild office afterward. I'm back. Charles-san and I returned from our short adventure into the mine shaft, and when we arrived at the guild, there were several other adventurers there. Charles-san, and Schwartz-san too. What about the 8th minute shaft? We eliminated all 6 orcs. We asked the miners to clean up. Please adjust the reward later. Understood. I'll go pick up the skin. Is 6 to 4 alright? That's enough. I'll come again tomorrow morning. I haven't investigated the mine shaft quite. I haven't investigated the mine shaft quite thoroughly, so I'll leave the rest to you. Sure. I'm planning to ask those buds to investigate it anyway. At the back of the office, there were several other adventurers standing around a simple map, They were discussing what seemed to be a survey route or something of that nature. Meanwhile, Thor-san guided us through the procedure to fill in the form for the emergency request and explained that while we'd completed the request, unlike Charles-san, my reward could not be handed over on the spot. In this case, I could only claim the reward from the main region office rather than their branch office. I currently didn't have any money problems and had no intention to accumulate guild points either. Let us just claim whatever I feel like. Even if I ended up accumulating too many points, I could just not take the promotion exam. When we left the branch office, it was already dark outside. Before leaving, we didn't forget to ask Thor-san where we could find a restaurant that would cook the ingredients we brought. We also told him it'd be fairly high-quality venison. Of course, it'd actually be delicious when a chef cooks it. Maybe I should learn to cook after all? The next morning, I woke up in the inn where I and Charles-san had dinner last night. I was able to book a separate room from Charles-san this time, so I took my time to check my equipment before leaving. The CZ-75 SP-01's bayonet attachment turned out pretty useful in the previous battle. Although, stabbing the target, and then firing the gun was not how it was supposed to be used. If it were a real gun, the action would cause various problems with the firearm itself. However, such common sense doesn't apply to my guns as their firearms materialized from within VMB. My firearms didn't give off the smell nor the heat when fired. Even if I summoned a low-cost gun, and hit it hard on a rock, there would be no warping or even a trace of physical damage. It'll simply disperse into particles of light after a certain amount of damage. I waited for the blip of light next door to start moving as I handled my out-of-this-world firearms. There was a little time left until it was time to depart, but Charles-san didn't seem to be waking anytime soon. Was this girl super lethargic in the morning or something? In the end, the dot didn't move even after the appointed time. So, I headed to the next room to wake Charles-san up. Charles-san, are you awake? I knocked on the door, and my sensors managed to collect a few anu-tilde, and funu-tilde kind of groans. I'm going ahead, all right. Leaving the sleepy head behind, I headed to the branch office to get my request completion certificate. Saying hello to Thor-san, who was already super busy with clerical jobs even on this early morning, I received the said certificate. Afterward, I went around the office asking if the adventurers found anything else. It turned out that there were no other orcs found. However, as long as the magic vein remained, more monsters would inevitably appear again in the future. I asked why there was barely any security, but apparently, the frequency of their appearances put next to the employment costs didn't balance in their favor. The mayor, who lived west of here along with the town's inhabitants, would usually file a request with the guild when the time came. As I was being briefed on the geography around Blitora, I noticed a blip on the radar. Quickly approaching the office, "Is Schwartz here?" As expected, it was Charles-san, kicking the door open with such momentum. "Good morning, Charles-san." "Schwartz, you haven't paid the escort and education fee yet, so don't you dare run away." "So, she's more worried about that?" "But I've been waiting here patiently." "Right, Thor-san." "That's right, Shkal-san. Schwartz-san has been chilling around here for a while now." "Ah, that's... I'm sorry." "All right, Shkal-san, please finish the reward procedures first. Is the amount we previously agreed on enough?" "Oh, of course." "Thor, just prepare the reward already." "Sure. Please wait a moment, I'll be right back." Charles-san already received part of her reward yesterday, which she used to pay for her dinner last night. After receiving the rest of her reward, we decided to leave Blitora. We said our goodbyes to Thor-san and then headed south. Our destination, the port city of Amar, was just around the corner. Charles-san said that if we kept using the animal trails, we'd reach the city's vicinity within 2 days, which should have taken 5 days if we traveled by carriage. 2 days later, as planned, We arrived at the crest of the last mountain before Amar. Even Charles-san could confidently say that we were almost there now. We're almost there, Schwartz. Even if you say that, isn't Amar supposed to be a port city? We're still on top of a mountain. Going through the last stretch of the road, we arrived on the other side of the mountain where I was greeted by the sight of a blue sea. What we could see below the mountain was a scene of horses and stairs built into the steep slopes, as well as the sea that stretched out to the horizon. Amazing. Buildings that resembled factories crowded a small patch of land on the coast, with numerous ships sailing along that coast. We finally arrived. Welcome to Amar, the port city surrounded by mountains and sea. Charles-san turned around to me while looking so proud that she showed this from the mountain top. So this was Amar City, where Ashley would risk her life in the fight. Despite the beauty, I couldn't help but imagine the fierce fight that was yet to come as we went down the mountain. It's been a month since Ashley left for Amar, which means I was able to reach Amar much earlier than normal. I heard before that it'd take about 2 months to get here. While in the early stages I drove down the flat roads with VMB's vehicles, I traveled on foot through the mountains with Charles-san using shortcuts. The sight of Amar greeted me as it was spread across the other side of the mountain we had climbed. Rows of houses had been built along the slope with factory-style buildings hugging the coast. And as we walked down, I took in the scenery. I found not only regular houses, but cave dwellings carved into the actual rocky slopes. It was fancy-like, with beautiful carved window frames and doors. Something uncommon in my world. So it must have been done with magic. Was it weird of me to look around in fascination like this? Charles-san had been throwing glances at me with a proud expression. What do you think? Amar's cityscape is amazing to look at, right? Yes, I've seen similar scenery before, but I'm amazed by how they're more natural and beautifully arranged within the city. Fun. It's a city built by a great number of architects who'd mastered earth magic. It can also be turned into a tourist spot in the summer. We continued down the slope as she gushed over the city with pride. Eventually, we reached the gate that separated the city from the mountain. 2 guards stood beside it, for what it seemed to be us. Charlotte-sama, welcome back. Between the 2 gatekeepers standing near the gate, the younger one waved his hand and called out to us. Charlotte-sama? Was he referring to Charles-san? Looking sideways, Charles-san waved back at him. Charlotte-sama? Huh? Charles was the name I used to register as an adventurer. The people of Amar only know me as Charlotte. This will be my first time back in 4 years. You can still call me Charles-san if you want. For all we know, I'm also Charles, the C-ranked adventurer. All right, Charles-san. Still waving back to the young gatekeeper, Charles-san still smiled. But for some reason, there was a tinge of sadness in her eyes. Welcome back, Charlotte-sama. And this sir here. Welcome to the port city of Amar. It's the rule here, but can you please present me your identification? The other gatekeeper, who looked more experienced, was a middle-aged man, presenting my guild card as requested. I got permission to enter the city. Charles-san did the same as she talked with the older guard. How is the fleet reorganization going? It's been finished. The reconnaissance ship already sailed a couple of times even. I believe the first fleet will sail in the next few days. Who is the commanding officer? That would be Risen, Viscount Drumo's eldest son. That piggy Riemann? Calling him that is a bit. What about my elder sister? Should be in the command post, or the mansion. Very well. I shall head home then. Can I use the elevator? Yes, certainly. It's still working per usual. Thank you. All right then, I'll take my leave now, Schwartz. I'm heading down into the city, follow me. I was waiting for them to finish their talk while enjoying the view with the younger guard, but apparently, they were done. I heard a snippet about the elevator. Was it really an elevator? Or was it more of an escalator, or something similar? Following Charles-san, I was taken to an axial track with floorboards that extended up the coast through the steep slope. This is magic elevator. With this, we can go directly to the bottom. The magic elevator moved via magic. The floorboards were about 6 meters in width, so I assumed that even a wagon could fit in it. There were 4 of these elevators lined up next to each other. When I looked down, I saw another packed with boxes as it descended slowly. "Get on it quickly, let's go." I chased after Charles-san, who'd already gotten on it first. Once I got there, she placed her palm on a device that looked to be the control panel. A magic circle emerged from the top, and at the same time, the floor vibrated before we began to descend. I couldn't quite understand the principle behind the structure, but I was aware of what was happening. While it fascinated me that magic could be applied this way, I was still disappointed that it could only be used via magic. I wouldn't be able to use this, let alone as a magic escape device. The magic tag I gotten from the wolf labyrinth could be used to fool transfer circles, but I wasn't sure about this. "Schwartz, we'll be going our separate ways once we get down there." "You mean? You see that house with the red roof over there?" Charles-san continued to operate the control panel with her magic as she pointed out in a certain direction. There was indeed a red-roofed house that stood out taller than most others. "Yes, I can see it. That's my parents' house. After you deliver the letter to the Merida Company branch ship, go there. I'll treat you to dinner." There was still some time till sundown. I still needed to find accommodations and deliver the letter to the ship. It was quite a lot of things to do given the time frame, but since she's offering free dinner, why not? I'll gladly take up that office. I'll come over when I'm done. "Foo fun. I'll make sure that there'll be a lot of Amas seafood specialties. I haven't tasted them for a while myself." The merchant ships usually dock on that side, although I don't know which one belongs to the Merida Company. That's more than enough. I should be able to find them myself. We reached the bottom and the scent of the sea wafted past me, even though we were on the mountain. "We're here." "All right then, Schwartz, I'll be expecting you, so come over for sure." "Yes, thank you very much. I'll visit later." Getting off the elevator, I walked in a different direction from Charles-san. Right in front was the breakwater and beyond, the blue sea. The sea was beautiful from above, but it was even more beautiful from here as it glittered in the sunlight. Near the horizon, I could see what seemed to be fishing boats with larger ships, which were probably the merchant boats. I walked toward that direction where the merchant ships were supposed to be. I saw various kinds of people along the road, merchants, fishermen, and regular city folks. They acted natural despite the fact the one side of the road led to the sea while the other led to factories. I could catch the merchants selling their wares, and some lively chatterings. I was wondering whether they'd suffered from the pirate attacks, but apparently, they haven't attacked here, only raiding at sea. The city was so vibrant that such anxiety meant nothing to it. I entered the area where many merchant ships were docked. A number of piers extended into the sea with merchant ships anchored to them. Big burly men unloaded wooden boxes and took them to warehouses. I asked one of them, who looked to be free, where the Merida Company's ship was anchored. They pointed to one ship and I headed there while comparing the many different ships. "Excuse me. On the longest pier I've seen," I called out while looking around the lowest deck of the largest merchant ship that served as its loading bay. "Who's there?" A beastman appeared from the back. "A dog beastman, I guessed." "D-ranked adventurer Schwartz here. Can I see the captain of this ship?" "You mean boss?" "Please wait a minute dash." "Boos, come down here. There is a customer." The beastman shouted towards the stairs that led to the upper deck. What came back was a gruff reply. "A customer, you say?" "I'm the captain of the Merida Company merchant ship, Bolroy." "Customer? Do you need something?" A middle-aged cat man came down. I assumed he was a cat beastman by his ears and tail. His brown hair was unkempt and the stubbles on his chin gave a different feeling compared to the others I saw that worked for the company back in Bugger. "Nice to meet you. I'm Schwartz. a D-ranked adventurer. Chairman Malta-san told me to visit here. This is the letter he wrote. I handed the letter over to Bolroy-san. He opened the seal and read the letter's contents. I see. Certainly. Customer, Marida Company will take care of your every need during your stay in Amar. Hey, you, run to the seaside lighthouse and book the best room. This customer's name is Schwartz. Bolroy immediately relayed the order to the first policeman. Just what in the world did Malta-san write in the letter? Customer, let's first head to the second floor. It's more comfortable to talk there. Guided by Bolroy-san, I went to the second floor. After arriving at Hamar and making plans for dinner with Charles-san, I visited the Marida Company's merchant ship. Make yourself comfortable, customer. Thank you. I was guided to the upper deck. There, it was a little more than a one-room office with simple partitions to separate the room. We stopped in the section that seemed to be the reception space and fruit juice was served. I then talked to Bolroy-san in regards to my objective of coming here. I then asked for information on the pirates and the state of the city's fleet. Did you actually come all the way here from Baga to help crush the pirates? We really could use some help with them resuming their activities and all. But aren't customers a landlubber? Do you have any experience in naval battles? That's not important. First of all, please give me the information regarding the base and sizes of both the escort fleet and the pirates. But that's very important. The escort fleet of Amma wasn't in any better condition than from what I've heard already. Not only was there a considerable decrease in their count due to the previous battle years ago, but the flagship hadn't been decided either. The current fleet commander was a man named Rizan Drumo, the eldest son of the Viscount Drumo family, one of the two families with major influence in the city. Rizan was still in his 20s, and although he had promising talent, he still couldn't get past his own childishness sometimes. It was said that the recon team would return to the city by day's end. The first fleet would depart to subjugate the pirates based on the information the recon team obtained. Next was the pirates. Ammar's main maritime trade partner was the collection of islands that made up the Filtonia Islands Alliance. They could be reached with a 2-week voyage to the south. Along the route, there were several uninhabited islands that acted as relay points. These were what was said to be the territory of the pirate group Kaido. It was apparently known that their base was on one of the islands near the relay point. Many investigation teams had been sent, but other than the obvious obstructions from Kaido, they couldn't get through the reefs that stretched between the islands. Suffice to say that their missions hadn't gone well. Kaido. It was the kind of small tree that bore beautiful pink flowers that also sometimes developed into a small apple-like fruit. After our conversation, Bolroy-san invited me to dinner, but I declined as I had made an appointment with Charles-san. I promised him I'd accept his offer tomorrow though. As I walked toward the seaside lighthouse where I'd been booked a room, I started to devise my next move. There were several options I could take. Join Ashley, and subdue the pirates Kaido under her banner. Meet Ashley, confirm her fleet, and move along to provide assistance covertly. Or, go straight to the said island alone, find the pirates, and crush them. The third option was a no-go. There was just too many factors that could go wrong, and if I wanted to maximize my strength, the second option would be my best bet. While I considered my options, I stopped to enjoy the sunset on the horizon. That was when I saw a mother and her child. They must have stopped to watch it as well. Mama, sister's ship didn't return today either. Indeed. Hopefully she'll return tomorrow. Anna, shall we pick her up tomorrow? Sure, let's come back tomorrow. The damage caused by the Kaido pirates was not limited to cargo and money. It also included people. I previously thought that the Kurtmaga kingdom was a relatively peaceful one. Aside from banditry and labyrinths, basic human rights were protected in every city, despite the considerable gap between the rich and the poor. However, it wasn't like this situation was spread around the world. After I talked with Malta-san and Bolroy-san, I came to know the origin of this country in the picture book that Ashley read before. It was said that this country was built by an adventurer with the help to help the oppressed. Then, how would he achieve that? Of course, by liberating slaves. The country was actually built with the help of those who wished it abolished. Therefore, there were no slaves within this kingdom, and there was no tendency to discriminate against other races, let alone enslave them. But it was no small effort in doing that for the king. How could he truly liberate these people? From a standpoint, how can one truly release someone from being a family member of a former slave? The answer laid with the present kingdom. With no slaves within the country, and human trafficking heavily prohibited, the country did not recognize the word slave. It did not teach it, and prohibited its use. With years of these, the concept of slavery itself had disappeared. Of course, it wasn't perfect. There were still brothels where people sold their bodies, sometimes against their will. However, the country still succeeded in erasing the word slave from its people's minds. Even so, that only applied to this kingdom. The Filtonia Islands Alliance held no such policy in regard to slavery, and some countries to the north enforced large-scale slavery due to their harsh environment. And then, the pirates also kidnapped people from the ships they attacked. It was still unknown which route they'd take, and where these people would be sent. There was no doubt that taking slaves was one of their main goals. Looking at the duo's figures from behind, I was reminded of the damage the pirates caused. I arrived at the seaside lighthouse, confirmed my room and located my room before I headed to Charles Sand's parents' mansion. From the coastline, I climbed the slope until I saw the red-roofed mansion surrounded by trees. It was not as big as Duke Barger's estate, just a tad smaller, and it gave off a detached feeling similar to the inn I stayed in with Lapitaraku-sama in Veneer. There were 2 guards at its front gate, each wearing the same leather guard as the ones outside the city gate. Could they also be city guards? Halt. This is the residence of the Zephanel family. Are you visiting, or is there something else we can help with? Zephanel, although it's a paper-thin disguise, Charles Sand still was a noble, and a Zephanel too at that. Don't tell me she's Ashley's younger sister? I'm D-ranked adventurer Schwartz, here on Charlotte Sama's invitation for dinner. I'd be pleased if you let me through. Let me confirm it. Please wait a moment. One of the gatekeepers ran into the mansion. Meanwhile, I asked the other gatekeeper, has Ashley Zephanel-sama already returned? Ashley Sama is not here yet. She is always the slowest one. I believe she won't make it for dinner at this rate. I see. That's a shame. That other gatekeeper came back, along with a stately-mannered old man, presumably a butler, who stood by the front door. Noticing my gaze, the old man slowly bent his hip and bowed his head. It's been confirmed. You can enter. Thank you. The butler kept his head bowed until I reached the front door. D-rank adventurer Schwartz here. Welcome. My name is Lester, Zephanel family's head butler. Schwartz-sama, please, through here. Guided by Lester-san, I entered the residence. As I followed Lester-san, I realized that for a family with such influence, their mansion was sparsely furnished with simple furniture. Are you surprised by the humbleness of this mansion? Yes, I've heard of the Zephanel family before. Is it because the mansion is rarely used? Yes, that is indeed the reason. The current masters of this mansion have been away for a long time, so the mansion has been left in its disuse. But with the masters returning, we are currently in the middle of preparing it for daily use again. Is that so? Does that mean Lester-san is the one usually staying in the mansion? Yes, I have served the Zephanels since the previous head. The current head is currently still away. Certainly. The interior was clean and appeared to be maintained. It also lacked a liveliness to it. Is that why the mansion was guarded by Amar city guards? Since it was rarely used, hiring dedicated guards might have been a little too much. Here is the dining room. As said earlier, the mansion is currently in the process of being prepared. but the chef who works exclusively for the Zephanel family is ready. Charlotte Sama will be joining soon, so please enjoy your meal slowly. Thank you. I've just arrived in Amar today, so I couldn't prepare much, but here are some bottles of wine. Please enjoy it with the other mansion inhabitants. Thank you for the kind consideration. We shall serve it alongside dinner tonight. What I handed over was wine from the Continental's collection. I had 2 bottles unlabeled before coming in. The dining room had 4 tables with chairs enough for 6 people. A maid guided me to my designated seat, and as I approached the chair, I saw a blip on the radar closing in on the room. The maid was confused as to why I stared at the entrance of the room instead of sitting down. On my part, I'd feel stupid if I were to sit down only to stand back up again. You've come at last. I've been waiting, Schwartz. When the door opened, Charles-san appeared in what appeared to be a good mood. She was still dressed lightly as she had before, but her long red hair had been combed and set free this time. Apology for making you wait. I had come as per the invitatio. No need to be so formal. Just act like how you used to around me before. Is that so? Then I'll do just that. I waited for Charles-san to take a seat before sitting myself. Seeing this, the maid immediately served us the appetizers. When I said that I would invite someone for dinner, Lester was very enthusiastic. I told everyone that you're not used to a formal dinner, so you don't have to worry. But Charlotte Sama, this is our first visitor in 4 years. Of course we are enthusiastic. The butler came in alongside the maid who pushed a serving wagon with the dinner menu on it. From there, Lester-san explained the dishes to us one by one. We also talked about Charles-san's adventures over dinner. It was a done time to say the least, other than the little fact I had to lie about some of my own adventures. From all the talk, I came to learn more about Charles-san. In addition to that, also snippets about her parents, and also Ashley. 4 years ago, in the Great Naval Battle, both her parents died. 5 families sent their representatives into battle, but only 2 families returned. Those who lost their representatives were also stripped of their titles, while the one who survived left the city. Only the Zephanel family, due to their special status, remained. But Ashley, as the eldest child, had to take the responsibility of family head. And then, by the order of the family's elder, the honorary Chancellor Zephanel, Ashley had to train in the fort city of Bugger. Charles was sent to Drag Range Margrave in the north. Both the sisters got together in the capital from time to time, but neither returned to Amar in the last 4 years. Laughing at old tales, Charles-san proudly declared, I've been an adventurer since I was a minor. While drinking the wine I brought. This country considered 15 to be the age of an adult, which means that she'd been taking requests, and even forming partings, from a very young age. What caused Charlene to be like she was now? Was it from the anxiety of having to stand on her own as an adventurer, or was it out of familial love to not let her deceased parents worry in the afterlife, or was it some sisterly love, believing that her elder sister was also working hard when they weren't together? Lester and I listened to Charles-san's heroic tales with a smile on our faces. I had only pity in my heart for her, though I dared not show it. Charles-san too might have not liked it either, so she was recounting the more funny or light-hearted tales of hers. Time passed before I knew it, and when I noticed, there was a dot moving at the speed of a wagon that stopped in front of the mansion on the radar. It seemed that Lester-san had also picked up on this. Master has returned, he said as he excused himself to leave. Lester, I'll go too. Schwartz, just wait in here. Hold on a second. Even if you say that, I actually want to greet her too. When I arrived at the front door, I was greeted by the sight of Charles-san and Ashley hugging. Ashley was the first to notice me, followed by Charles-san. Sis, let me introduce you. He is D-rank adventurer Schwartz. Welcome back, Ashley. Sorry if I'm intruding. Schwartz, I'm home. That said, you really didn't pull your punches to arrive here earlier than I expected, Huh? Unable to keep up with the exchanges between me and Ashley, Charles-san could only stare. After dinner, we welcomed Ashley's late arrival. Realizing that Ashley and I had already known each other, Charles started acting way different than her usual self. Was she perhaps drunk already on the wine? Or perhaps she was just relieved to be around her only relative, Ashley? She was already sleeping with Ashley's lap as her pillow right now. I was informed at the headquarters about the subjugation of the Wolfang Labyrinth. You really did all that alone? We had already moved to the guest room by now. Ashley sat on the sofa while stroking her sister's sleeping hair. I sat opposite of her, sipping on the freshly brewed tea. The Labyrinth Master was strong, but it seemed that it had gone insane at some point in time. Do the Labyrinth Masters take their position willingly? I've heard before that the Lords of Labyrinths tend to be magic beasts, and it's widely known that they're highly intelligent. But I've never heard of one that went crazy. Perhaps it inflicted itself with a skill like Berserk, or something similar. So, there is such a skill. Enough talk about the labyrinth. Tell me more about the pirates. Schwartz, are you really going to join the subjugation? Roaming the seas is much different than on land, and don't tell me you're going to do it alone. I'll help you, as I came here to do. However, I won't be on the same ship as yours. I'll prepare my own. No matter what I say, I guess you'll still go for it anyway. That's how it is. The first team will depart tomorrow morning. Charles and I will depart with the second team 5 days from now. That's all I can tell you for now. That's more than enough. I'll leave alongside the first team. With our talk finished, I left the mansion for Mayan. Ashley told me to stay the night, but she had her hands full with Charles-san already, so I declined. The next morning, I started my preparations to follow the first team. I walked along the beach early to find an obscured spot from sight, then opened up the TSS once I found one. I scrolled through my inventory until I found the item I needed. I opened the supple bow and took out the item inside. I tossed a 1-meter-long white cylinder into the water. It opened up and expanded with the sound of air being injected before it turned into a boat in no time. This orange boat was actually a 4-seater lifeboat with a motor that could traverse water at low speeds for emergencies. First off, I climbed into it and started the motor before steering it to head offshore. Since it's designed for emergencies, it was slow and noisy, but I already made sure that there were no fishing boats around here. I accessed the TSS again, this time, to the dock menu. One of the largest DLCs in VMB during its long tenure was specialized around naval battles rather than ground ones. The naval battles themselves were not limited to battles on sea, but rather aiding the opponent's land base from the sea. Players needed ships for that, and not only one or two. VMB might not have an actual battle tank for ground combat, so they allowed players to own various kinds of ships, including battleships, to make up for it. The only exception was the aircraft carrier, as it'd give players air superiority. Aside from the free ships made available on missions and the likes, VMB put great restrictions on players who intended to buy ships individually. First of all, the CP costs were horrible. At the same time, repair and fuel were high as well. Having one sunken would probably make the owner go into bankruptcy. On top of that, submarines were dirt cheap in comparison. Most players purchased the submarines with the intention to sink the pricey ships. In the past, I'd seen how these expensive ships were relentlessly hunted down in competitive matches. As such, players started to equip their ships with anti-submarine depth charges. But in the end, the supposedly great naval battles turned out like those in history, and was a very deep money sink. Why were battleships in such an unfavorable state? It was because of its capability of extreme range bombardment, and the fact that the developers hated how snipers would just camp on the ship's bow. For the opposing team who didn't know about the attack in advance, winning the fight would be like climbing an insurmountable mountain. Acts that broke the game. Not only the player base hated The developers also shared the same feelings. After pressing the confirmation button on the screen, a large swathe of particles appeared on the sea. They converged and formed a U-boat 7. With the total length of 67 meters and the width around 6 meters, the U-boat was the common term used by the German Navy for submarines. This Type 7 was one that saw action in World War II. The VMB version was armed with 4 torpedo tubes on its bow, and a 88mm cannon mounted on the command tower at the hull's center. Historically, the submarine was armed with far more weapons, but VMB restricted all the ships to be equipped with only 2 types of weapons. There were several combinations to make, one of them being a submarine with a ballistic missile that could only be used once against the opposing players. Moving the lifeboat to the submarine, I climbed to the top of the control tower protruding from the hull. I opened its hatch and entered before going through another hatch that led into the command post, as it was dubbed by players. Once inside, players could link the control to the TSS and allow them to steer the ship easily, even from outside the ship, as long as they kept close to it. I checked the UI and confirmed control. First of all, I needed to have the U-boat submerged to hide its presence. By the way, the lifeboat I abandoned would just turn into light and return to my inventory once I got too far away. As long as the submarine remained submerged, it'll keep consuming the battery meter at regular intervals. So, I couldn't stay submerged as I had to recharge by going back to the surface. Even so, the time required to fully charge the battery was shorter than the time it took to consume it. I decided to stop the U-boat after some time to check its interior. I'd seen it before in VMB, but I still felt it was important to check the place I'd probably spend the next 2 weeks or so in. The living quarters was right next to the command post, and I confirmed a kitchen and toilet. I wasn't able to enter the torpedo room and the engine room, which was the same in-game. I could use one of the living quarters as a storage room, I thought to myself. I let the submarine surface slightly, and entered periscope mode. It used my standing position as the base point, and the periscope would also turn if I swiped the UI window around to show my surroundings. There was no problem with this mode. I returned to steering mode, resurfaced and used the lifeboat to return to Amar. After this, I'll head to the Merida Company's ship to inform them of my departure, and to make preparations. I should be able to find what I need there, I thought as I steered toward the shore. Tomorrow, First Fleet would set sail from Amar to chase down and subjugate the pirate group Kaido. I also have made preparations to track down the fleet. Among the many ships prepared in VMB, I chose the U-boat 7. I will use this and learn about the naval battles of this world. I visited the Merida Company in Amar to check the operability and habitability of the U-boat, and to also secure rations for the operation. It was likely to take several weeks. Customers, all you need is food. How about water? No, I got it covered with magical tools. Actually, the U-boat had a water tank, so I planned on using it in exchange for a fuel gauge. Basically, vehicles that appear in VMB were made to perform a little different from their real counterparts for balance, the sea and underwater navigation speed as well. Although it could move faster at sea, the speed was unified by its category of ship, so was how torpedoes worked. Of course, the maximum speed was raised for speed-based ships, and many ships had powerful warheads to torpedoes as available. Together with the captain of the Merida Company ship, I purchased my daily necessities alongside my groceries. All the fees were paid by the company. At first, I refused their offer to do that, but it seemed to have been a strict order from Malta-san. It seemed that it would have been a problem if it became known I had paid myself. Malta-san could manage since they were one of the leading companies in the kingdom, precisely because he was strict like this. After I finished shopping, and while taking a meal together as promised, I listened to the story about my target, Kaido. I was shown a valuable ocean route map, and when I concentrated on taking screenshots, the shutter sound of a camera echoed in my head. Just as it became possible to change the point of view, and view of UI information without goggles, it seemed I kept the ability to capture what I saw just by thinking about it. But customer, are you really going out to sea alone? Actually, the sea is relatively calm this time. Storms can suddenly appear. I don't know what the customer's ship looks like, but please be careful when sailing. Thank you. The escort fleet will be nearby the whole way, so if I'm in danger I'll ask for their help. After that, I got the minimum knowledge and received advice about living at sea. I left shore that night. The next morning, I exposed the control tower at sea as I waited for the fleet to leave port. The preparation for the pursuit had already been made and I waited with an open black supply box at my feet. After being shaken by the waves for a while, I saw a ship's shadow that seemed to be the convoy fleet on the horizon. There were 7, I don't know if that's sufficient or lacking, but they were different from the merchant ships. 6 of them had 3 masts which were about half the size of my ship, and the total length was less than 30 meters. Only one ship had 4 masts that were almost twice the size. Maybe that was the flagship. While it was there in the distance still, I touched the box at my feet and took out an important item for this subjugation. It was a RQ-11 Raven that was a small gray unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. This drone was mainly used by the US military and its allies. It had a thin fuselage with a total length of about a meter with a wingspan of the same length and a small electric propeller. It also had a camera attached to the front, and it projected in a small window in the TSS. This allowed me to control it like the U-boat. When I activated the Raven, its propeller made a nice sound and rotated. The Raven could rise up to 3xx meters to 4xx meters. Although there was a possibility it would be noticed if it flew too close to the fleet. I launched and flew the Raven from the control tower towards the fleet. After I confirmed the Raven rose high into the sky, I immediately used the window to direct the drone towards the fleet. They were some ways out, but I finished what I should have been doing. Today, there were several reconnaissance aircraft available for VMB, and they could lock onto a target just by touching the target on the display. A square frame is locked on the target, and the frame is projected into in the window and in my field of view. In addition, the frame color could be changed. Once the fleet was locked onto, I made their square yellow. I was done. To put it bluntly, I didn't know the route to the target area, so I was going to track the fleet and follow them. Although I planned to maintain a close distance, I wouldn't have to worry about getting lost in the vast sea. The Raven projected the fleet and would return if I pressed the return button. Since the lock will disappear if the Raven is destroyed, I'll occasionally bring it back and keep it in my inventory. I got back into the submarine, changed my controls to it and started the voyage. A week has passed since I left Damar. I set up the periscope and used the Raven to navigate and observe the fleet. It was faster than I had imagined. It was not due to excellent shipbuilding technology. It was because of magic. Since the ship was driven by the wind, there often would be strong wind that came and increased its speed temporarily. It would eventually slow down and return to using normal wind. The fleet repeated this. There was a ship with a screw at the stern and I think it was rotated with magic to increase its speed, though I wouldn't know unless I dove underneath it. Since it seemed to have sped up, I thought they would reach the target area faster. Yet, the fleet frequently reorganized its formation. It appeared to have been combat drills. Long-distance spells seemed to be their substitute for cannons. It was a lot of training. On the contrary, what I've been doing for the past week was not only watching the fleet but also thinking on how I would intervene in the upcoming battle, what I'd use, what to use, and how far I would go. Finally, we came near the uninhabited island where the relay point was located. The escort fleet was moored a short distance off the island, and small boats were dropped with the crew heading to the island. According to Bolaroy-san, The island was fairly large with lots of fruit trees, and a waterfall where you could get water. There was also a stone building built there to be used as a campsite. Though no one knew who built it, the fleet would use this island as a forward base to determine the size of the pirate group and aim for a total subjugation. Looking at the small boats heading for the island one after another through their periscope, I was somewhat excited for the naval battle to come. What should I do? For the time being, I decided to stay on the submarine and wait until the fleet started to investigate the surrounding areas. Even though I was interested in the island at the relay point, I couldn't do anything except ascend so I could dismount. Currently, I watched from the sea's surface as the battery recharge was happening. Apparently, they wouldn't move anymore today. While saving my battery, I sailed around the island. The TSS turned the ship on operation mode so this way we could extend the map to its max range of 5 kilometers. Although the submarine has the means to search for enemies such as passive and active sonar, both effects were integrated into VMB. If a ship moved on the surface or underwater, it would display on the map if it was within range and display its icon. The sonar had a cooldown time, and it was different between underwater ships and surface sailing ships. The former was longer than the latter, but submarines had a narrower field of detection. While circling the island, I observed through the periscope while also using the sonar to make sure nothing was overlooked. As I did so, I also kept my guard up towards the island. The next morning, I saw the small boat return to the fleet. The area that would serve as their base was visible. It seemed they also divided their personnel between construction of their base and investigating the surrounding area. Among the 7 ships within the fleet, 5 had begun to move. This included the massive flagship. I submerged and gave chase as the search for the pirate group began. Starting in the morning, they went around another uninhabited island near the relay point, then moved forward for the island that was the pirates' base, and there seemed to be a reef around these islands. It was possible for a ship, similar to Filtonia Islands Alliance, to be stranded in this area. The fleet seemed to also be investigating around this area, but avoided going to places like the reef where the flagship could not advance through. From the submarine's map, it laid out the reeds and clearly showed where the ships would be unlikely to go through. When noon passed, I thought it was time to turn back, but something reflected the pirate group Kaido. There were a number of light pots on the edge of the extended map mode. At the same time, there was a bell that notified the discovery of enemies coming from the fleet. While maintaining their formation, the fleet steered in the pirates' direction. I also went to follow from a distance, surfacing the tower. The sailors will be focused on the enemy ahead of them, so I sent the Raven and locked the Kaido ships together. From the command room, I went to the top floor in the tower and opened the upper hatch, then stepped out onto the ship. I then opened my inventory. A black supply box was summoned and a grey Raven was taken out. I immediately switched it out and the propeller turned at a higher rate of speed as the motor let out a high-pitched noise. If I flew this directly above them, there was a possibility that someone may notice it. I thought of a detour through the sky and through the Raven. Afterward, I immediately closed the hatch and returned to the command room before making the U-boat dive rapidly. Next, I changed the mode to automatic navigation that only made it move forward in a straight line. Then I switched to the Raven. Heading in a different direction than the pirates, the Raven raised higher into the sky and then corrected course. Thus, the Kaido were brought into view. There were 20 ships in sight, all of which were locked and targeted with a red frame. This red frame appeared in my view. Considering the images I saw with the drone, the pirate ships appeared smaller than the escort fleet. The number of masts were 2 with small bodies that appeared to be similar to a boat called the Carrack from my previous world. There were a few differences. Like the escort fleet, which left a powerful wake behind them, it was possible to increase speed with magic. The characteristic feature of their appearance was that the bow protruded strangely. Body ramming, so it was probably a ram tactic. The speed of the escort fleet increased as their formation remained steady, but the distance between the ships grew and the wake from their stern drew a belt over the sea. The Kaido moved in groups to block the head of the fleet. The distance between the two parties grew closer and closer, and I could see the fire line being emitted from the fleet's vanguard. A red light like bullets traced across the sea from the fleet, probably a magical fire-type attack. It wasn't too clear from the footage if the fleet's boats were made of wood, but it was clear that the Kaido boats were made from wood. If you were to attack with magic, it was natural to choose fire which could spread, but here at sea, if the means of attack was magic, then the means of protecting was also magic. The waves ahead of the pirate ships rushed up and intercepted the red lights in the form of a wall. I saw the pirate ships accelerate before pushing through the wall of seawater. The ram on the bow appeared to have a large wind film. It flicked left and right so that the wall broke apart without hitting the ship. I felt that the flow of battle wasn't good. Since the pirate ships were smaller than the fleet ships, they outperformed them in speed and maneuverability. The seawater wall that prevented the fleet from attacking was broken apart as the pirates charged. 15 of the pirate ships went in while 5 orbited the fleet. I stopped operating the Raven and pressed the auto-return button. Waiting for its return, the fleet was completely trapped. Looking at the ship's blips, the flagship had stopped in addition to the others that hadn't been rammed slowed down. Apparently the 5 ships orbiting them were doing something to the flow of the waves, and the area in between them looked to be a whirlpool. What will you do? The ship ramming will soon turn into a melee once they begin boarding. Even if I shot a torpedo, it would be meaningless if I hit one of the fleet ships. The same result would accrue with the 88mm gun on the hull's top. No. There were still the pirate ships turning around. I set a target and steered the submarine, raising the U-boat high enough to use the periscope. I prepared a torpedo. Targets painted by the Raven added a guidance function that was normally found in normal torpedoes. Target locks were originally for assisting heavy weapons such as rocket launchers. The vessel navigated out to a good distance. 4 of the 5 ships were multi-locked as targets and torpedoes fired continuously from the 4 bow torpedo tubes. The pirate group Kaido finally appeared as I tailed the escort fleet of Amarport City. I had previously asked the director of the Marida Company's merchant ship, Bolroy, about naval battles in this world. Aside from the use of oil, the development of gunpowder was slow here, with the reason being the widespread usage of magic. From this world's point of view, gunpowder was a worthless creation that could not even substitute magic. If the fleet or the pirates had any fixed armaments, it would be their bow ram. Although you could consider their ranged attacks such as bows and arrows, it would be nullified by defensive magic. The means of long-range attacks in maritime combat was nothing but attack magic. And whether it be offensive or defensive magic, it was enhanced in power with magical circles applied to the ships before being boosted with several chanters. In that case, what should someone like me, a Manuke without magic, do? The answer was this. The Kaido pirates circling the fight were close, causing waves that made it hard for the fleet to move while under the combined siege. However, 4 of the 5 orbiting ships exploded in flames as the pillars of water shot through them before sinking into the sea. It was a torpedo attack from my submarine. 4 torpedoes were loaded in tubes at the bow for a total of 14. Every 4 shots would cause the tube to reload, causing a cooldown timer that made it impossible to rapid-fire them. So during this time, I advanced the ship into the fight. What happened? Sea Captain. 2nd to 5th ships have suddenly sunk. Don't be stupid. I can see that too. Watch the surroundings. Where did the attacks come from? Chaotic noises could be heard through the periscope. Apparently, there was a man who apparently was the captain of this group on one of the ships circling. What do I do? Should I try and capture him? But how would I capture him from underneath the water? He may call himself a captain, but it may just be a single ship and not for the entire group. Then, while waiting for the loading process, I continued with my plan to suppose the fleet which turned into a melee as the ships locked together. My course is adjusted using the periscope so that a pirate ship attached to one of the fleet ships would be in front of the U-boat. With a rapid ascent, the submarine broke the water's surface and made its appearance. "Captain, 2 o'clock." Something from the sea. Oh, no way. The enhanced sound collection function in the submarine allowed me to hear the voices in my surroundings. However, I did not surface just to hear their surprised voices. I operated the window monitor of the TSS and switched to operation mode to use the 88mm gun fixed on the vessel's upper hull. Its 88mm cannon was an anti-tank weapon originally used for ground battles, and its fire rate was high. Moreover, because its rounds were automatically loaded, you didn't have to stop attacking while you watched for one weapon to reload and just switch to the other. And while this version was different from its land version, still, its power was more than enough to destroy a wooden ship. However, the armor gauges for submarines, including the U-boat, was considerably low. As soon as they got attacked, they became impossible to sail and would just wait to be sunk. Therefore, my plan was for a hit and run. I aligned my sights with the pirate ship on my monitor and pressed the fire button. A roaring sounded over the water as a shell dashed over it, exploding multiple pirate ships attached to the escort ship. It was the first time I used it in the world, so I waited until I could see my target, which was a confirmed impact, shattered, burned and sank. Then when they changed their target to me, I had already disappeared into the sea with a rapid dive. What was that just now? Look out, report, Risen's armor. There are still enemies on board. I know that. But if the magic doesn't belong to your ally, then that ship is the cause. I passed underneath the Amar flagship and aimed for the ships fighting on the other side. I checked and confirmed the angle on the sonar and map as not to crash into the fleet ship. The 88mm cannon roared once again as I broke the surface. I dove once again and checked the situation through the scope. I found the Kaiju pirates had begun to retreat. They pulled from the melee and jumped onto the remaining ship and left the escort fleet. Naturally, the fleet could not allow them to withdraw easily and tried to attack with magic. The area became veiled in thick fog and the fleet lost them. Apparently, they had been calculating the seawater to generate the fog to use as a smokescreen to escape. From the fleet's side, angry shouts such as "blow the fog away," and "catch the pirates in the water," could be heard. I didn't mean to sink them all here. The main goal was to suppress their base on the island from the fleeing ship. They needed to show me the location of the base, which was unknown. The escort fleet may be doing that too. They didn't force themselves to give chase and instead arrested the pirates that remained before putting something around their neck. That is, I think that was the anti-magic collar I saw in the capital, in Yaguk's mansion. It disturbed the flow of magic of the wearer and made them unable to use skills and magic. They attached one to a prisoner, tied their hands, and made them kneel. I saw a guy check each of their faces. I thought he was a beast man, with his stout barrel-like body, elongated head, and short tufts of golden fur, maybe I should say yellow hair and white hanging ears. From its face, a pig nose. Is that the piggy Riemann that Charles mentioned? The fog was cleared away with a magical wind. Once most of it was gone, small boats were lowered to begin repairs. It seemed that none of the ships took any critical damages, but it wasn't likely that they would begin their pursuit once they finished. What's that black ship? And where is your base? That's not one of us. Rather, that one is your piggy ally, isn't it? Are they referring to my U-boat? Look at you guys, I'm not as sweet as Zephanel. If you don't speak honestly, you won't be needing that mouth anymore. With a sword in hand, Risen cut the pirate's head and kicked his body into the sea. Then, he speared the rolling head at his feet with his sword and stuck it out to the next kneeling pirate. Now, you next. Tell me where the black ship is and where your base is. Well, wait. I'll tell you the way. But I really don't know about the black ship. A second body fell into the sea. This is, even though I would do something similar if I didn't know where their base was, and there was no reason to spare them. I didn't like that their deaths were because of my submarine. Don't neglect to watch the surroundings. If you see that black ship, let me know immediately. Risen-sama, what are you going to do with that ship? It didn't seem to be an enemy. You can only tell if it's an enemy by capturing it. That ship isn't from the Kurtmaga Kingdom. I've never seen a ship dive into the sea, but that's a good thing. I definitely want it. That piggy Risen. The purpose of their interrogation had changed. Since it's like this, I can't show you the U-boat and I are together. Should I finish everything before Ashley arrived at the relay point? There was no doubt that it was the only way, but Ashley would be joining the second fleet. I went to their base and finished everything. Was it okay to end it like that? No. I'll decide later what to do in the end. First, let's head to the Kaido base, check their strength, and if I could do it alone, finish them. If it's not possible, wait for the fleet to arrive. I planned my next move while I dove lower before changing course. I followed the marked targets in my eye as I did so. The pirate group that attacked Hama's fleet, Kaido, was retreating, and I was currently following them back to their base, relying on the red frame that painted them on my view by the RQ-11 Raven. What looked to be Kaido's base of operations was an island on the horizon. It was dyed red as its surroundings were dyed in darkness. I stopped the submarine and opened the TSS, opened the map and displayed the island. It wasn't any bigger than I expected. Its appearance through the periscope, in a word, was a rock wall. Only a small amount of greeny was visible atop the wall. The island itself was a donut shape that rose from the sea with an open center. Red frames were concentrated within that open center. The inner space was apparently the base. Since it was difficult to approach, they didn't bother to investigate the island as it was surrounded with large rocks and reefs. However, it was doubtful how the island was capable of securing food, allowing them to process materials and repair their chips. I don't think wild animals and fruits could be harvested there. Was everything gained through Pyrak, or were there some outside collaborators? How should I move from here? The location was to be known by the captured pirates, but it seemed impossible for the fleet to reach that island through the reefs. If they switched to smaller boats, it'd be weird if the Kaido pirates didn't attack them. First of all, should I infiltrate it and check out the situation? I decided to go with that. However, there were various things to consider. First, it'd be troublesome if the fact I was here was known. How'd I get there? Even if I answered honestly that I used a submarine, they'd likely not understand, and it's possible that Piggy Riemann would intervene. Also, from a different point of view, I'd likely be suspected of being a member of the Kaido pirates. Since it came to that, should I hide my face like Shaft? The second reason would be that it'd be unusual for my fake identity, Shaft, to appear on an island in the south without warning. It was way too unnatural. So, I needed a third identity. Neither Sackwarts nor Shaft. I opened the TSS and went to the avatar customization, purchased outfits and accessories. I then went to the shop. A combination of items would be necessary for this. It needed to be natural and blended with the sea while also hiding my face. I picked an outfit, and looked at it in the 3D preview. I was dressed in a leather pirate captain costume with a hat, but it made me look like some rundown ghost. And on the face, it was the same kind worn beneath Shaft's mask, a skeleton face. This item set was included in the Ghost Pirate pack. If you equipped the skeleton face, the head turned into a skeleton and pale blue flames danced in the eye sockets. The bones were visible around my head and neck, but not my entire body. I was also wearing a powered suit underneath, so I didn't have to worry about losing my mobility, but I had to make sure not to expose as much of myself as possible. I saved the outfit so I could change into it at any time. I registered it as Yona on my list after Shaft. Next was my equipment. I prepared several oxygen tanks and some consumable items like a lifeboat, etc. It'd take some time to swim to the island, so I took out an underwater scooter as a means of transportation. All these items were used in VMB's submarine base infiltration missions, which was similar to what I was about to do. While being a bit nostalgic, I took out the items and waited for darkness of night to come. Night came, shrouding the area in darkness. With little starlight reflected in the water, I departed the U-boat and traveled beneath the waves using the underwater scooter. While not fast, its electric motor made it an easy way to transverse underneath the water. A skeleton face with a small oxygen device on its mouth with goggles looked nothing but surreal. I don't think I even needed to breathe. I imagined that my heart had turned into a monster's heart as well, but I guess that wasn't the case. I was a skeleton on the surface but a human on the inside. I was slightly relieved with this small bit of knowledge. The U-boat submerged itself once outside my control before turning to the garage. I was worried that the little bit of light would reflect off it and alert a guard. Relying on the map, I approached the island wall while avoiding the reef. I could see a cave that allowed entrance from the sea. This was probably how the Kaido left, and how I entered while watching my surroundings. Candlesticks had been placed in some parts of the cave, their flames swaying like they were ready to disappear. There were no signs of people around, and I thought it was about time for them to sleep when I heard men making noise. To be more exact, it sounded like cheers, screams and angry voices. I also heard several smaller screams, sighs, and the crying of women that were overruled by the men. I thought that I'd only have to wipe out the pirates, but maybe that idea had been rash. The exit was dimly lit, and looking ahead on a map, it was wide. It was likely a port. I entered slowly, checking for surveillance from the surroundings with only my head above the water. A port with a large number of ships was anchored. Several were the raid ships from earlier, then more ships of the same size along with several smaller types of boats. Even though I'd nearly sunk 9 ships, they had a lot more. I hid in the shadows of the anchored ships. As I looked around, I saw rows of huts that appeared to be warehouses around the port area before I saw a stone staircase. I slowly looked up and saw a network of bridges that threatened to cover the sky. Light leaked from a cave dwelling, along with the voices of men and women. The situation was a hard move. The way to it was visible to others, and it was difficult to know what kind of room or how many pirates were in there. If I were found out, there was no doubt it had turned into a big fight. Kaya, I told you to not use your teeth. You're useless. I don't need you anymore. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Forgive me. What? A clear voice came from the nearby cave. When I looked up, a shadow of a sailor moved. A large man lifted a petite woman with one hand and threw her out of the stone corridor. Wow! I moved from my hiding spot as I saw a girl fall down right above me. She screamed for a moment as she was thrown before losing consciousness. I couldn't see who threw her. Maybe he lost interest in her after throwing her and returned to his own dwelling in the cave. I moved to intercept the falling girl with my head and arms above the waterline. It was important to protect the head, right? So, I caught her, enveloping her head while being pushed into the sea as if to let the water absorb the impact. The splash should have been loud, yet my sensor didn't pick up any changes to the environment. Either it was because I was sinking into the sea, or maybe this was a daily occurrence. While submerged, I turned to the girl, who faced me while fainted, and grabbed her from behind. I didn't want to wake her and have her freak out while in the water. Holding her from behind, I moved into the ship's shadow again. I poked our heads out of the water, checking the surroundings to see if anyone came to investigate the splash. Should I return to the U-boat now? Careful as to not let her head sink below the water, I moved slowly and quietly away from the island. I checked many times using my NV and FLA modes, yet I never saw any pirates keeping watch. Do you think anyone wouldn't find their home base? Or were they just not using a 24-hour surveillance system? I was grateful for that. Using the TSS, I took out the lifeboat and a gift box from my inventory. I took out a blanket and wrapped it around the girl. The lifeboat itself was equipped with a rear motor, but if someone heard an unfamiliar sound, they may investigate. Thus, I removed the oar attached to the inside of the boat and rowed away. While I rowed, I looked at the unconscious girl. She was a normal girl with wet chestnut hair, wearing a piece of garment that I couldn't call clothes, and no underwear. Was she in her mid-teens? The overall impression was that she was thin. What kind of life did you have on that island? The sound of cracking could be heard from the oars in my hands, perhaps due to the strong resistance from the waves. After some distance, I summoned the U-boat, carried the girl on board and then laid her down on a bed in the living quarters. I took her off her wet clothes and wiped her down dry. I then covered her with a thin comforter and left. There was a possibility of her getting sick if she remained wet. She may also wake up confused, so I should stay close to her. There was something I wanted to do before I went to meet up with Ashley. I left the submarine and headed back to the island. When I returned to the U-boat, I saw the blip in the living quarters moving about. The girl had woken up. Though I couldn't hear her, she appeared confused and screaming. She seemed to know she was in a room, or maybe she calmed down after exhausting herself. I opened the heavy door that connected to the living quarters, and the blip moved after she apparently noticed the door opening slowly because I saw the BLP wandering after jumping from the bed. "Yo, did you wake up?" The girl would be scared after being trapped in a strange room. I entered the room slowly and gently spoke out. "Oh, I'm still the ghost Captain Yona. What should I do?" Could she talk in this state? The girl sat in the corner of the bed, wrapped in the blanket. Her eyes were wide and trembled with fear. However, she didn't avert her gaze from Yona's skeleton face. It couldn't be helped. We couldn't keep this up. I sat on the opposite side of the bed where the girl escaped, and talked to her while facing her. "I'm Yona. What's your name?" "Mimi." "Well, Mimi, do you want to eat?" Without hearing her reply, a gift box appeared from my inventory. I took out a lunchbox and a cup as well as my magical water flask. The room was silent while the girl watched. Mimi didn't understand that it just happened. "Here, you're hungry, right? Eat." I placed the lunchbox on the edge of the bed, poured some water into the cup, and presented it to Mimi. Perhaps she couldn't keep up with me? Her gaze went back and forth between the items and my face. Fear of the skeleton before her, and her parched throat. After swallowing some saliva, she reached out and received the cup, but she didn't drink it. Her eyes still wandered between my face and the cup. Since she took the cup, it should be all right. I sat back on the other side of the bed and poured myself a drink before drinking it all in one go. She also drank her water vigorously, perhaps finding relief in my actions. Will this calm her down a little? "Eat your bento." I pointed to the lunchbox that Mimi, without knowing, put beside her. Sadly, it didn't seem that the lunchbox had reached her mouth. She didn't appear to know there was food inside of it. "Bento." I opened the box I'd taken out for myself and showed the beautifully partitioned food inside. Once I did so, she understood and opened her box as well, and began to eat as vigorously as she drank. I wondered if this alleviated her fear a little bit. While thinking, I cut to the chase. "I have some questions to ask. Mimi, the girl I'd saved from the Kaido island, had woken up. I had made an appearance in the form of Yona the ghost captain. I also managed to create an atmosphere where she could talk using the Marida Company lunch boxes. Mimi, how long have you been on that island?" "Around 2 months." "Why are you with the pirates?" "The merchant ship I worked on was attacked. Then we were taken to that island." "How many people were brought to the island besides you?" People besides me," using the voice changing function. I made Yona's voice a little scruffy. It was different from my other personas. Mimi answered my questions while slightly nervous because of that. According to her, the Kaido kidnapped young men and women from the crew of the ships they assaulted. Then, they were brought back to the island. Mimi only wore trousers and a disturbing collar around her neck. The other kidnapped people wore similar collars, and a few days later, the captured men were taken to the lowest warehouse of the base and never seen again. The women were divided into two groups, one to go with the men, and the rest forced to do jobs around the island. Cooking, cleaning, and even attending to them at night. They only rested in the early mornings or evenings. It appeared that this warehouse needed to be checked. Was something happening within it, or did it lead elsewhere? As of yesterday, 7 women and 5 men had been captured. As I heard the story, it seems the 5 men were also taken to that warehouse. There were also apparently a lot of hostages, so it would be hard to save them all at once. Amar's fleet would appear today or tomorrow. What would happen to these captives? Take them to the warehouse or leave them be? How will the escort fleet move after they attack? The fleet's sailboats wouldn't be able to get inside, and assuming that they had a layout, they might even consider attacking the entire island with magic. It didn't feel good to do that. I also didn't have the right to help, but I wanted to since I heard the situation. I also heard about the Kaido's leader, Kada, a lion-type beastman. He was the one who'd thrown Mimi down. He had a harsh temper and bore easily enough. She had said that he had a habit of throwing his tops from his pirate room at the top of the wall. By the time I had heard this story, the sun had risen and it was almost noon. Eat your fill. I left the box and magic water in the room and left before heading to the command room. I hadn't slept since I had left, so I wanted to rest. However, I couldn't leave Mimi on the boat forever. If there were people inside, the submarine couldn't be stored. Considering the remaining 12 people, it'd be a problem if I couldn't pull it from the dock. Fortunately, the yellow marks that targeted the Amar fleet were not moving. I should return to the relay point and drop off Mimi before the fleet arrives. I couldn't let her stay inside forever, especially since this place would become a battlefield. I switched to the U-boat's control and moved towards the relay point. The U-boat arrived at the relay point before sunset. When I checked on the periscope, there were ships moored on the island. 3 new ships had arrived at the island. A ship with a hull thicker than the first Caravel-styled ship, so it must have been Ashley's fleet. They perhaps had just arrived as sailors were busy about moving cargo. I stopped the U-boat under the sea and brought Mimi up to the command post. She followed while looking around the narrow passages since she'd been carried while unconscious. She was curious about all the exposed piping and countless instruments. Where are we going? You will get on the boat that will take you home. I can go home? You can go home. But, I can't go home. And then, she burst into tears while sinking down and held her knees. Why can't she go home? I couldn't ask. She eventually got up while holding herself, muttering her mother's name. Was there something I could say to her? Nothing came to mind. But there was still one thing I understood. Mimi, I think your mother is praying for your return. But parents are the ones who accept all of their children, so you don't need to worry about anything. I lifted her up as she still cried and held her to my chest with one hand. I climbed the ladder that led to the upper floor of the control tower. Among the transport ships, I moved the ship towards the largest ship, which would mostly have Ashley. Hoping she was there, I surfaced. What the hell is that? That black ship, the one that I told you about earlier. It's a sailor's ship that intervened in our battle against the pirates. That is. When I surfaced about 100 meters to the side of the largest ship, I could hear the noise on board it. Assemble the combat sailors. Capture that black ship. Risen. What are you talking about? Everyone is still unloading. Risen, someone is coming out from the top. When I opened the hatch on top of the tower and climbed outside, I saw 3 people standing on the side of the ship. Piggy Riemann, And Ashley. Wah! Undead? Get ready for all-out combat. The undead are out. After he say me, Piggy Riemann ran to the other side of the ship. Dobon. I heard the sound of something falling into the water, or jumping into the sea. Big sister, please step back. Charles-san came forward as if she was hiding Ashley. Drawing her bow, her hand shinned with light, but I stayed silent. I was just staring at Ashley's eyes with blue flaming eyes. Did she notice at this distance? Charles, lower that bow. Charles, lower the bow. Why? Big sister. Just a little bit. Let's wait a little bit. Don't let the combat sailors attack. However, prepare the defensive magic to be cast immediately. Around them, there were a number of sailors. It seemed she bought some time. I threw the lifeboat into the sea as I left the tower and dropped Mimi into it. As the sound of air jets sounded, she stopped crying and looked up to me as if she wanted to say something. I, however, just jumped back down the hatch before listening. That was because the flagship prison appeared behind the transport ship. The U-boat did a quick dive and evacuated the area. After having left Mimi at the relay point with Ashley, I returned to the Kaido base and decided to take a break. I'd lose focus if I wasn't rested, and it might lead to a fatal mistake. Even though I didn't have the time to spare, it was a good time for a rest. The TSS's alarm woke me 2 hours before dawn. According to the story I heard from the girl, this should be around the only time the women could rest. I ate some fruits I'd bought back in Namar and then checked my armaments as I considered what I'd use. I didn't know if I'd keep Yona's outfit, but I would like to differentiate everything Yona used from the others. I chose an M24A2 sniper rifle as Yona's main. This rifle was one of the M24 series manufactured by Remington Arms in the United States, and it held 10 rounds. It was chambered in 7.62 by 51 NATO rounds, which was the same as what the Scar 8 used. Furthermore, a silencer could be attached. FYI. He's referring to the game version. IRL standard is 5R. And silencers could be attached to any firearm with a barrel thread. In before WTF's roll-in. Until now, I've only used self-loading weapons. Self-loading weapons were weapons that utilized the pressure of the combustion in the barrel and redirects it back to force the bolt back at a certain speed, in which it, using a small mechanism, grabs the spent cartridge and flings it from the chamber. This rifle, however, was bolt action. So I needed to manipulate the handle attached to the bolt myself in order to load and unload the rifle. It was possible to perform this action skillfully and quickly, but it depended on the player, and that meant there could be long intervals in shots. For this infiltration, the main reason for me going with this weapon system was the terrain inside the island had range and good visibility. But the cave dwellings had small windows and the targets would be smaller if I took a position at the top of the wall. Thus, why I needed something with accuracy to hit these small targets through the gaps provided. At long last, I would use my 5.7 as the sidearm. With 20 RNDS and the ability to use a silencer, it was attractive. As for melee, I choose a machete with a long blade like an undead skeleton. This was the type used by the US military and had a total length of 60 centimeters. It looked like a dagger or a hatchet with a wide blade. It was a black model with only a grip, blade, and a cloth sheath that could be attached to the waist. I also prepared a special grenade that I could hide behind my clothes. Thus, I was ready to go. About an hour before dawn, I adjusted the depth so that only the control tower would rise above the dark sea. I prepared the same scooter and small oxygen cylinder again and began my infiltration mission from the sea. No problem presented itself during the infiltration itself this time as well. I shouldn't have been discovered either, but a problem was presented at the end. The base was quiet. First, I confirmed the positions of the 12 hostages who'd been kidnapped, though contact would be afterwards. My appearance was now that of the owner, the ghost captain, an undead skeleton. So, no matter what I said in Orlando's common tongue, I would not be trusted. That would be different with Mimi, as I'd saved her life. In the end, I couldn't do it directly by myself. I could buy a number of lifeboats capable of crossing the sea. Once no one was riding them, they'd turn into particles, so there would be no evidence. I checked my surroundings with my eyes and ears. Once I was convinced no one saw me, I crawled up onto the harbor. I hid behind a wooden hut before checking again. I'd entered without being spotted, and the area was automatically mapped. I searched for the place that Mimi mentioned, with the men and women being thrown into. A side hole in the wall with a lookout hut near it. Over there, a little ways ahead from my position, there was a hut with a windowsill. A road continued through the wall from a small room to another 2 rooms not so deep in. There was no doubt about it. 2 blips inside the hut, and 12 blips split between 5 and 7 between the 2 rooms. I pulled out my pistol from its holster, took out the silencer, and attached it. I went in quickly, hips low, and approached the hut as quietly as possible. The window's shutters were closed, since it was still closed outside, but I could see through a small gap. Not much furniture inside, just 2 tables and chairs, 2 figures sitting at the table. Most likely the lookout. They looked asleep based on the alcohol bottle on the table itself. I put my hand on the door handle and it didn't seem locked. This was a pirate camp without a door lock. Did they not have a sense of caution, or were they confident in their base? No. Let's stop wasting time on pointless thoughts. Opening the door quietly, I slipped inside while closing the door behind me. I aimed the pistol to one of the men's chest and double-tapped him, quickly doing the same to the man opposite to him. As they died, their blips on the map disappeared. I then turned my attention to the path leading to the 2 rooms where a metal lattice door was with a lock. The key was hanging on the side wall. There were 3 keys in total, one of which was to the lock before me, and the rest were probably related to the back rooms. I grabbed all of them and moved down the tunnel without any light. I changed to flavision. For the time being, I think it's impossible for them to see me in the darkness. But I did wonder if they could see me. "Hey, is anyone awake?" I called out into the dark prison. "Who is it?" A man replied. "Don't make any loud noises. I am the one who serves the Zephanal family of Amar." "Zephanal, don't yell." "I killed the lookout, but if you're loud, someone else may notice." "I am sorry. An fleet from Amar is coming. They should already know this base's location. It'll soon become a battlefield." "I'll unlock the door so wake everyone up and escape." "Go check the table in the hut. There are 3 magic tools that will turn into small boats when they come into contact with water. Use them to escape." I understand. What about you?" "I have a job to do." I unlocked the door after matching it with the right key. Both men and women were free, and the sound seemed to awaken everyone. An air of uneasiness and fear filled the darkness, but the man who called out to be explained in a hushed voice to them. After I listened, I returned to the hut and placed 3 lifeboats on the table. If it went unused, it could be left for a while, before they could reach here. I left and went towards my next goal, the warehouse at the back of the harbor. I snuck back into the pirate group Kaido's base. At first, I went for the 12 hostages and freed them before giving them the means to escape the island on their own under the veil of night. Of course, that meant using my lifeboats. There was almost no watch inside or outside the island, and if you were careful to not make much noise, there should be no issues with escaping unnoticed. Now that I am acting as Yona, I couldn't take care of any of them on my own. So, I wished them good luck. I saw the warehouse that Mimi had mentioned where men and women had been taken into and never came out of. The wooden warehouse at the back of the harbor had a fairly large sliding door. Was it a storage area for materials, or was it a dry dock? A large lock was attached to the door. It would be impossible to break it and get inside. As long as they were escaping the base, it'd be okay to take some flashy actions. It seemed I could slip into the warehouse. So, I ran up the wall before getting midway. Then I grabbed onto a window frame and slipped into the building. There was no one inside, as I had known from the lack of blips on my radar. Still, I activated my FLIR and checked my empty surroundings. There were several carts and large boxes inside, along with a large pedestal. Was this a transfer circle? On the pedestal were two magical circles. Compared to what I had seen in the labyrinth, one of the circles appeared to transfer circle as it glowed pale. The other must have been a replica as the pattern differed slightly. This was the first time I'd seen one. Unlike the transfer circle carved into the stone tile, this pattern had been written on a carpet-like material. A cupboard was nearby with two clothes similar to the replica's material. When I picked one of them up and unfurled it, it held a similar circle to the previous one. I think it was a spare. Only it wasn't shining. Did that mean that the kidnapped people were taken off the island? There must have been someone supporting the pirates from the shadows, someone who'd use these circles to transfer things back and forth. What should I do? Should I go back and check ahead? With the magic tag I had gotten from the labyrinth, it could be used by me. If it were left unattended, a pirate could escape and possibly call in reinforcements. Thus, I took out an empty gift box and put the spare circles into it. I then took one of the stone plates that made up the circle. When I did so, the light died away from the rest of the plates, signaling the formation collapsed. I became a little worried and put the stone tile back. Faint light returned to the circle, which had been a far simpler process than I had expected. The transfer circle consisted of 16 stone tiles, and even if it were to be broken apart and rearranged, perhaps this is. At first, I thought about prioritizing the destruction of the pirates before confirming the teleportation's destination. But I changed that idea. I decided to confirm the transfer destination and conduct an experiment instead. I readied my 5-7, in case someone was on the other end of the circle. I then made a light cut on my finger with my machete. 2 drops of blood dripped onto the circle where it flashed a pale red, and my biometric information was registered. All I had to do now was say the words to start. However, I noticed blips beginning to move on the map. It seemed the 12 prisoners were moving from the hut to the harbor. There was a slight audible sound of the lifeboat expanding. Wow, be quiet. The men will have to paddle, and stop touching it. I didn't know what would happen because it seemed to be a magic tool. Well, do you know which direction? It should be all right. I was relieved to hear their small voices from my sensor. It seemed they acted on my words. Despite me appearing in the darkness, I also checked for the sound of pirates and any suspicious blips on my map. It appeared none of them had noticed that the prisoners were escaping. They appeared to have succeeded in their escape. Now the rest was up to me. Transfer. When I chanted the keyword, the pattern lit up and the curtain of light surrounded me. Now 2 men with brooms stood in front of me. Were undead. One of them, who appeared to be cleaning the area around the circle, saw my skeleton face, Yona's face, and pulled a sword that hung from his waist. He never got the chance to swing as he fell down with 2 holes in his forehead. The other man, who faced the other direction, turned as his friend fell to the ground. He too fell backward with a hole in his head. The destination was inside a warehouse similar to the one I had left. The doors were wide open, and I took cover on the side before glancing outside. Trees, mountains, and a small hut. The map didn't show anything aside from the hut before me. Where was this? No matter how much I zoomed out on the map, I was surrounded by blank maps. I reopened the map from the TSS and confirmed the map information. Considering the coordinates displayed, I was located quite north of the royal capital. I wasn't sure how far exactly, and there was a big possibility I was in another country. I looked to the 2 men I had shot dead. Was I too quick in killing them? I accidentally killed the on first strike. I should have asked where I was beforehand. There also weren't any more blips on the map. These 2 were basically the only ones here. Just in case, I searched the hut, only finding basic living tools with nothing to tell me of the location or how it was related to Kaido. I took screenshots of the scenery around the area, as well as the lodge's supplies and the corpses. I didn't know how much I could show Ashley, but it may prove useful at a later date. Afterwards, I summoned a Type 74 truck, a 6x6 7-ton truck used by the GSDF, in the warehouse. I lowered the gate and checked the bed. It was as wide and long as you could imagine. In this case, 2 circles could be lined up. I placed the magic circle, and the copy installed in the warehouse, in the bed. It emitted a faint light without an issue. I explored the warehouse and collected another spare that was not in the lodge. There were 2 of them here. Was it common to prepare 2 spares? Just to confirm, I stored the truck. It went back in with the circle, confirming I could store it in the vehicle. I also made sure I could bring it out without a problem. It was fine for now. I confirmed that nothing was left behind before I registered my biometrics with the circle on the bed of the truck and then transferred back to the island. There was no doubt that the light curtain could be seen inside the island. However, the situation had changed from before. The entire base was moving around noisily. Angry shouts could be heard outside the warehouse from the top of the wall. Apparently, Amar's fleet had appeared on the horizon at dawn. Captain Carter, it's ready to leave the port. Captain, I can't find the prisoners. What are you talking about? Look for them. And for the folks ready to leave, get out of the port before our exit is blocked. The voice of Kaido's leader, Carter, was heard from above. Perhaps because this warehouse was still locked, I didn't see anyone checking the warehouse. While I calmly analyzed the situation, I returned the truck to my garage. It appeared in my inventory, and I was relieved to find out I could return it from a considerable distance away. Finally, I summoned the gift box and collected this circle along with the copies. All that remained was to eliminate the pirate fleet as Amar's fleet made its appearance. After teleporting back to the island, the base was already buzzing with preparations to meet the Amar fleet, which had come to subjugate them. For the time being, I exited the warehouse the way I came in, and hid in its shadow. Looking at the harbor, 16 ships were sailing out with 4 of the large ships staying in back. I expanded my map view to check their position, but they appeared on the edge of the map before quickly leaving its range. I put a hand in my pocket and took out a detonator. Yes, the night I took Mimi I had snuck back in again to set C4 bombs beneath all the pirate ships in the harbor. I pulled the device's trigger, and seawater around the 4 remaining ships blew up as a series of dull explosions sounded out. There were also faint sounds in the distance as well. What is it? Hey! It's going to sink. What was that sound just now? Pirates who'd been running around the harbor along with ones in the dwellings above came rushing out. They all looked into the harbor as I leaned position from the warehouse, holding out my M282. I aimed for the head of a man looking down from the top of the wall using the attached scope. Due to the balancing of VMB, when aiming with a sniper, the crosshairs disappeared. Therefore, it became necessary to use a scope, or to physically use the iron sights. This rifle was equipped with a X3.5x10 and had no iron sights. I aligned the scope's crosshairs to the man's head and immediately pulled the trigger. Thanks to the silencer, the shot came out sounding like air. I then heard the sound of popping. I wasn't looking directly at the source as I moved back into cover behind the warehouse. I cycled the rifle, pulling the bolt's handle to eject the spent cartridge and load a new one. I leaned back out to find another pirate staring at his dead friend who'd just lost his head to his right. I crushed one pirate's head after another. Their bodies fell as I began to aim for the pirates at the lower layers. Basically, for a sniper user, it was important to kill as many enemies as possible before your whereabouts were found. Hey, what's happening? Captain Carter, we're being attacked from somewhere. If this position was found out, I should move. Being attacked. Undead. There is an undead behind the transfer warehouse. I was found out. Huh. I put the rifle away and pulled out my pistol from the holster at my waist. I wouldn't need a silencer for this. And held out the pistol while pulling out the machete with my right hand. Due to the three-dimensional structure of dwellings in the walls, the base didn't show the exact placement of enemies in my view. So I wasn't aware of the remaining targets, but I didn't plan to let any of them go. Why is there a skeleton here? Do you know which sunken ship this guy came out of? Did you wander out of the deep-sea prison? The pirates standing before me tried to keep their distance as I slowly walked toward them. They didn't seem like they were going to attack, so I just kept my pace. I held my machete while relying on the crosshairs for the 5.7 in my left hand. I then began to down the pirates with 2 shots each. The last pirate looked at his friend as he collapsed to his knee, stunned by the appearance of the cane-like object that spewed fire. I ran forward and slid, using the momentum to aim for the fallen pirate's neck with my blade. Using the momentum, I cut the man's head off as I soared straight up while spinning. Fireball. Dash. I started running before the first spell landed. The voice of Carter could be heard from above. The only way to get up there was to run up the stone stairs and bridges. No, I ran up a set of stairs and then ran up a piece of rock wall that had no obstacles. I had 14 rounds left in my pistol, and shot at a combat sailor mage on an upper layer. Perhaps they noticed my intention as the air before them began to shimmer. I wondered if they deployed a magical barrier. It's useless. The magical barrier was to prevent magical attacks. But the 5.7 by 20 bullets have no magical power. They pierce the barrier without any sort of resistance. 12-10-8. It was not just the map that was on my display but the number of remaining rounds in my firearm. While I checked my remaining rounds, I shot an obstructing combatant before running up the cliff. It's really an energetic skeleton. I ran up near the top, kicked off and jumped onto the top level. Are you the leader of Kaido? So you can talk, huh? While I exchanged magazines, I called out to the beast man who stood before me. Yeah, I'm Kada, leader of Kaido. I'm Yona. It's time for you to sink into the sea. I'll pick you up from the bottom, and guide you into the deep sea, close to the eternal darkness. Don't joke with me, skeleton. You're the only one who will sleep alone at the bottom of the sea. In Kada's hand was a large double-edged hatchet. Was it a Viking axe? From the lower layers, I could hear footsteps and shouts from people coming towards us. At the top of this not-so-wide area, it would be a hassle if more pirates joined the fight. On top of the wall consisted of the cave where Kada lived, its size different to the other caves inside. However, it was not large enough to deal with a 1v1 situation. The harbor rested several tens of meters down, and if you fell from this height, you'd die instantly. I brought my machete for CQB, but it seemed rather difficult to use in here without careful timing. Kada also hid his body behind his large double-edged Viking axe like a shield. Maybe weary of my 5.7. Are you accustomed to fighting with directional magic tools similar to firearms? If I moved the muzzle to aim for the unprotected parts, would you notice what I was aiming for? He dexterously rotated the axe to cover where I aimed. Perhaps he understood that the muzzle indicated the direction I was aiming. His mouth was distorted. What's happening, skeleton? I think you said your name was Yona? It seems like you're a ridiculously high-ranked undead with a name, but you're still a skeleton after all. Do you think your axe can prevent my attack? The lower layers were getting louder and louder. I wanted to incapacitate him before pirates arrived and pushed me into a pincer attack. I stopped hesitating, put my crosshairs on his right foot and pulled the trigger. He blocked the shot with his axe, his face distorting for a moment from the concussion of the shot and the impact. At that moment, the crosshairs were on his face. Perhaps he understood where the muzzle was pointed, so he tried to block it with his axe. Then you can't see the next one. You idiot. 2 went towards his head, then 2 more to his left thigh. Kada prevented the shots to his head, but due to not being able to see where I aimed next, I hit his thigh as the 5.7 by 20 aim penetrated it. Aiming for this moment, I charged in with a machete. Kada took the swing with his axe and the blades collided. Considering the weight difference between the two weapons, the machete should have been pushed back. However, it is embedded with VMB's durability and assisted with the power suit. Perhaps he was frustrated by how I was able to meet his strike with such a small thin weapon that he brought the weapon down with an overhead swing. I evaded the strike and shot the man's elbow in his swinging arm. I won't kill him yet because I needed to get more information from him. Kada almost let go of the axe because of the pain that shot through his limb. But he managed to immediately switch to another hand and tried to shake me off. I jumped some distance back before shooting again. I aimed for his left shoulder and pulled the trigger twice. His battle axe seemed quite hard and received the shots without seeming to take much damage. However, with his thigh and elbow damaged, he couldn't hold out. Goo. I aligned the crosshair with his right foot as he moved back, shooting twice to disable his foot. Captain Kada. Captain. The pirates came up from behind. The blips were not displayed due to them being on a different level, but I could hear them as 4 people came up. I aimed at them and shot twice, blowing the heads of 2 of them. I immediately dashed towards the stairs, kicked one of the downed pirates and pushed him down onto the ones behind on the stairs. Whoa, it hurts. They were crushed by the bodies of their friends who fell on them. I looked down at the 2 who'd fallen and pressed them down. I then executed them. With 2 rounds left in the magazine, I reloaded. The 5.7 alone would not be enough to wipe them out, however. For the time being it would be okay. What? When I looked back as I exchanged the magazines, Kada was trying to support himself on the railing. No. He was trying to get over the railing. Bastard. What, Yona? You underestimated me too much. You did not want to kill me. The pirate fleet is in the sea, and if there is water, I can't lose. Kada shouted and threw himself over towards the harbor. Some unpleasant premonition overcame me. I immediately switched to the M24A2, aimed at the falling man, and fired. It seemed I got the hit just before he landed, but I couldn't see exactly where. A large column of water shot up, and the water turned red. And the red shrunk rapidly. It was regrettable, Yona. It was only my right hand that you blew away. Kada's scream could be heard from the water where one of the half-sunk ships stuck out, his right hand emerging, completely mangled. No, to be precise, it had taken the hit and began to assimilate with the seawater before swelling into a tentacle. Are you really a beastman? You look like a demon in my eyes. I don't want to hear that from you, bonehead. Here. This is my skill, water flow operation. If I can touch water, I can manipulate it as I see fit. What's that? Even though I rarely saw people with the unique skills, it seemed that they were a troublesome lot. Kada made a throne of seawater. Sitting there, he looked up at me and laughed. Their torn hand flowed into the water tentacles, returning to his body and shining. It reattached to his forearm. So, it's like a fish that was given water, only that it was a lion instead. Huh. So, you could also heal using magic water? It's okay to act calm and all, but how'd you prevent being shot by my sniper? Everything is over once your head gets blown away with a single hit, isn't it? At the moment our eyes crossed, in that instant, I aimed down, aligning with his face and firing. I thought I had to interrogate Kada to know where the circle led, where the people went, and who was sponsoring them. But now it seemed like a pipe dream. First of all, I needed to fight for my life with all my might. I thought the 7.62 by 51 NATO round would have blown his face away. But Kada sunk into the throne along with the round. Its trajectory flew off to the side of his head. This bastard! I was attempting to stop Kada, the leader of Kaido, and interrogate him on his activities along with people who were connected to the kidnappings. However, he had distanced himself using his skill, water flow operation. The 7.62 by 51 NATO round from the M282 was deflected by the seawater that wrapped itself around Carter. He laughed from within it. He seemed to have noticed that I had been using something to attack from a distance. That bastard! I pulled the lever of my rifle, ejecting the spent casing and loading a new cartridge. The ejected casing dematerialized and disappeared into light particles. Perhaps realizing I stopped attacking, Carter came out of the water while grinning. The water protected him by covering his body. Since it had the ability to divert the bullet, that meant my 5.7 would be useless as well. However, that meant that I just needed to make another plan. Fortunately, I was the one on top. I tried to change my armaments by opening the TSS, but Carter moved to intercept me. Whirlpool dance, aqua dance. A water-type magic I'd seen somewhere before was chanted. Water in the shape of circular saws flew at me while spinning. I moved away from the top rail and descended backwards. The blades cut not only into the railing but also the rock itself. It destroyed it. As I was descending, Carter used that opening to cast another spell. Tide supremacy. The seawater in the lower layer converged. It collected into a single column of water that quickly became a mass of violence that was released. It pierced the top level and the floor I stood upon crumbled. The water did not stop there and swung toward the cave dwellings as if it were a massive sword of water. It was a tremendous spell. I evaded it by sliding, jumping to the side, and then wall running on the inside wall. The water came down, chasing after me while shaving the rock wall. The magic effect was long. It didn't look to be subsiding immediately. The water beneath Carter was feeding the torrent. So, it seemed the only way to stop it was to attack Carter. I held the rifle in both hands, turning to run down the wall and towards his position. From there, I slid out of my run and rotated my body 360 degrees at a position near the wall. When Carter became visible, I pulled the trigger the moment the reticle was over him. I didn't know if I landed the shot, but I reloaded and once again shot at him, which was known as a one-turn shot, jump shot, or a trick shot. By the time I landed at the bottom, the huge column of water scattered and seawater poured everywhere. With the momentum of landing, I shifted into a kneeling position while sighting in and catching Carter's body. It was in the water and a large hole in his abdomen, and both his right foot and tight had been blown away. However, the wounded parts were shining faintly as the tentacles of water that caught the blow to his right foot shinned a bit out. "Hey, bone bastard. Who the hell are you? You're not a normal undead." Carter's face appeared out of the water as he spat out blood with hateful eyes that stared at me. I ignored the question and squeezed the trigger when I saw his bare face. The water covered it as the bullet flew. It was aimed for his forehead but ended up piercing his cheek instead. It diverted it, but its power was weakening. I opened the TSS and selected a Shuriken firearm to replace my current one. Who am I, you ask? I already told you. I am the one who will guide you to the deep sea's bed. Requiem's bell rings, and you will become seaweed in the ocean soon. No matter how many times you release your magic, you won't be able to break my water flow operation. While both of us tried to buy time, I changed my weapons as he started to heal himself. It was unfortunate that I was the first to be ready. Light particles converged before me, as the supple box appeared and I lifted a large weapon out of it. A GEM 134 minigun. It was a portable weapon made by General Electric Company of the United States. An electric Gatling gun that shoots 7.62 by 51 mm rounds with 6 rotating barrels. The maximum speed was 100 shots per second, and its build capacity was 4,000 rounds. It was one of the higher cost items in VMB. Originally, this weapon would be mounted to a helicopter, and it was not a weapon an individual could carry, but due to the assistance of the power suit, and it being a game, It could ignore the issues of weight and the power source. I held the M134 in my left hand while I gripped the trigger in my right, aligned my crosshair on Cat, who was unable to grasp the situation. Let's see if you can prevent this barrage. I pulled the trigger. The barrels whirred to life as they rotated at a higher rate of speed. Then the muzzle was dyed red as if it breathed fire. Carter tried to deflect the rounds again, but the storm of bullets ignored the water flow. It broke through the water, protecting him, and blew him to tiny pieces. The minigun's barrels rotated at a higher rate of speed, spitting out 4007.61 by 51 rounds before it eventually wound down. By then, the pirate fleet, Kaido, was before me, and the harbor had turned red. Water flow operation had deflected as many rounds as it could have. I chose the M134 because it could bring a violent torrent of bullets in an unyielding quantity and cause irreparable destruction. Kaido's body had been blown to bits after receiving this violent attack. Those bits of meat and armor floated in the harbor. CA Captain Kaido has died. Yuuawa. The remaining pirates in the base were scared from the display of their leader, who floated in pieces in the bay, and of Yona's appearance. My line of sight floated around the base as I checked the remaining number of enemies, including non-combatants, but they had run away from the sight of my pale flame eyes. Those in the upper cave dwellings tumbled down to the lower layers. Some even jumped into the harbor below before attempting to swim out of the base. However, beyond that, a small group of boats, probably from Amar's fleet, already awaited them on my map, each of them heading towards me from the cave entrance. Those near the warehouse rushed to where the transfer circle had been located. They broke through the lock and rushed inside, only to despair. Yes, I had collected the transfer circles so they could not leave, nor could reinforcements come. A blip passed through the cave and appeared in the harbor on my map. Thus, my role had ended. I activated the TSS and picked up another breather, the small oxygen tube, along with the water scooter. I then returned the minigun back to my inventory. I dove into the water before the fleet could see me and swam out of the harbor and into the open sea. After leaving, I lurked behind on a nearby reef underwater. The number of visible ships was 6, and it appeared that the ships Ashley and her friends were on had not been brought. But I saw Ashley on board one of the escort ships. Apparently, they had switched ships before coming. Amar's fleet, which was scattered around and anchored, was investigating the hulls of the half-sunk pirate ships. There were also pirates awaiting capture but labeled rescued at sea. I looked back on my actions during the subjugation. The battle may have cost more than I had originally expected. It consumed a lot of expensive ammunition and fuel. I had a headache thinking about how I was going to recover the spent CP. Finally, Ashley showed her face and I could go back to the port city of Amar. I operated the TSS underwater and summoned the U-boat. Of course, it was impossible to open underwater. So, I touched the control tower and used the TSS to control it before moving it closer to Ashley's ship. Afterward, I let it surface slowly. Zephanal. There is a black ship on the sea. The first person who noticed me was the sailor standing on lookout on one of the battleships. Upon hearing him, Ashley and Charles-san rushed to the side of the ship. The other crew members on board were also watching me with caution. It would not be good to talk to Ashley and connect her to Yona. I made eye contact with Ashley to tell her I would return first. Was my meaning conveyed? I felt like Ashley nodded slightly. Since it was unnatural to keep staring, I opened the hatch at the foot of the command tower and entered. The moment I went into the first floor of the command tower and tried to shut the U-boat, the entire hull shook. What? That kind of shock meant I was being attacked. Submarines, including U-boats, had very low armor values. If its armor bar was halved, its maneuverability was halved. There was also the possibility of being scuttled. I checked the window monitor and made the U-boat dive quick as I checked the armor value. Fortunately it was more than a little over half by a few percent. Brought the submarine to a depth I could use the periscope and rose it as I switched to auto nav before switching the monitor to the periscope. Who was it that attacked me? Was there still enough pirates to attack? Where did the black ship go? It seems that it headed west under the sea. Chase it. Throw in the magic stones into the formation. In response to the calls, I turned the periscope and I saw Piggy Rearman on the flagship of the fleet. I couldn't remember his name. I returned to the controls, cancelled the navigation and turned back. The flagship sailed parallel to Ashley's ship. She screamed at it as it passed the anchored ship. Risen. Are you listening? The mission isn't over yet. The mission is almost over. That black ship. The undead must be killed first. What are you doing? You are the commander of this fleet. Then follow my command. I will chase that ship. So, Zephanel, you gather the rest of the fleet and seize Kaido's base, or, are you saying that we should let that black ship run away? Just because that one girl had been turned into a pirate's toy, you want to say it's okay for it to get away? Risen. Which once was correct? From an objective point of view, the correct one was Piggy. My appearance was definitely that of an undead and should be subdued. Especially since I could move freely on the sea in a black ship that sailed beneath the water. They should make a move to immediately subjugate me. Ashley, of course, was aware of his position, but because she knew it was me, she wanted me to leave. Furthermore, I was already planning to leave and head back to Amar. But now, what did he just say? If you want to challenge me, feel free to do so. I will attack if you're in my way. Among the 4 torpedoes that were loaded in the bow's launcher, I set them their target and fire. Guided by the ship's system, they swam through the sea. I surfaced as they landed on their target. The black ship was in the direction of the bow. It's there. All combat sailors, ready to attack. I could see the combat-ready sailors gathering on bow in a hurry. None of them had any intention to attack. In this case, if I took another hit, the armor bar would fall below half and so would my movements. So before that happened, I switched to the gun mode to operate the 88mm gun which was installed on the upper part of the hull, and aimed at the ship's fuselage. The moment the torpedoes hit their hull, I aimed and pressed the trigger. A roar echoed over the sea just as the flagship blew up. Its entire hull shook and shattered into 2 parts as water rose over its center. The entire ship in its 60-meter length began to sink into the sea. With the bow and stern reaching into the sky, the crew jumped into the sea screaming. Confirming its destruction, I made another rapid dive, and thus once again, turned back to Amar. Ashley and her comrades will rescue the flagship's crew. They would also clean up and capture the base as I left the area. The sea's tranquility returned. The pirate fleet, Kaido, had been annihilated. I left the remnants to be hunted and their home base investigated by Ashley and the others. Now, I was heading back to Amar. During the subjugation, I had originally come to Amar to support Ashley. However, when I had sailed out, I started to fuel the U-boat, replenishing torpedoes, and then use the GEM 134 minigun, including 4,000 rounds of 7.62 by 51 NATO rounds. The Scar H, which used the same munition, had a 20 CP consumption per magazine. Using that as a comparison, the M134's cost was 200x bigger. When I thought about it now, the leader of Kaido's skill, water flow operation, was indeed troublesome. Still, using the M134 may have been overkill. My current CP had gone down, not enough to hit 0, but I needed to get more non-attribute mana stones to cover the costs, so I needed to earn more money to buy them in bulk. There was a way to get money. In my inventory, there were barrels containing 95 liters of magical water in the Oshkosh M978's tank trailer. That was also the same amount I had entrusted to the Marida Company. Moreover, There was also a more profitable route, selling the dungeon core I got from the Wolfang's labyrinth. The sale of the water should have been outsourced to Marida Company, and they would proceed with selling it in small amounts at a time. Regarding the labyrinth's core, Malta-san said he'd put it up in a large prestigious auction. But I wonder what has happened since then. While going over how to replenish my CP in the future, I returned to Amar without stopping. Compared to the speed of the escort fleet, the submarine was faster. After 3 days at sea, I could see Amar in the distance. I would prefer, if possible, to surface after dark, but there was still some time until sunset. I wanted to return to Schwartz under the cover of night in a lifeboat. It was late in the night when I took a room at the seaside lighthouse, an inn in Amar. My plans for the future was to wait for Ashley and the others by sightseeing around the city. Afterward, honestly, I didn't think about it. If there was a labyrinth nearby, it would make for a good raid and a place to secure more stones. The next morning, I returned to the Marida Company ship first. Did the customer come back? Please wait a moment, boss. A young beastman who'd been cleaning the storefront on the ship noticed me. He quickly rushed to the warehouse on the first level and called out into the office on the second level. Did he come back? Director Bolroy, also a beastman in his middle ages, ran down. He had an unshaven face with unkempt hair popping out of his cat ears. Despite this, he had a unique and dependable man's atmosphere. Oh, customer, I'm glad you're okay. Although I have been told that the customer would be alright, I was still worried. I got back safely. Yes. However, since you're back, does that mean the subjugation has been finished? Yeah. The pirate group Kaido has been destroyed. I returned early, so I think it'll still take some time for Amar's fleet to return. Oi, you there. Go to the guild office and tell them that the pirates have been subdued. The director instructed the young man from before to send a message to the guild. Maybe it's a group of traders and fishermen who use the port? If so, then I should tell him one more thing. Bolroy-san, please tell the guild one more thing. A girl had been reduced from the pirate's base, along with 12 men and women who escaped from the base. I think they were rescued by the fleet during the battle. Is that true? Maybe it's the Filtonia group. Tell them that too. After receiving his instructions from Bolroy, the young man screamed "I'm off," and ran out. Dear customer, Marida's company boss has come to see the customer. Let's go there for the time being. Malta-san is here? Yes. He has been waiting for you to return since 4 days ago. Bolroy then led me to the company's office in Amar. Schwartz-san, welcome back. When we got to the office, I was led to the reception room. After enjoying a citrus fruit water for a while, one of Amar's specialties, Malta-san came in while shaking his belly. I'm back, Malta-san. From there, I gave the two an overview of the events during the subjugation. Of course, I kept the parts about the U-boat and Yona secret. While listening to my story, Malta nodded and responded with a smile, despite noticing the unnaturalness of the events at some places. Bolroy's face was the opposite of Malta's. I received a part of the money from the magical water sales from him, and I bought a lot of non-attribute mana stones from Malta. Furthermore, regarding the labyrinth core, he told me that it had been decided to be exhibited as the highlight at a large auction during the spring next month. It would be held in the royal capital. The auction was said to attract a large number of aristocrats and powerful people from trading companies and royalty. It also wasn't an auction that the adventurers and commoners could participate in due to the dress code and pretty entry fee. For the time being, I was told that I could come in as the co-exhibitor of the featured products. If we use the transfer circle in the mountain city of Valeria, the central region city, we could return to the capital immediately. Malta asked if I'd like to join him on the return. However, I put my reply on hold. First of all, I wanted to see Ashley and the others first, but I also wanted to go to the auction. For the next few days, I enjoyed sightseeing with Malta-san as my guide around the city and the surrounding area. We did this as we waited for the fleet to return. It wasn't until 5 days after I returned did they come back in the afternoon. With their appearance on the horizon, the city became noisy. Crowds gathered on the coastline. Sailors who hadn't joined the fleet and the city guard gathered at the harbor. I heard the news while I had tea at the Merida Company office, so I also went to the coastline to meet them. The first fleet came in first, unloading the crew and pirates. Afterward, the transport ships came in. The crew and the captured people came off them. I watched this from a distance. The people of Amar welcomed their heroes with screams of joy. It felt like the cheers I heard during VMB's tournaments, which seemed like an old story now. The sound was slightly different, but it felt nostalgic. There was also a circle to welcome those who'd been kidnapped. As Bolroy-san said, it seemed that some of the people who'd been brought here were from the Filtonian Islands Alliance, Amar's trading partner. It seemed they'll be moved elsewhere with the city guard. I also saw Mimi among them. I wondered if she was with them, but she seemed to be looking for someone. Mama, Ani-chan is back. As I watched, from my back, two blips on the map passed by me. A woman being pulled by a small child running towards the pier. See, I saw Ashley and Charles coming off as well, so I went to them. On the way, the couple was reunited with the blip ahead. It also appeared that Ashley and Charles-san noticed I was going to them as well. Charles-san waved. Well, it's like I said, right? I raised my hand and responded to Charles-san as she smiled. Ashley also smiled. Thank you. Welcome back, Ashley, and also Charles-san too. I'm home. Schwartz. Wait, Schwartz. Why do you say it like I'm a bonus? Welcome back, Charles-san. Somehow it's wrong. But whatever. After I welcomed them both and checked with them on their plans, they returned to the fleet's headquarters, and did some paperwork handling the prisoners, and dealing with the rescued people. Once all that was done, they'd return to the mansion, and since I couldn't go, I promised to have dinner with them at the Zephanel's mansion. Until then, we decided to part ways for now. Get the work done quickly. Deputy Captain, send a messenger to my house. After reporting the subjugation, we'll immediately set sail for the Yona subjugation. Oh, so he was still alive. Huh. Well, I wasn't aiming directly for him, and good luck on chasing a ghost you'll never find. That night, I had supper at the Zephanel's mansion. I was able to hear from the girls about the subjugation, though. There were some parts that I only knew, and some parts that only Ashley could talk about. In the end, I was able to walk with Ashley after Charles-san collapsed after drinking. Lester, the butler, took her back to her room. So, what happened to Kada, the leader? I only heard from the captured pirates at the base that he was erased by an undead. I definitely killed him. I shattered his body before he dropped into the sea. At first, I aimed to capture him, but I found out I couldn't do it. Yes, I'm sure you'd say that, and I heard that there was a transfer circle there. I recovered it. I only know that it teleported far to the north of the royal capital, but there was only a large warehouse and a hut in the mountains. I talked about the mountain lodge I checked out, the characteristics of the men who guarded the location. Then we discussed where the location was. Ashley predicted that it was in the Margrave of Drag range, the northernmost part of the capital, or the Kingdom of Drag, which bordered that area. That kingdom was a landlocked country with a history longer than Kurtmaga. It seemed that it was a country of dragon knights who tamed Alrasu, a small sub-dragon that lived there. Both nations had a ceasefire treaty, but until several decades ago, Drake went south many times in search of the sea and continued to fight. However, it must have been calm because of the transfer circle. Or so Ashley thought. Not to mention that the border was not on the sea. Their borders existed across land, while ambiguous, that meant neither owned any land at sea. That made the treatment of the uninhabited islands quite ambiguous as well. They never hit just one nation's ships. They attacked both the Kertmega and Filtonia Island ships, so it was difficult to judge if they were just aiming at Kertmega. Eventually, the problem ended up being delegated. In other words, it was reported to the Eternal Honorary Chancellor Zephanel, the suzerain of the Zephanel family, and that's it. Well, the suzerain had already been of the story from the captured pirates. The story is not different from the story I heard on the way home. Schwartz, if possible, I want you to keep the transfer circle. That is not something that can easily be put on the market after all. Is it okay to keep silent to the Chancellor? Maybe he'll see through it right away. But then, can you talk to me? We talked on two different sofas that faced each other. A small table separated us. The only people in the drawing room with the after-dinner tea. I knew what she wanted to say. I placed the cult and saucer on the table. I'm sorry. At dinner, when we were alone, Ashley was reluctant to talk about Yona, my boat, and Kaido. I knew I was involved in all of that, but she waited for me to speak. A long time ago, I used to deceive people about my power. I called it a bloodline skill, arms. Since then, I had shown various powers to Ashley, and I had no regrets about it, and I don't think I failed. However, it seemed that my deception was reaching the limits of being called a bloodline skill. But I could say, I needed to say everything. If I couldn't, it's just half-truths. It's all right. I'll take Charles-san to the royal capital in about 3 days. What are you going to do? 3 days? Actually, I'll also be going to the capital, but my purpose is to go to the auction. Auction? Yeah, I asked Malta-san to put up the labyrinth core. It seems that the auction is coming soon. It's coming soon. Is it the King's Festival sponsored by the royal family? Well, I don't know the name. The King's Festival is not only hosted by the royal family, but it is the only auction that the king may go to depending on what is being exhibited. If you put a labyrinth core, maybe the king himself will come, since it is said that status is most prestigious. I wonder if the participants would also be elite members of the kingdom. The king of this country, huh? I was a little interested, but will it happen? I welcomed Ashley and her sister back, and we talked about the subjugation during dinner. The whereabouts of Kaido's leader, Kada, was unknown at first, though they heard from the captured pirates of his death. The reason was because of how I killed him. However, my testimony confirmed it. This was something I heard from the butler, but it seems that Kada was the sworn enemy of the Zephanel family, and Ashley and Charlene as well. He was the target of revenge for their dead parents. Though, when she heard about his end, she looked a little sad and closed her eyes. It was said that the fleet had captured the base and found the hostages escaping. Apparently, the total number of people kidnapped by the pirates exceeded the 3-digit mark, but the pirates who captured them didn't know what happened to them afterward. We only knew about the transfer circle that led further north. It would be impossible to search further, especially when we didn't know the destination, their faces, nor their names. This included for both the islands and the Kertmega kingdom. This world was not so peaceful that it was possible to pursue kidnapped people. Broadening a search nationwide, I didn't know the groups behind Kaido, but without a doubt, the 2 sets of transfer circles were their most valuable items. It was likely the biggest counterattack against whoever was pulling the strings. And regarding Yona, Rizandrumo, the commander of Amar's fleet, had registered him as a first-class dangerous demon beast in the guild. Demon beasts and monsters that spread harm to all living things in this world were divided into 1 to 5 grades, according to the degree of danger and influence. It wasn't towards any species but towards specific individuals in specific areas, since no graded was done towards demons and monsters. Basically normal threats have no grades. Sore thumbs do. The black ship that had appeared in the southern sea of Amar, and Yona, would be registered as first-class beings, and their subjugation would go on forever. After we spoke, I lost my chance to return and spent the night there. The next morning while I was having breakfast in the dining room, Charles-san came in drowsy. Good morning, Charles-san. Good morning, eh? Oh, you stayed here. Yes. I was talking with Ashley and we realized it was late. Is that so? Charles-san, who sat down and took some water for her throat, pressed it to her mouth. Then, Schwartz. It seemed that Charles-san, who was fully awake now, slammed her cup down and acknowledged my existence again. You had a long talk with my sister until late. What kind of relationship do you have with my sister? What do you mean? Yeah. Even if I ask my sister, she won't tell me. I see, then I won't tell you either. Yes. So if you could tell me, it would be the best solution. You won't? Rather than that, does Charles-san not have to go to the headquarters? Ashley seems to have already left. Eh? Is it that time already? But, Schwartz, you better tell me later. She pointed to my face with a wave of her hand so splendidly, it felt like one could hear the sound of being pointed at. Then, she ran in the direction of the fleet's headquarters. I couldn't bother them forever, so I thanked Lester and left. As I left, I noticed that the gatekeeper had changed. Perhaps he was a bodyguard rather than a dedicated guard when I first came. I gave a polite courtesy before I headed back to the Mirada company. I joined Malta-san and decided to leave the city before Ashley and her friends headed for the capital. First, 5 days by carriage to Biltora, and 2 days to the west were Velra, the capital of the region's lord. Then, taking a transfer circle, we planned to move to the royal capital. Anyone with an aristocratic title and their companions could use it free of charge. Alternatively, commercial guild members and their companions could use it with a fee. In addition to that, if an adventurer used it, permission from the guild was required. I pretended to be his escort instead of a companion. When we teleported, I was planning to go under the name Shaft, so there would be no problem regarding the escort. But there was one worrying thing, the Dark Guild Cactus. So far, the clan had only sent an assassin directly at me, but I was re-entering the capital again. It was likely they'd take some action, not to mention Malta-san, and I didn't want to bother the company because of me. After entering the capital, I decided to split from him for a while and link up at the auction. When I had to plan it to some extent, Malta-san offered me a suggestion. Minya wants to see me? That's right. Since the incident with the Agorcha company, I have stopped by the mansion. Every time I returned, I was asked when is Shaft coming? But, you didn't know what would happen if Shaft appeared in the capital, you know? I fully understand Schwartz-san's concerns. However, I also have escorts, and there was also that. Was there something wrong? No, this is just my expectation, but I don't think it's possible to say that someone will attack as soon as the number of people claiming to be Shaft increased. Since I was asked to participate as an exhibitor, I understand I will be targeted from here. The person has increased apostrophe. You said? Hey, Malta-san, what do you mean by the royal capital increasing the number of Shafts? That feeling. You're not alone. You see, since Shaft's looks are simple, anyone could use a black mask, coat, and dual-wield one-handed axes. Several popular production guilds have joined hands to create the black masked Shaft impersonator set. They sold it in public. What? Kurtmaga is a country of adventurers, a country built by a hero who saved the people. The popularity of black masked Shaft, which defeated a labyrinth alone, while leaving without boasting, is not limited to the Baga regions. The royal capital and even in Veneer, isn't there any other labyrinth subjugators and gatekeepers? It's because Shaft is a solo adventurer. Of course, major claims are still popular. However, I don't think it will be comparable with the black masked Shaft, which is not only popular with men and women, but even children. I was really embarrassed when he told me about this boom. For the time being, I decided to have dinner at Malta-san's residence before the news of the real deal arriving in the capital spread, and the day's discussion was over. I was unable to talk more because of my lacking spirit. After making arrangements with Malta-san, I rented the company's warehouse. I opened my TSS and summoned the Continental. After I took out all the stored items, such as the wine with unreadable letters, I returned the Continental to the garage. Then I called over Malta-san along with someone else who worked closely with the liquor the company sold. My purpose was to check the quality of these wines that I could just replenish with the fuel costs. Company chairman, may I know where this is from? It has a fluffy and mellow scent that I've never had before. It's also well refined and not overstated. I can also feel it's smooth and has a deep taste. It's delicious. This is indeed delicious. The colors are deep and the fragrance is quite elegant. When it goes down, it still lingers. Definitely the finest wine. Malta-san and the person in charge of liquors opened dozens of bottles. They checked their condition and confirmed their taste. By the time they had checked all the wines, they had bright red faces, but as expected from the chairman of the largest trading companies in Kurtmaga and his liquor associate. Apparently all the wines in the Continental were judged to be the finest. Since their labels were unreadable, neither their origin nor harvest year were known, and it'd give the opinion that they could not be sold. However, it'd make a good gift if you were ever invited somewhere. After that, it turned into a banquet. Although I could keep them in the gift box because of the time freezing function, it would be a waste after opening dozens of bottles. With the additional employees, and the director of the merchant ship who came to visit finished the rest of them. Well, I wasn't a strong drinker, so I watched everyone else enjoy the wine. That night, I visited the Zephanal Manor again to spend my last night in MR. Charles-san was a tough opponent tonight. I brought a few bottles so they could try it as well. However, she glared at me and Ashley as we enjoyed them, as if to say she would not get drunk tonight. In the morning, I would leave and tell Ashley I'll be heading to the capital. Though, we can only move on foot or carriage over land, which usually took a month. Since Shaft moved using the teleportation circle, there'd be a time difference until Schwartz arrived. There was a King's Festival in the meantime, so the situation where Shaft and Schwartz staying in the capital staying at the same time would be avoided. I didn't plan to stay at the manor tonight, so I left after having a good time. I didn't know how long Ashley and her friends would be staying here, so said my goodbyes to Charles-san. Afterward, I returned to the seaside lighthouse where the room I had booked sat unused this whole time. The next morning, I checked out and headed to the Marida company. For the time being, I was supposed to escort Malta-san alone, and for the journey, I prepared a CZ-75 SP01 and the P90. Good morning, Malta-san. Good morning, Schwartz-san. We are ready to leave at any time. A two-horse wagon was parked at the front of the store. As usual, since I couldn't control a horse, Malta-san would hold the reins and I'd sit with him. Inside the hooded bay, tool bags with camping and fishing equipment were loaded. And Director Bolroy-san came to see us off and pray for our safety. I was grateful for him, even though he helped on Malta-san's request. But he did everything he could do for a stranger with no questions asked. Without his cooperation, I would have been behind in terms of information. I promised to meet him again in Amar. Then Malta-san and I departed the port city. Just like when I first visited, the wagon traversed the city via the magic elevator. As I stared off into the southern sea, I said my goodbyes to Amar. The journey to the capital was peaceful. There was neither any sights of bandits or monsters as we zigzagged up the mountain road before a rest at the rest area and at the mining town Britora. Afterward, we headed for Valra. The mountain city of Valra was a city built along the gentle slope of the mountain. It was a resource-rich city with marine products to its south along with wood and ore resources that could be obtained from the mountains. A lot of this was sent to various places via magic circles. Most of the population were spirit dwarves, and there were also many Demir humans that worked the southern seas. Almost all the buildings were made from stone with a unified red-brown brick roof that created a sense of unity. After entering the city, We went to the center of it where the Lord's mansion looked to be at the top of a mountain. The teleportation circles to each city, including the royal capital, were located at the headquarters of the Valeria's Mountain Knights Corps, which was located in front of the Lord's building. We submitted some documents to the Transfer Management Office, which managed the circle, and paid the fee. Our cargo was checked to be carried and so on. The identity verification was also performed as well, with guild cards presented. Show me your guild card so we can see your name. Here. I presented my guild card to the official and waited for confirmation. Yes, the mercenary guild, Shaft. Huh? Shortly before entering the city, I had changed my outfit to Shaft in the back of the wagon. Right now, I was wearing a black tactical Kevlar mask, Waffen SS black clothing, and an overcoat. The official's movement stiffened, and his line of sight went back and forth between my mask and my card. What? Is there a problem? No. No. Nothing. Please pass. Now, Shaft, let's go. Malta-san urged me to go ahead as he turned his face to hold back his laughter. Before I went to the capital, I wanted to let out a sigh as I thought about what happened there. However, I put up with it and headed through the circle. The journey between Amar and Valeria went smoothly. We arrived at the Transfer Management Office. It was located at the Valeria's night space. I left all the procedures to Malta-san and just showed my guild card. Shaft-sama, although you said it's okay, but can you really jump even with a manuke? After all the formalities were completed, Malta-san quietly asked me this as we walked to the transfer circle. No problem. I've already jumped several times, not only in the labyrinth, but also in the transfer circle I took out recently. Okay, then, I'm the one who will initiate the metastasis. So please register your biometric information. Understood. The circle was located in a building separate from the office. Once inside, we showed our permits and entered a one-story building that was similar to a gymnasium with our wagon. Once inside, the circle was in the center with copies which were divided into sections on the left and right in an orderly manner. Malta, can those horses jump? Of course, these children already have their information registered, so if you activate the circle, they'll jump properly. I say, I can't jump without the magical tag I'd gotten from Guru's labyrinth, but I wondered if horses could jump without an issue after their information was registered. As I pondered this a little, I pulled out the combat knife from my bosom and dripped my blood onto the circle, and I felt the tag around my neck radiate power. When I was convinced it was registered, Malta-san chanted the activation word and we transferred to the royal capital along with everything else. A curtain of light ran along the circle's edge, and for a moment, my view was obstructed as the scenery changed. Welcome to the royal capital of Kurtmaga. Please show your permit and guild card. This place was nearly identical to the one in Valera. The only difference was the outfits of the central knights before me as Malta-san and I handed our cards over. Yes, here you go. You too. Yes. Are you an escort? Huh? The knight behind the reception table stiffened, his eyes glued to my guild card. Even in this place too, huh? We were being stopped like this every time I presented my card, so I couldn't imagine what would happen in the royal capital later. It's alright, Shaft-sama. No need to overreact in the capital. Malta-san whispered from the side, Ponchon noticing my anxiety. Still, I was worried. I'm sorry. I've confirmed it, so please proceed. With permission. We left the building. The building we were in was called a transfer building, and it looked like the management building was located in the first of the 3 capital districts. We pulled the wagon out and I accompanied Malta-san on the coachman's seat as we headed down into the second district where the Murder Company was located. I planned to stay at his mansion tonight, but when I noticed the wagon hadn't moved I looked to him. Malta, what are you doing? Please wait. I have to prepare something before we leave. While he said that, Malta took out a black mask from the tool bag at his waist that looked like my mask. Then, He wore it on his head and said, "All right. How about it, Shaft-sama? This mask is sold by the Marida Company." "So, it was you who sold the black mask Shaft set in collaboration with the production guild?" "No, Malta." "First of all, don't you have something to say before that?" "Ah, of course. We also prepared a share for Shaft-sama." "Let us get into the details after we arrive at the office." "No, not really that. The black mask that Malta-san wore was similar to my mask, but the open mouth part was open, so he was able to eat and drink normally." "No. Why do you need to hide it?" "Ah, about that, these masks and eye masks are popular in the capital right now. But if there is an escort-like person with a black mask next to me, that is, Shaft-sama, some people might notice he's the person himself. So to try and prevent that, I thought it'd be better to wear one, so I prepared it ahead of time." I see. "Yes, let's go." Both Marida and Minya are waiting for Shaft-sama to come. With that said, Malta-san moved the reins and we went into the capital. The transfer office was located at the very end of the first district. In front of me, I could see the castle gate that led into the second district. We passed through under the scrutiny of the gatekeeper. From there, we headed to the main store. While going through Main Street, what I saw was hard to describe. If I hadn't closed my eyes, I would have screamed and felt embarrassed enough to shoot myself with the P90. Various masks available. Popular black shaft is in stock. There is also a blushing silver side too. Hey, old man, do you have any one-handed hatchets for throwing? I'll buy as much as I can. Oh, what would you do if you buy those axes? That kind of person who wants to show his skill with the back target. Leader, that black mask is so cool. Hey, did you hear? The black mask seems to know a lot of martial arts, right? Gahaha. From tomorrow, my name Gabriel of the Black Mask will roar in the capital instead of that Shaft of the Black Mask. For close quarters, there is that Overlord Flower Rafflesia Felix, right? Which one is stronger? As expected of our leader. Then I'm Augustin of the Green Mask. A new work will start soon at the Open Air Theater. This time, it's about the tragic love between the Black Nobleman and the Duke Princess. Then, I'm the blushing Balthazar. In the first place, the Black Nobleman and the Guru Labyrinth is being prepared for the performance. Ah, I want to go see it once. As we passed the shops, the women at the tea house on the open terrace talked, even though I didn't want to listen. But I passed with a light grudge against the sharpness of my ears. However, if you call it Black Nobleman, you will feel like you can't say anything to the theater community. Regardless if it were true or false, in the second district of the capital, I sat on the coach seat with Matlas-san as he held the reins. We proceeded through the district to the Marida Company headquarters. At first, my purpose for creating my second persona, Shaft, was to hide my first persona, Schwartz, for when I did things publicly. But what about this current situation? The impact of Guru's Labyrinth being subjugated alone was great. However, the popularity of masks similar to the Kevlar mask had become insane. Also the increase in theatrical performances too. Wasn't it a little overkill? Somehow, feeling the hyped-up atmosphere, I saw the Marida Company headquarters. As expected, the guards who stood by the warehouse on the first level did not wear a mask. They wore coats similar to what I was wearing. As far as I can remember, I hadn't worn it when I came through before though. I couldn't speak for others, but spring was approaching and the day's temperature was rising. So it shouldn't be so cold that you'd want a coat. We arrived. Company chairman, thank you for your hard work. One of the guards who stood in front of the warehouse noticed Malta-san and approached us. He looked at me sitting beside me. I think I was meeting this one for the first time, so he didn't seem to know who I was because of the mask covering my face. Do you know where Marida is? Yes. She is in the store. Tell her that Shaft has come. Yes, Mr. Shaft, underst. The guard's mouth went stiff mid-sentence. It's been a while, Shaft-sama. After I was brought through the reception room of Malta-san's residence, Marida, Malta-san's wife, came. It seems she was working by the look of her appearance as she put her long brown hair down as she wore a white blouse and blue trousers. Behind her, the maid Malshia pushed a tea wagon. I had met her before. She had long straight black hair and was in her mid-20s. She was in charge of the family's care. Both the Malta couple and I sat on the sofas in the drawing room, with a table between us while the maid prepared tea. It's been a long time, Shaft-sama. I heard that you like tea very much, so I brought you freshly picked tea shipped from the production area. Melchia talked about the tea and poured it into the teacup. It was a transparent light orange, similar to Darjeeling tea. The mellow scent of the flowers and fruits had a strong scent, which I enjoyed. The taste of tea tends to be light, but if you steam it slowly in hot water, the taste will strengthen. The tea culture in this world was still developing, but Melchia seemed to have steamed it slightly longer. Here you go. Thank you. Though I replied, I still wore my mask. I didn't pick it up right away and waited for Melchia to leave the room. Perhaps she realized I didn't want to show my true face. She left the room after she poured a portion for the couple, saying if you need anything else, please let me know. Below the table, I secretly opened the TSS and removed the zombie face beneath the mask through the avatar customization. Afterward, I removed the mask and exposed Schwartz's face to Marida. I hadn't met her as Schwartz yet, but considering the future, it would be more convenient if she knew who I was. I had already taught Bill-san, the manager in Baga, thus I didn't see a reason to hide it from Marida. Oh my! Your real face is more normal than I expected. In the capital, Shaft-sama's face is a hot topic, especially among women. I usually show a different face with the help of magic tools. I showed my real face now after thinking about the future. My real name is Schwartz, not Shaft. Please keep it all a secret. Marida. Schwartz-san's magic tool is amazing. Usually, to put it simply, looks like the face of an undead. There is a good reason why he wears a mask. Among the company, only Bill and I know of this matter. I understand. I swear I'll never speak of what is under their mask, Shaft-sama and Schwartz-sama. However, I recalled I heard that name somewhere. Oh, maybe it's that map shop Schwartz? Map shop Schwartz. At the Guru Labyrinth Harvest Festival, the labyrinth that had been left unattended was suddenly subjugated, and it had been done under the power of a single mercenary. Without saying, it attracted a lot of attention. Moreover, the mysterious mercenary Shaft has suddenly reappeared again and made the capital prosperous, but disappeared after the subjugation. He did not appear at the festival. Thus, it furthered the mystery and brought more attention. The map that was distributed for it was as accurate and clear as anyone had ever seen, and it covered up to the 20th floor. Since the creator was also shrouded in mystery, it was secretly attracting attention like Shaft, which seems like there was a search for the marker in the shadows. Eventually, a man named Schwartz, an adventurer, was mentioned. It seemed that was the conclusion the investigators who worked for the big companies managed to come to. Before, no one knew of the adventurer and it seemed to have been changed to Map Shop Schwartz. It seems that was the name that circulated in circles, despite it being inaccurate. I see. I'm sure I provided the map for Guru's labyrinth, but I have no intention of acting as a map shop. I planned on exploring and subjugating labyrinths in each area. However, creating the map is a different issue. I see. I understand. Let's end this matter. Minya will be back from the academy soon, so I'd like to talk about some business by then. Is that okay? After we took a break with tea, the talks began. Some theater-themed performances were being performed on their own, but the idea of the portrait rights and personality rights was still in their infancy here. Similarly, trademark rights were considered sparse, but the products related to Shaft sold by their Marida company had a 7% share prepared. I was curious about the product. But the lunchbox was sold as a labyrinth lunch. They even sell a black bento. A black painted box. Now, it is said that they also produced cheap baskets of lunchboxes, and the black box was the more luxurious version. For the time being, I got the new black bento box. Furthermore, there were different face masks that imitated my Kevlar mask. At the beginning, only black ones were made. As time went on, it seemed like the other companies followed suit before masks began to change in shape and color. And it is said that masked balls had become a popular time of party with the nobles. They hide their face and identity while dressing up bright and indulge in gossip and small talk, the kind they normally could never speak of in public, even the kind that included secrets related to the kingdom. From here on, it was a new type of business. Matla-san and Marida-san asked a question, such as where my tomahawk was made. That kind of question. I was at a loss for this question. They say demand for throwable hatchets like the one I used was growing. However, the Blacksmith Guild had many things to research, such as weight, material, and the weapon's center of balance. Apparently, it was far from being close to Shaft's hatchet. Then, their idea was to trade directly with my supplier. However, my business partner was the VMB shop. I did not want to be a weapon merchant in this world. I knew that anything other than a firearm could be handed over, even the hatchet, but it was still a weapon. So I decided to sell one to Malta-san as a research sample. We continued our talks with a few more topics being brought up, but Marida-san was interested in the wine I brought out of the RV. She argued that if the taste was high class, it'd be wasteful to leave it be, so she suggested I sell it. But how do you sell a wine with an unknown origin and harvest date? Let's say it's wine born in the land where the mysterious black nobleman was born and raised. You don't need a label. If you're aware of the alcohol content, we can sell it with a black label attached. As for the brand name, how about wine from Shaft wine? No. It's certainly the wine from the RV from VMB, born in the world I was from. But Shaft wine felt like a counterfeit. Malta-san also started to consider this idea, and decided to sell it as a hidden alcohol that would be known among the aristocrats and wealthy. To recover my CP that had been exhausted in the battle with the pirate fleet, I needed to earn a stable income. This situation made me realize once again that the Marida Company was indeed one of the largest companies in Kurtmaga. In the reception room at the Marida Company's headquarters, I was able to discuss many things with the Malta couple. Apparently, there'd been various products made in regards to Shaft that were selling well, but it was also extremely embarrassing. Even in the previous world, the PC peripherals and controllers I used were sold with the Schwartz model names. Manufacturers often made equipment with attached pro teams for fans. The products that took advantage of Shaft's popularity were no different, so it was easier to accept it. And what remained was the King's Festival, which was the purpose of my visit. First of all, the King's Festival will be held a week from now, in the 1st District at the auction house Hiroshima. It will be in 3 days to sell a wide variety of weapons, magical tools, fine arts, and magic stones, etc. I listened to Malta-san's explanation about how the festival was arranged. The participation fees and goods were divided daily throughout the 3-day auction, sponsored by the royal family. Participation was not restricted by social status, but their participation fee on the 3rd day was set quite high, which eliminated any low-status person. Naturally, many expensive items would be put out every day. The dungeon core I collected and exhibited by Malta-san was scheduled to be put out on the 3rd day. It seemed that the list of items to be auctioned were posted in the lobby at the auction house. The aristocratic messengers and merchants were already checking the list for when they wanted to come. The auction format, which was common in my old world, was that people would bid on an item and the highest bidder would win. When you paid the participation fee, you'd be given a wooden tag with a number on it, and it seemed that you'd need to raise it and say the amount of your bid. There were also other rules, but you had to check with them directly at the Hirasia auction house. When we were almost finished with our talk, I saw a light spot rushing towards the reception room on the map. I looked at Molto and Marida who sat in front of me, then put on my mask and switched my consciousness to Shaft. The light spot stopped at the door and I heard my senses pick up. Taking a small breath. Knock knock. There was a modest knock on the door. Both Molto and Marida smile. No, I did as well. Excuse me. The voice was clearly tense, but it was Minya, the couple's only daughter, who entered. Father, mother, I'm back now. Shaft-sama, it's been a long time. Minya showed me a curtsy, picking up the hems of her skirt slightly with a small bow. Since it was done, I returned her greeting. I stood, pulled one leg and bent one arm horizontally across my chest and bowed. It's been a long time, Minya. Yes. Congratulations on subjugating Guru's labyrinth. Oh, thank you. It seems you're using that brooch. Minya wore a blouse with a flapping bluebird brooch on her chest. I bought it for her during our sightseeing tour of the capital after the kidnapping case was resolved. Yes, I wear this every time I go to the academy. It seems you like it very much. Minya, go change your clothes for the time being. Shaft-sama, will you be staying here tonight? Yeah, I'll be out tomorrow so I'll be in your care only for tonight. See, Shaft-sama said that too. Yes, I'll change my clothes at once. With that said, she left the room. That night, I had supper at the mansion. We talked about the academy, the spread of Shaft's popularity, the story of the Maidzamian prisoner that I knew. After I listened to the story of Arm and Shilvara who worked with the company now, Minya asked about the subjugation. I skipped a few parts here and there. I also spoke about some of my adventures. Once she got tired and went to bed, I went to Malta-san's private room and talked until late night. The next morning, the four of us had breakfast and afterward, since Minya needed to go to school, I ended up accompanying her. The first Magic Academy was a white stone castle-like school, and it was said that there were various facilities and training sites on the grounds, including an experiment site. It is said that children of powerful merchants, high-ranked adventurers, nobility, and royalty attended here. Seriously, when I stay in the parking lot, there were many carriages that passed through and dropped off students. Then Shaft-sama, I'll go. I hope you will study hard today as well. Yes. When I saw Minya off, she kept looking back again and again as she waved. I noticed the light spots slowly surround me and melt her from a distance. I could hear whispers such as, is that really the Black Mask? Eh? Is he coming to the royal capital? If I stood out too much, I may attract unwanted attention, so I began to move to my next errand. Melchior-san, I'll walk to the General Guild. You can go back to the Marida Company. If it's the guild, I'll guide you there. No, I don't want to travel too much in a carriage with the company's crest. Tell Malta-san that I'll be there the night after tomorrow. Understood. Please be careful. The reason I wanted to go to the guild from the academy was to get the reward for subjugating Guru's labyrinth, which I'd put on hold on claiming. I didn't know how much the reward would be, but as long as it works as Shaft, I want to collect it before something happens. No, I hoped nothing would happen, but the capital's General Guild Library was another place I wanted to visit. I needed to gather more information on the next labyrinth raid. I also wanted to find more information about this world and the sender of that email. There was also the northern part of the kingdom, the place I was teleported to by the circle. Where it was, I needed to search for that information, even if I found only a little. There was a lot of stuff to look up and things to do that'd probably keep me until the sun went down. With this in mind, I walked down the main street of the capital. The General Guild in the capital was the headquarters for the branches within the kingdom. As of now, I was walking to the guild in the second district from the first district where the first Magic Academy was located. With many of the citizens beginning their daily activities, The main street that ran through the middle of the capital was bustling. Many of them wore adventurer, explorer-styled combat clothing. The main street was also full of merchants and workers. I had the impression that this world had a mixture of medieval and modern styles similar to my world. It had been half a year since I fell into this world, and while I've been here, I had one certainty. There were other people from my world here besides me. That I was sure of. However, the number of people here couldn't be that much, and their impact had been little on this world. What was the major influence on my old world was analog technology and a desire to improve the standard of living. This included toys, entertainment, and fashionable clothing. The influencing factor here was magic. Fields such as politics, the government structure, science and medical care revolved around magic. I didn't feel the ideals behind my world here spread out before me. The buildings in the center were made from stone, and where the quality of life began to drop off, wooden buildings began as a cheaper alternative. Though, it was typical of larger cities to use stone. This was the influence of magic on construction. Stone was a building material builded by magic and then shaped into a building. Given the influences of the humans of my old world, it wouldn't have been weird to see reinforced concrete structures. However, I had yet to see any such building. As I walked, I thought about such things before I saw the guild. I entered the premises of the guild and went to the main building to confirm where I could receive my reward for subjugating Guru's labyrinth. The main building was a place where people registered with the guild, held promotion exams, and received and gave out requests from their bulletin board. The information desk was also there, and similar to Baga, the guild's layout reminded me of a bank with teller-like counters. It was full with adventurers who came to receive their requests. I waited out the rush and then moved to an open desk where I was greeted by a receptionist. "Can I ask something?" Yes, good morning. How may I help you?" "I came to receive a special reward I've yet to receive." "Where should I go?" "Do you mean something other than the usual request reward?" "Please let me see your card first, before I can confirm any rewards. I have to confirm your identity." I handed over my mercenary card. She took it and inserted it into the pedestal of the crystal ball that had been placed behind the counter. What kind of magical tool was this? Did it work like a personal computer? Well, the receptionist operated it with a connected keyboard-like object. She paused and looked over to me to see my face. But I wore my mask. After confirming my appearance, she returned to the ball. Are you the person himself?" "No doubt." In response to my short reply, the receptionist's face instantly flushed. "Please wait a minute. I'll report to my supervisor at once." She jumped away from the counter and ran over to another where a woman was sitting. With the sound sensor, I heard Shaft Sama is here. Shaft Sama? You mean that black nobleman? I then heard yes, that's right. It's real. As they excitedly whispered, the supervisor turned to me. Our gazes met. Was she from the elven race? The elf woman stood up and walked over. You could see her long green hair, golden eyes, and long ear tips pushing out of her straightened hair. Even though the elves were grouped together with the dwarves as Fae, they had no connection between the two. In addition, Fae included people such as sirens of the open ocean and dryads of forests. Although they were clearly different from demons and the beast race, they were not evil like monsters. Despite being grouped together as Fae, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I'm Valvara, Deputy Guildmaster of the General Guild of Kurtmaga. We will prepare a room in the back. May we talk about the rewards there? All right, it's fine anywhere. Thank you. Then, she will be your guide, so please wait. I will guide you. When I noticed the receptionist coming back, the flushed woman guided me through the door behind the counters and away from the throng of adventurers. The moment of the door closed, the hustle and bustle of the reception area changed. Hey, did you see that just now? Yeah, maybe he's the real Black Shaft? He looked more normal than I expected. Isn't it like the Aka who's always at the bar? I don't know, but it's Valvara, the deputy herself who called him in. "Hey, contact the clan master. If he hasn't joined, this is our chance. That shaft has appeared in the royal capital." The bustle fell away with each step. Apparently, news that shaft was in the capital would spread now. If I wanted to avoid getting entangled with some bothersome people, I had the option to change back to Schwartz, or use a completely different mask. However, I didn't want to keep the fact that Shaft and Schwartz were in the same place at the same time. Besides, if I kept pretending I was a different person with different masks, I'd be required to remove the mask and expose my real face for identity verification. There was the zombie facade for that, but if it were also exposed that it was fake as well, I wouldn't know what to do after. It had become a mess later on. "Here it is, the deputy guildmaster will be here soon, so please wait. Thank you." No problem. The receptionist, who had been calm a moment again, suddenly turned bright red and sprinted back to the lobby. The room I'd been guided to was an ordinary reception room with sofas and a table. I sat on one sofa and watched the blips on my map move around. It was strange. There were 4 blips that I thought would head to this room, but they all entered the adjacent room immediately, and one of them moved towards this room. 3 of them remained unmoving while the 4th got close to the wall separating the rooms. When viewed from my spot, there was a painting on the wall, a picture of a man and woman who sat around a fire eating. How to say, this was really old-fashioned. "I'm sorry for having kept you waiting, Shaft-san." The one who came in from the other room was Valvara-san, the deputy guildmaster. She had brought a large bag with a bundle of documents in hand. "No problem, I haven't waited that long." "Thank you. Before giving you the special reward, might I ask some questions about the subjugation?" "Of course, I don't mind." "Thank you." Then, the question from Valvara-san was simple. Beginning with the confirmation of the start date and exploration time, it switched to questions about the guard on the 25th floor, then the labyrinth master, the innermost room, and where was the core placed. While the questions seemed okay, I was curious about the questions that were casually inserted. "No. I remember it was just a straight road, but it wasn't the same for the nights after that." "When the labyrinth dies, the space between the thrones and the pedestal room begins to disappear. So only the subjugation party can investigate the bottom floor." "I see." I answered the questions as accurately as possible while obviously concealing my powers. However, I clearly lied for her last question. "In the innermost part of the labyrinth, between the throne and the pedestal rooms, it wasn't just a passage. There had been 4 living quarters mapped out." I wondered what it meant. That werewolf had lived there, hungry, despaired and suffering. He'd gone mad. You could see the shadow of the human in him, a former human from my world set at the very bottom. Then there was me who'd been accepted by this world as someone had broken my chain. However, I could vaguely see the relationship between the humans of my old world and this world. However, I could not confirm it. Maybe it had been my imagination. Maybe the fact that the deputy guild master asked meant that the guild knew of their existence as labyrinth masters, or maybe they didn't see them as just an evil entity. "Thank you. It was helpful." "No, I wanted to ask something too." "Yes. What is it?" It was my first time seeing the labyrinth master. "Are most labyrinth masters humanoids?" "No. There aren't many labyrinths where the monsters in the labyrinth don't match the master. As far as we know, the sculpture atop the Guardian's Gate imitates the Lord. Most of the monsters will be similar to that image. There are more." "May I ask you something too? Is there something else?" "I heard that the large mana stone brought back from the labyrinth will be sent to the auction. Is that correct?" "Yes. Why do you ask?" "I heard the list of items have already been posted at the Hirasia auction already." "Although the items have already been posted, to avoid unnecessary crime, only their seller knows the buyer." When the topic of the stone came up, the 3 light spots floated to the wall bordering this room. I also stared at the painting they hid behind through my mask. Perhaps they were looking through that picture. The adventurer's eyes in the painting seemed to be peepholes. The slight movement was captured with my senses and their positions reflected on my map. Perhaps the painting itself was transparent in the room over there. Something similar to a one-way mirror. I see. That's why there are so many people interested in the stone I want to sell. Valvara-san's expression changed for the first time since she entered. You noticed it? I'm sorry. With that said, Valvara-san gestured to the painting to come. I watched as all three of them began to move on the map. After a light knock, all three of them entered the room. I noticed a familiar face among the three while the other two were new faces, as expected of the Black Mask Shaft. Despite us already gutting off our presents. Out of the three people who entered, the only one I knew was Siegfried, of the guild I'd met at the mercenary headquarters. His slender and droopy face, tall and thin body with brown hair hadn't changed at all. The impression he gave was that he was unreliable. Siegfried. So, what about those two? This Gramps is Duke Marlon Verdlin, Guild Master of the General Guild of Kurtmaga. Don't call me Gramps, you fool. I am Marlon, the Guild Master who handles the guild. Although my title is Duke, I'd prefer my official position instead, so you don't need to be formal. Shaft. You don't need to use honorifics for this, Grandpa. And this woman is Ophelia Dragrange. Ophelia Dragrange. Black Mask Shaft. I wanted to meet you at least once after I heard about your story in the capital. So, I'm glad that it came true in an unexpected way. I'm Shaft of the Mercenary Guild. Two aristocrats with surnames. I stood from the sofa and showed only the bare minimum necessary for a greeting. The Duke, an old magician who was said to be the guild master, had a long white beard that reached down to his waist but had a bald head. It was to the extent that he showed his worries by touching his beard constantly. His wrinkled face held a smile but his slender eyes had a sharp color and he seemed to try and come up with something. On his side was a tall female knight standing who introduced herself as Dragrange. She was more like a princess knight rather than an ordinary knight. The great aristocrat who governed the Margrave territory to the north, a eld with long pale pink hair, blue eyes, and a slender figure held in knight attire. However, with Ophelia Dragrange, that name, I heard it somewhere before. Through the escort request made by Latricia Balga, the third daughter of Duke Balga of the fortress city of Balga, where I visited Vanel. There, we encountered a suspicious trio, and the name used by them to deceive others was Ophelia Dragrange. Whatever happened to the trio at that time? The trio who laughed and left without being seen by none other than me. Their unnaturalness should have been reported with a sealed letter and sent to Siegfried. So, it seems that you were interested in the stone. Do you have anything to say to me? Oh, that's it. Actually, it turned out that a little phantom thief entered the capital and they're aiming for the stone at auction. Phantom thief? At the capital's General Guild's main office, I was supposed to receive the reward for subjugating Guru's labyrinth. Once in the reception room I'd be brought to meet Siegfried, the guild master of the General Guild, Duke Verdlin, and the Margrave of Dragrange, Ophelia Dragrange. From them, I heard about a thief that came for the king's festival. Phantom thief? Yes. The phantom thief Nekoinagi, aka Rose Gold Pussy Willow. A group not as big as a bandit group, just rumored to be 3 people. Nekoinagi, the shrub that grows naturally on the riverside. It is characterized by having flowery ears that resemble a white bushy cat. According to Siegfried's explanation, Nekoinagi was a group that had stolen widely throughout Kurtmaga and the neighboring countries, and they had become a wanted group throughout the continent of Orlando. They'd stolen various things such as magic stones, jewels, fine arts, antiques, magic technology, grimoires, magical weapons, and magic tools. All the items had been, so far, of the highest quality. However, Nekoinagi had not killed anyone during these crimes, and the next thing they were aiming for was what Malta-san and I were to exhibit at the auction, the labyrinth core. Well, I had nothing to say besides that it was a really confident action. The King's Festival was an auction hosted by the royal family of the Kurtmaga Kingdom. Their security would, of course, be of the highest level. I followed Nekoinagi from the Margrave of Drag Range to the royal capital. They often appeared in the Margrave. It seems that they're using it as a gateway into the kingdom. Such a disgrace is unforgivable. They must be arrested and atone for their sins. I see. So Ophelia came to the General Guild to strike a cooperative alliance? That's why, Shaft, I knew immediately that the seller of the large mana stone was Marida Company, but their source was still unclear. That's why I wanted to confirm it. Therefore, I have a proposal for Shaft-san. Proposal? That's right. Originally, it would have been extremely rude to make such an offer to the seller, but considering the strength of the individual, it was inefficient to waste Shaft-san, one of the prominent powers of the kingdom. In another word, we would like you to cooperate in capturing the group Nekoinagi. How far do you expect me to cooperate? It's simple. If something happens inside Hirashia on the third day, you can deal with it as you wish. In short, you can protect your exhibit yourself. In the case when they escape, we will track them. The basic guard for the festival will be carried out by the Central Fourth Order Knights. Even though there will be a notice for the thieves, it is not possible to dispatch armed personnel from the guild. Even if it was possible, the knights cannot give up the honor of escorting the royal family. All we are looking for is someone strong who knows the circumstances that will be participating in the festival, and to help capture them. Please, we can only ask you for this. After I listened to their explanations, they wondered if I would receive their request, which could not be considered a request. However, you don't have to worry about my answer. I was just told someone was aiming for my labyrinth core. As a response, let's take appropriate measures. Let's work together after all. Understood. Let's cooperate to capture them. After that, I took my reward for subjugating Guru's labyrinth and heard all the information they had on Nekoinagi. Then, got up to head to the library. Oh yes, Siegfried. Did you read the letter I sent in Veneer? Ah, that. We're still investigating the matter. The behavior of the trio disguised. Were just eating then left. We only know this much. Moreover, the Veneer staff are too busy with other work to go chasing food thieves, so no progress so far. Ophelia raised her voice after she waited for Siegfried to finish. Shaft, can I ask where you are staying in the capital? My lodging? I haven't taken any yet. I see. Then it's good. In the first district of the capital, there is a luxury inn called Pavilion of Tranquility. If you tell them that you're using my introduction, you will get a room right away. If people know that the Black Mask Shaft is staying at a second or third-rate inn, you'll soon be surrounded. While saying that, Ophelia's expression loosened. From the time she'd entered this room and until now, she'd always talked with a serious expression. There was something like a feeling of impatience. Maybe it loosened because I agreed to cooperate with this capture. Thanks, that's helpful. I was planning to search for an inn in the evening. At worst, I'd probably wouldn't get an inn at all. I see, this might bring a lot of convenience. Then please excuse me. With that said, when I tried to leave the room, the positions of the blips on my map were strange. The light near the door leading from the reception lobby of the main people to the corridor leading to this room. The light spot seemed to harden, like a wall of light. It seems that it was revealed that I was here. Siegfried, can I get out of this room from the back door rather than going through the lobby? Oh, you can leave from there. I see, so you noticed the people in the lobby? Then, I will guide you. Siegfried should stay with the guildmaster and Ophelia. I was guided by Valvara-san and headed away from the lobby. I could still hear the conversation of the remaining three in the room as we moved away. I feel relieved with this. There won't be any mistakes if it's him. If possible, I'd like them alive and arrested, but he is the man who is called the headhunting Shaft behind the scenes after all. Even so, Ophelia, haven't you given up on looking for a husband yet? What do you say, Duke Verdlin? For the future of Drag Range, for the sake of peace, I will welcome any man to be my husband. However, if that man is stronger than me, if so, that's settled then. It is said that no matter Sword Princess Ophelia did, she would not win against a man who walks through the labyrinth himself. It would need to be. What the hell are they talking about?